He was a little bunny who didn't like wearing pants. His family, disgusted, abandoned him in the territory of the Black Panther Beastmen. The prince of the Black Panther Beastmen tribe found him. The bunny, terrified, burst into tears. Having never seen a crying rabbit before, the Black Panther prince found it amusing and told him to cry even louder. The bunny panicked, thinking, I've run into a pervert. He was actually the young miss of a rabbit beastman family. Other bunnies could transform into human form by the age of 3, but even at 18, he was still a bunny who couldn't speak. Convinced he was cursed by the beast god, his family abandoned him in the Black Panther territory. Taken back to the man's dwelling, the bunny, not wanting to become Spicy Rabbit Head, decided to escape. But the bed was too high. The bunny circled a few times, unable to find a suitable place to jump. However, the will to survive spurred him on. The bunny was not afraid of difficulties. He stretched out his little legs and leaped. But mid-flight, his body froze. Someone had pinched the scruff of his neck. His fate, it seemed. The bunny looked back. He saw a person with reddish something staring curiously at him. Can't you talk? The person asked. The bunny struggled desperately, screaming internally, Let me go. The person placed him on a mat, telling him to be careful. After all, he was Master Yashi's possession. The bunny looked at him, puzzled, wondering what possession meant. The person continued, You need to stay clean. Master Yashi brought you directly into his bedroom. Perhaps you're his special emergency food reserve. The bunny felt like he'd been struck by lightning and promptly fainted from the shock. The man fetched a doctor, who confirmed he was unharmed. The man asked the doctor curiously, Could he be a rabbit beast man who hasn't transformed yet? He seems to understand human speech. The doctor, after a brief examination, declared, I can't sense any beastman pheromones on him. And beastmen transform within 3 years. An untransformed rabbit wouldn't be this lively. He's probably just an ordinary rabbit, lying on the mat, pretending to sleep. The bunny thought, If I tell them I'm a beastman, will they let me go? But I've heard there are many perverted scholars in the Black Panther territory. They definitely dissect an untransformed bunny like me. The doctor suddenly asked the man, Does Master Yashi really intend to eat him? The man answered decisively, While he hasn't said so directly, I'm certain that's the case. The bunny fumed. That Black Panther beast man put me in such a luxurious bedroom just to eat me as a snack. The doctor, skeptical, scratched his head and excused himself. The man approached the sleeping bunny. Master Rabbit, your eyelids have been twitching. If you don't get up, you might end up as Spicy Rabbit Head on the dinner table. The bunny shot up for bristling. The man smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yashi's attendant, Iberlin. It's the first time I've seen a rabbit who understands human speech. I thought you might be a divine beast, but no matter how I look at you, you seem like an ordinary rabbit. The bunny was indignant. Even if I'm ordinary, you didn't have to say it out loud. Yashi suddenly returned to the room. He looked at Iberlin. Have you reached a conclusion about whether he's a beast man? Iberlin relayed the doctor's assessment. Yashi closed his eyes. Never mind. I'll eat him tomorrow. Iberlin cheerfully suggested. Roasted would be best for breakfast. The bunny's face paled. Do you really have to eat me? Is there nothing else to eat besides me? The Black Panther Prince, Yashi, had already fallen asleep. The bunny looked for an escape route, but the place was swarming with Black Panthers. Even if he managed to escape, as a defenseless bunny, survival would be difficult. And even if he survived, he would be homeless. The bunny turned to look at the sleeping Yashi. He was quite handsome, actually, though he was rather frightening when awake. If it weren't for him, I would have died back then. He should be grateful. Thinking this, he reached out a paw to touch him, but Yashi suddenly opened his eyes. His crimson pupils made the bunny freeze. He clutched his pillow in terror, his little bottom still sticking out. You'll suffocate if you stay in there. Adam picked up the pillow and saw the bunny trembling with fear. Are you crying again? The bunny stubbornly lifted his head. I am not crying. I'm just unhappy. At home, his mother had scorned him, ashamed that he couldn't shape-shift. His brother teased him and threatened to catch a bear rabbit as a companion for him. The servants, too, neglected him because he couldn't speak. The abandonment stung him deeply. Yashi looked at the distressed bunny. Afraid I'll eat you? The bunny looked up at Yashi, speechless for a moment. Then, understanding dawned, and he nodded frantically. But unexpectedly, Yashi made another unsettling request. Then cry again. The bunny was utterly bewildered. Why did this panther want to see him cry so badly? He tried to work himself up, rubbing his eyes vigorously, but the tears just wouldn't come. Yashi sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The bunny pounded the bed in frustration. This is awful. I can't cry. Yashi lay down. You lack indulgence. I'll eat you the day after tomorrow. You have until then to cry. With that, he scooped up the bunny and held him close. You're an eyesore. Stay put. He even patted the bunny's small head. The next day, Yashi unceremoniously deposited the bunny into a maid's arms. The bunny glared at Yashi. This panther was truly detestable. Yashi, sensing the bunny's gaze, turned to look. The bunny instantly adopted an adorable expression. You're going out, right? He waved his tiny paws. Hurry up and go. Go far away and don't come back. The sudden sound of the maid's voice startled the bunny. I'm Belle, the maid assigned by the young master to look after you, Master Bunny. The bunny and Belle stared at each other for a moment, and so began the bunny's wonderful day. He toured the mansion in Belle's arms. He enjoyed a warm bath. At mealtime, he was presented with a feast of fresh leaves. Afterward, he hopped and skipped in the beautiful garden. He thought to himself, this panther's home is enormous. Could he be some kind of nobleman? But he's truly terrifying. The bunny suddenly noticed the large gate in the distance. He glanced back and saw Belle chatting with someone. The gap in the gate was just big enough for him to squeeze through. His heart pounded. If he wanted to escape, this was his only chance. He made up his mind and bolted. The bunny ran with the fervor of a tortoise in a race, his eyes squeezed shut, but a whooshing sound cut through the air. A spear planted itself in the ground before him. He slammed head first into the spear's broadside, unable to stop in time. He tumbled to the ground with a plop, clutching his head with his tiny paws. Where did that spear come from? Belle rushed over and scooped him up. Master Bunny, running away is very dangerous. She scolded him as she retrieved the spear. The bunny trembled, staring at Belle. Something wasn't right about this maid. That night, as the bunny drifted off to sleep, Yashi returned, covered in wounds. But his expression remained as impassive as ever. The bunny stared at him, puzzled. What had happened? Yashi, the Black Panther Prince, had been attacked by werewolves and badly injured. After his wounds were bandaged, he saw the bunny staring at him. He held out his hand, beckoning the bunny closer. Knowing he had little choice, the bunny reluctantly placed his paw in Yashi's hand. Yashi placed the bunny in his palm and proceeded to ruffle his fur vigorously, messing up his head completely. The bunny fumed, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Yashi scooped up the bunny, making him fear he was about to be eaten. But instead, Yashi brought him close and sniffed him. The bunny was terrified. What was he doing? Yashi looked at the bunny, a puzzled expression on his face. There's the scent of pheromones on your neck. The bunny's heart leaped. That's impossible. Only beastmen who can transform into human form can emit the scent of pheromones. Yashi was puzzled, wondering if the bunny was some kind of mutant. The bunny looked at the strange man before him, unable to understand what this predator was thinking. The next day, Yashi was surprised to find that his wounds had completely healed. He looked at the sleeping bunny. Could it have been him? The following day, the bunny was brought before Yashi's mother. His mother was the head of the household. She asked him to hold out his paw, and he obediently placed it in her hand. She asked him to hold out his foot, and he extended his cute little wrinkled leg. She asked him to sit, and he obediently sat down. The matriarch smiled with satisfaction, gently stroking the bunny. She even extended a finger to tease the bunny's fluffy tail. How adorable, she cooed. That Yashi, he's treating you like a pet dog. The bunny, initially comfortable, stiffened. He couldn't help but tremble. In the 10 days since he'd entered the mansion, he'd endured Ibolin's bullying during the day. And at night, he suffered the torments of the perverse Yashi. I'm just being fattened up to be eaten, he thought miserably. Just reserve rations. But he could only resign himself to his fate. After all, he was just a bunny who could only be cute. The matriarch smiled and stroked him. If you want to live longer, she advised, don't be too obedient to Yashi. If you let a predator lose interest in the hunt, you'll most likely be swallowed whole. But the bunny was hesitant, afraid that if he rebelled, the Black Panther would kill him with those enormous fangs. He shook his little head, unable to understand what these predators were thinking. The matriarch looked at him curiously. Little one, she said, I just sensed a very faint pheromone scent on you. But now I can't sense it. That night, the bunny lay alone in Yashi's large bed. He thought about what Yashi and the matriarch had said about the pheromone scent. He'd heard that carnivorous beastmen had a keener sense of smell than herbivorous ones. If I have the scent of pheromones, he thought, maybe I can transform into a human. The bunny hugged his head with his paws. He concentrated all his energy and yelled, Hi-ya-ya. but nothing happened. Dejected, he collapsed onto the bed. Yashi returned and approached him. "Those stupid wolves today," he grumbled. "The wolf tribe attacked again, so I'm injured." The bunny lifted his ears and looked. Yashi was pointing to barely their scratch on his face. The bunny scoffed internally. Yashi was surprised by his reaction. "So you won't heal me?" he asked. The bunny tossed his head haughtily, thinking, "Why should I help you? You really won't help me?" The bunny remembered the matriarch's words and shook his head frantically. "No, I refuse." He was shaking his head so hard when suddenly he felt himself lifted. "In that case," Yashi said, "I have no need for a rabbit who can't even heal. Time to eat." Terrified of being devoured, the bunny frantically nodded. Yashi pointed to the scratch on his face. "Begin," he commanded. The bunny was confused. How was he supposed to heal him? He looked left and right, then, throwing caution to the wind, stuck out his little pink tongue and licked the wound. The Black Panther wiped his face. "Doesn't seem to be working," he muttered. He looked at the bunny quizzically. "Is that it?" The bunny panicked. He had no idea how to heal. Yashi sat up. "Oh well," he sighed. "That wasn't so bad." The bunny didn't understand what he meant. Yashi looked at the bunny's blank expression and smiled. The next day, the bunny munched contentedly on fresh grass blades. The matriarch watched him with amusement. "You're so cute when you eat," she said. The bunny was pleased. The initial meeting with the matriarch had been nerve-wracking, but now he felt much more at ease. Even his eating habits were praised. The matriarch extended a finger and touched the bunny's neck. "Hold your breath for a moment," she instructed, "and imagine the feeling of your blood vessels being constricted." The bunny did as she said. A wave of fear washed over him. He felt uncomfortable, desperate to breathe but unable to. Then, with a sudden thump, a wonderfully pleasant sensation spread through his body. The matriarch patted his head. "Good job. Remember this feeling." In the carriage, Yashi pulled out a small lion doll. "If you can't catch this, I'll eat you tomorrow." To survive, the bunny had to indulge Yashi's cruel amusement. But even with all his might, he couldn't catch the doll. Yashi continued to taunt him. "You and your little stubby legs. You'll never catch it. Ha ha, dumb bunny." The bunny glared at Yashi furiously. "Who are you calling a dumb bunny?" Remembering the morning's incident with the serving dish and how terrified he'd been fueled his anger even more. But the more the bunny glared, the more Yashi seemed to enjoy it. He was almost charmed. Meanwhile, Iberlin continued to lavish Yashi with flattery. "These two were so annoying, dragging me into a carriage first thing in the morning, not telling me where we're going, and making me do this." The bunny pummeled the doll relentlessly, leaving it tattered and torn. Yashi was delighted by the bunny's violent outburst. Iberlin chimed in. "Perhaps we'll have the first ever rabbit fighting champion." The bunny kicked Iberlin in the face. "Shut up. Get away from me." Silence finally descended upon the carriage. The bunny gazed at the passing scenery, realizing this was his first time venturing outside the mansion. Iberlin lifted him up. "Do you want to take a look?" The bunny looked out at the beautiful landscape. It was different from what he'd read in books or heard from others. The bunny felt a flicker of longing, wondering if he would ever have a day to appreciate the beautiful world on his own. Lost in thought, he was suddenly grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Yashi and roughly stuffed into a pocket. The bunny clutched his head. "Ow, what was that for?" The carriage slowly came to a stop. Yashi and Iberlin stepped out. The bunny peeked out of the pocket. He froze as he saw their destination, a tall, imposing building. "No way. I don't want to go in. It's the temple." The Black Panther told the bunny to stay put. The bunny nodded obediently. But the moment Yashi turned his back, the bunny bolted. Staying put is a death sentence. Inside the temple, Yashi placed the bunny on a table and went to meet with the priest. Watching Yashi talk to the priest, the bunny was convinced they were discussing him. He remembered how the priest had diagnosed him with the beast god's curse, which had led to his abandonment by his family. Painful memories flooded his mind. He clutched his ears. "No, I don't want this." With a powerful leap, he ran. He reached the statue of the beast god. "Oh, beast god, why can't I shapeshift? Am I really cursed?" Tears streamed down his face. Yashi caught up to him. "You're being a nuisance." But picking up the bunny, he saw his distress. "Why are you crying? Don't you like the temple?" The bunny nodded vigorously, thinking, "I hate the temple, and I hate the priest even more." Iberlin finally arrived, looking utterly exhausted. "I'm so glad Master Bunny is safe." The bunny thought, Iberlin is so slow. Yashi looked at Iberlin. "He says he ran away because he hates the temple." The bunny was startled. "I didn't say that out loud." "How'd he know?" Iberlin suggested. "Since Master Bunny dislikes the temple, let's return quickly." The bunny was surprised. Really? We can go back that easily. Yashi looked at the bunny affectionately. Yes, let's go back. Iberland suddenly leaned closer to the bunny, patting his head. Master Bunny, he said, Iberland, am not a warrior, but a scholar. So please be considerate and don't run off suddenly. Yashi scowled. Iberland, don't get so close. Iberland chuckled. Even if Master Yashi is cold and heartless, I still respect you. Shut up. That night, Yashi stared at the bunny, making him uneasy. Why is this beast staring at me with his eyes wide open? He decided to pretend to sleep. This panther is so unguarded. You think you're the only predator here? You have no idea how dangerous a beast Master Fluffy, can be. Yashi suddenly reached out and touched the little crybaby bunny. You know, predators have a strong sense of possessiveness. Sometimes, if it's too strong, it can even destroy everything. The bunny was startled. What was Yashi even talking about? Yashi leaned closer. I pick you up. That's why you're still alive. So, you're my possession, right? The bunny was terrified. Was this a threat? Would Yashi break his legs if he tried to run? This was absolutely horrifying. The next day, under the matriarch's guidance, the bunny practiced breathing exercises to cultivate his pheromones. Each exhale drained him of his strength. The matriarch gently stroked his back. You're doing wonderfully. Lately, the bunny practiced accumulating pheromones like this after every lunch, hoping for the day he could finally transform into a human. Suddenly, the matriarch pushed a book towards him. Can you read? The bunny nodded, unsure why she asked. Then I'll leave this book in your care. Read it when you have time. It might be helpful to you. It's called Pheromone Theory. The bunny went back to look at the book, which was bigger than he was. It was about pheromones, the unique sense possessed by beastmen. They reflect a beastman's innate abilities, attack methods, and social standing. I hear most rabbit beastmen have highly developed evasion pheromones. He glanced at his own short legs. He didn't feel particularly agile. The bunny was engrossed in his reading. But when Yashi saw him, he burst out laughing, even pounding on the door. The bunny bristled. What was so funny? Iberlin stifled a chuckle. Being with Master Fluffy certainly provides some unusual sights. Yashi was laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. A reading rabbit. I have to paint this. The bunny fumed. What's wrong with a rabbit reading? Am I eating your cabbage? Yashi finally calmed down. Iberlin turned to him. Yashi, please compose yourself. If you laugh too hard, Master Fluffy will be upset. Hearing this, Yashi erupted in laughter again, nearly choking on his own amusement. Resentment simmered within the bunny. Those two blasted panthers. Later that day, the bunny was hopping around the courtyard as usual, being adorable by the lake. Suddenly, he was scooped up into the arms of a pink-haired man. The bunny looked up and saw a handsome man with golden eyes. He assumed the man was a visiting herbivore beast man. The man sniffed the air and wrinkled his nose. That Black Panther scent is overpowering. But when he opened his mouth, sharp canine teeth were revealed. The bunny's eyes widened in fear. He looked desperately at the matriarch, who stood back, afraid to approach. He pleaded with his eyes. He's a carnivore. The matriarch nodded. Yes. The man continued to stare at the bunny. Panic seized the bunny. What does he want? The man brought him closer to his nose and sniffed. Why does he smell of Black Panther? The bunny kicked at the man's mouth. Put your teeth away. Get away from me. As the bunny struggled, Yashi finally arrived. The bunny looked at him with pleading eyes. He never thought he'd be so relieved to see Yashi. The pink-haired man looked at Yashi. Well, this is a surprise. I never thought Prince Grace would keep a pet rabbit. Yashi ignored him. He set the bunny down. The man sneered. When did you develop this hobby? The bunny scurried behind Yashi. Yashi scooped him up into his hand. The bunny stared at the man, questioning Yashi with his eyes. Do you know him? But Yashi just looked disgusted. You reek of lion. The bunny was speechless. How is that my fault? Why is everyone so obsessed with smells? Wait, lion? The bunny's heart sank. Black panthers were terrifying enough. Now there was a lion involved. Yashi's mischievous side emerged. What? Do you want to go with the lion? The bunny crossed his paws. I don't. Absolutely not. Yashi, however, picked the bunny up. Ollie said you want to become lion food. The bunny struggled. How can you say that? I said I don't. Yashi sneered. Beg me if you want to live. The bunny froze. Here we go again. Here we go again. Yashi looked at the bunny staring back at him. You don't want to? The bunny angrily tucked his little paws away and looked to the side. Do you like being carried like this? I absolutely will not beg you. Absolutely not. The pink-haired man chuckled. It seems this bunny prefers this smelly lion to you. Yashi said coldly. Impossible. Then he looked at the bunny. Fickle rabbit. The bunny was utterly confused. What is going on? Just a friendly reminder. Bigamy isn't allowed in a Black Panther's territory. With that, Yashi turned and left. The man glanced at the departing Yashi. You're still a madman. Tucked in the man's pocket, the bunny nodded in agreement. He's absolutely right. Just because he had picked up the lion's scent, the bunny was bathed 80 times and even scalded twice with boiling water. Yet, Yashi was still dissatisfied. Why does he still smell like that guy? The bunny clenched his little paws in frustration. Damn lion beast man. Damn Black Panther beast man. Damn all of them. Yashi glared at the bunny. Didn't you bathe? The bunny glared back. How can you ask a lady such a question? Can't you tell by the state of my fur? Iberlin suddenly asked, Master Yashi, do you want to bestow a name upon him? Yashi turned the bunny over and over, pondering a name. Suddenly, he poked the bunny's cheek. No need. He should have his own name, right? The bunny was startled. How did he know? Iberlin excused himself and left. The bunny was still reeling. How did he know I have a name? Yashi spread a large sheet of white paper on the ground and then picked up the curious bunny. The bunny scratched at the back of his neck. Have you never considered that I might also have a warren? Yashi looked at him. I told you, the more you glare at me, the more I want to eat you. The bunny scoffed and continued to glare. Yashi bared his fangs and looked at him menacingly. I'm not joking. The bunny, frightened, covered his mouth. This horrible beast. Yashi threw him down, and the bunny's paws landed in the ink. The bunny shook his paws in disgust, splattering ink everywhere. Unfazed by the ink on his face, Yashi told him to write his name on the paper. The bunny was stunned. Write my name? I'm a bunny. How can you just assume I can write? The bunny felt a surge of frustration. I have so many complaints, but can't voice them. So frustrating. I've heard that giving an animal a name creates a bond. If I know your name, don't you think you might live a little longer? The bunny, under duress, had no choice but to comply. With great effort, he used his short legs to write the characters for Fluffy. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground. And my little legs are so short. Writing my name is so tiring. Yashi smiled and said, Fluffy. He then picked the bunny up again. The bunny was puzzled. Why is he calling me that? Unexpectedly, Yashi opened his mouth and leaned in. The startled bunny struggled violently. His teeth grazed the bunny's fur. Yashi held him gently. Be still. Let me clean that lion scent off you. The bunny's racing heart calmed a little. You could have just said so. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. His heart pounded, and he felt drained of all strength. A sweet scent filled his nose. Could it be Yashi's pheromones? When the bunny opened his eyes again, it was night. He felt nauseous, wondering if he was sick. He looked at the sleeping Yashi. He's quite handsome when he's quiet. The bunny couldn't understand why Yashi hadn't investigated his identity. He was clearly a very suspicious rabbit. He reached out to touch Yashi and saw a pale human arm. The bunny cried in disappointment. He had seen a human hand yesterday, but now it was a furry paw again. Fluffy, the bunny, whimpered softly. What are you thinking? This is the real me. Yashi, seeing Fluffy's tears, asked him what was wrong. Fluffy ignored him, continuing to cry. How can mere Panther understand my sorrow? Yashi asked Iberlin, puzzled. Why is Fluffy like this? He's even sighing. Iberlin had a sudden flash of inspiration. Could he be hungry? Fluffy felt a headache coming on. Stupid predator. I'm not worried about such trivial things. But Yashi grinned mischievously. Makes sense. He probably is hungry. He must be fattening himself up to be eaten by me. Iberlin stammered awkwardly. Is that so? He quickly recovered. Of course. Fluffy is always so well prepared. Fluffy glared at the panther. How can your thought process be so airborne? Yashi suddenly leaned closer to Fluffy and sniffed. I can't smell the lion anymore. He reached out and stroked Fluffy. Fluffy, if you ever pick up that scent again. Fluffy's eyes widened in alarm. If I do, then what? You have to tell me. Yashi glanced at his watch. We're going to be late. We have to go. He left Fluffy in a state of frantic worry. Tell me before you leave. Fluffy thought, increasingly anxious. After lunch, Fluffy happily went to find the matriarch. He wanted to tell her about what happened last night, but he couldn't speak, and he couldn't right here. He tragically clenched his little paws. This is the only way. He first opened his mouth wide, indicating Yashi was like this. Then, with an ow, he bit his own little paw. Finally, he collapsed on the ground, pretending to be dizzy from the bite. The matriarch was shocked. It seems he didn't eat enough lunch. She ordered the head chef to immediately bring the imported Antarctic licorice root. Fluffy was speechless. He got up and waved his paws, trying to show her that wasn't what happened at all. But the matriarch mistakenly thought he was happily acting cute. Fluffy crumbled internally. Being a bunny is so hard. Back at the Lay family home, Fluffy's mother was worried because the servant she sent to abandon Fluffy hadn't returned. She was concerned they might have been caught by the Black Panther. Fluffy's brother said indifferently, "Wouldn't that be better? They'll get rid of Fluffy for us." Fluffy's mother was still uneasy and decided to send another group to investigate. The people she sent quickly found the bones of the murdered beast men. They were puzzled. With the strength of those two, they shouldn't have been easily killed by a panther. Just then, Yashi arrived with several other panthers. "Honestly, why are there more trespassers? Who are you?" Seeing Yashi's red eyes, the group recognized him as a panther beast man. They gulped nervously. "None of your business," Yashi asked. "Are you looking for that bunny?" The group was startled. He really was with the panther beast man. Yashi tilted his head. "I picked up the bunny. Do you still want to take him back?" The panthers at Yashi's side let out a coordinated growl. The group immediately backed away, frightened. They stammered, If you're protecting him, you can give him to us." Iberlin stepped forward. "You're very suspicious. Dressed like thieves. There's no way we'd hand Master Rabbit over to suspicious characters like you. Besides, he's Master Yashi's emergency food supply. He's already adapted to that role. Give up your fantasies." The group looked at each other, confused about what he meant. "I don't understand either." The three of them scattered and ran, but after only 2 steps, they collapsed in pain. Yashi had released his powerful pheromones. The predator's scent had incapacitated them. Yashi patted the panther beside him. "Eat them." A short while later, Yashi pointed his sword at the remaining beast man. "What is that bunny's identity? He's not just an ordinary rabbit, is he? That bunny won't escape my grasp. You can't take him." Iberlin suddenly interjected, "Master Yashi, you really look like a villain right now." Yashi told him to shut up. Iberlin immediately obeyed, biting his lip. Seeing the beast man wouldn't speak, Yashi stabbed his sword into his thigh. "Since you won't talk, I'll just ask the next trespasser." Just as Yashi was about to finish him off, the beast man finally cried out in terror and begged for mercy, revealing everything he knew. That rabbit really is a beast man. Even though he's already 18, he still can't shift into human form. What a monster. Yashi sat on a large boulder. He'd been so angry earlier that he'd forgotten to ask which family Fluffy belonged to. Iberlin mused, "If he's 18, then he should be the same age as me and Master. It's unbelievable. A beast man who can't shift into human form even as an adult." Yashi propped his chin on his hand. "The moment he fell asleep, I wanted to eat him. I really almost did." Iberlin sighed in relief. "That's truly frightening." Yashi recalled the bunny. When he sleeps, he emits a very strong pheromone. "Those pheromones are incredibly useful to me. He's so useful, it makes it hard to let him go." Iberlin suddenly asked curiously, "Master Yashi, could you explain?" Yashi looked away. "It's too troublesome." Iberlin bristled. "You're so childish." Hearing this, Yashi clapped his hands and laughed. "How dare you call me childish? It seems you haven't exercised in a while. You must be missing it." He snapped his fingers. A black panther stepped forward. "Here's your snack." Iberlin trembled with fear. "Please calm down, my dear brethren. We've known each other for so long. How can you pretend not to recognize me?" But the Black Panthers showed him no mercy, chasing him all over the mountain. Yashi waved cheerfully at him. "Have a nice trip." That evening, Fluffy was reading the book the matriarch had given him. It stated, "Some believe that when the inner pheromone potential is too strong, the time of human transformation will be delayed. There was once a fox beast man who, due to possessing rare pheromones, didn't shift into human form until the age of 5. Fluffy fell into deep thought. Even if that's true, they still shifted at 5. Maybe my situation is different, and it's also possible that it's a special case that only occurs in fox beast men. Fluffy suddenly noticed a maid acting strangely. She had already polished the vase in her hands several times. It was a complete waste of effort. The maid, seeing Fluffy watching her, dropped all pretense and revealed a malicious smile. She reached out to grab Fluffy. Fluffy, alert, jumped to the ground. What is she doing? How strange. The Black Panther beast man, disguised as a maid, gave Fluffy a sinister look and lunged at him. Fluffy quickly hopped away. What is she trying to do? The maid's body suddenly glowed. She transformed into a red-eyed wolf, staring fiercely at Fluffy as if she intended to devour him. Fluffy fled in panic to the edge of the rooftop. Watching the large wolf approaching step by step, Fluffy wanted to jump, but the rooftop was so high he didn't dare. He closed his eyes. "Someone please save me." Just as he was about to despair, he heard Yashi's voice. "Fluffy, what are you doing up there?" Seeing Yashi downstairs, Fluffy burst into tears. You're finally back. The lion beside Yashi looked up in confusion. It's that rabbit. Fluffy felt a surge of annoyance. Why hasn't that lion left yet? No, now's not the time to think about that. He quickly looked back. The wolf hadn't noticed anyone downstairs and was still slowly approaching him. He frantically waved his little paws, pleading with Yashi for help. There's a wolf here. Yashi, thinking Fluffy was greeting him, gave him a bright smile. The lion, seeing Yashi's actions, was speechless. Yashi told the lion to wave back. Responding to someone's greeting is basic courtesy. Fluffy was so anxious his waving paws were a blur. These two blockheads. I'm not waving hello. Yashi stared blankly at Fluffy's frantically waving paws. What does he mean? The lion shrugged. I don't know. Yashi scoffed. See? Lions are useless. On the rooftop, the gray wolf had cornered its prey. It raised its paw and swung at Fluffy. Fluffy quickly dodged, retreating to the very edge of the roof. Downstairs, Yashi was still showing off about his rabbit, who was so expressive. Then he saw Fluffy lose his footing and tumble off the roof. Fluffy cried out in terror. Yashi reached out to catch him, but Fluffy landed with a plop on his head. Yashi picked up Fluffy. Why did you suddenly jump down? Do you like playing chicken? You're the one who likes playing chicken. Fluffy, though still annoyed, was relieved to be alive. The lion, showing off, asked Yashi if he smelled anything strange. Yashi finally sensed something amiss. It was the scent of wolf. A bang echoed from the rooftop. Mimey rushed in, her maid uniform splattered with blood. Master Fluffy. Mimey. Fluffy, seeing Mimey, was overjoyed. I missed you so much. Mimey and the lion looked up. Although they didn't understand what had happened, it seemed the situation was resolved. He concentrated on why the wolf had attacked him. Was it hunger? Or perhaps a desire to sample Yashi's emergency rations? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Fluffy impatiently swatted it away. He continued to ponder. He's so big. I'm so small. I wouldn't even fill him up. Fluffy couldn't understand. The hand persistently reached for him again. Fluffy remembered Yashi's words. If he got that scent on him again. Then, Fluffy forcefully slapped the finger away. The person yelped, ouch. Fluffy haughtily tucked his paws close. That's what you get. He opened one eye, looking at the person in front of him. Where's Yashi gone? Why am I left alone with this lion? The lion chuckled at his expression. He asked Mimey, this little one, he's a beastman who can transform into a human, right? Mimey replied, he's just an ordinary rabbit. Ordinary? But there are rumors everywhere that he can understand human speech. Mimey answered seriously, Master Fluffy is certainly somewhat special. The lion tilted his head, studying Fluffy. Fluffy felt a surge of irritation. What are you looking at? The lion suddenly leaned closer. Why would that wolf target you? I know, the lion exclaimed. It must be because you look delicious. You predators. Is food the only thing on your minds? So rude. Fluffy angrily thumped his feet on the table. The lion stopped teasing him and instead asked Mimey. With all this commotion, the ball will be postponed, right? Mimey replied. The invitations have already been sent. The ball will proceed as planned. The lion sighed. What a bother. Can't I just return to my territory? It was only then that Fluffy learned there was to be a ball. So that's why there are so many unfamiliar servants. A ball held in such a grand estate. It was sure to be magnificent. The thought filled Fluffy with a sense of wonder. The lion looked at him. You seem surprised. He placed his hand on the table. Isn't it normal for a family to hold a ball? Fluffy twitched his paws. That's not what I'm surprised about. Suddenly, the lion's words hit him. Head of the family. Head of the family, meaning the one who watches me eat so lovingly every day. The head of this family is the head of the Black Panther territory. Yashi, that devilish creature, is the next head of the territory. Fluffy was utterly shocked. He went from bunkway breakdown/collapse to weeping and finally to utter despair. No wonder he's so arrogant, so capricious. Fluffy had grown up on horror stories about the Black Panther territory. Stories about beastmen frequently dying within the head's mansion, about the surrounding forest being littered with corpses. The more Fluffy thought about it, the more frightened he became. I'm actually in the legendary head's mansion. The perverse Black Panther would make him cry 1 minute and forbid him from crying the next, leaving Fluffy utterly confused about whether he should cry or not. Yashi wickedly intimidated Fluffy. I told Mimey to protect you, but he failed. In the Black Panther territory, that's punishable by beheading. Do you want Mimey to be punished? No, Not at all. Mommy just wanted to get my favorite hay. He was only gone for about 10 minutes. Fluffy wanted to speak, but couldn't, so he just shook his head frantically. Yashi chuckled, but that's not for you to decide. It's my prerogative. Fluffy reached out a paw and grabbed Yashi's hand, looking at him pleadingly. Please, Yashi. Yashi was still furious about the wolf. The thought of you almost being eaten by that scoundrel puts me in a foul mood. I've been holding back for so long. Fluffy felt a chill. Holding back from what? Eating me? Yashi affectionately stroked Fluffy. I'll forgive Mimi, but you have to promise me something. You can't cry anywhere else, and especially not in front of anyone else. Fluffy looked at Yashi quizzically. But you said it wasn't me who decides when I cry. Yashi patiently explained. You can only cry when I make you cry, and only in front of me. Fluffy was completely baffled by his intentions, but Yashi smiled and extended a hand. For the sake of beauty, Fluffy was irritated. This is so annoying. He has such a nice smile, but says such terrifying things. Resigned, Fluffy extended a small paw to touch Yashi's index finger. You absolutely must keep this promise, Yashi suddenly suggested. From now on, so I can understand what you mean, we should establish some hand signals. Fluffy twitched his little ears. No one had ever been curious about his thoughts before. Yashi thought for a moment, then used his finger to lift Fluffy's left paw. From now on, if you're in danger, raise your left paw. Then he lifted the other one. And when you want to call me, raise your right paw. The rest you can figure out how to express on your own. Yashi withdrew his fingers. Let's practice. When you're in danger, Fluffy obediently raised his left paw. When you want to call me, Fluffy dutifully raised his right paw. Yashi wore a deeply satisfied expression. Fluffy was speechless. Why was he so happy about this? Good job. Yashi patted Fluffy's small head. Later that night, Fluffy quietly crept out from under the covers. Finally wore you down. Fluffy defiantly crawled over to Yashi and poked him, making sure he was fast asleep. Fluffy settled back onto the pillow. It's been too peaceful. I almost forgot. This is a place where ferocious beasts dwell. It's really dangerous for a little bunny like me to live here. After Yashi bit my neck last time, the hand I saw, it must have been my own. If I really can transform into a human, then Yashi's pheromones or his fangs must be the key. Fluffy encouraged himself. Today I have to try. He took 2 deep, nervous breaths and tremblingly extended his paw towards the Black Panther. Mr. Black Panther, please don't move. But before he could even touch him, he started crying from fear. So scary. I'm so scared. He rallied himself. Fluffy, you can do this. Slowly, he extended his paw into the Black Panther's mouth. Success. Now, if I just get him to bite me gently, I can... Before he could finish his thought, the Black Panther suddenly closed his mouth, enclosing Fluffy's paw. Fluffy strained but couldn't pull it free. Even more terrifying, the Black Panther started sucking on his paw. Fluffy was startled. Oh my God, are you sleepwalking? He kicked his legs against the Black Panther's face, still unable to free his paw. The Black Panther only sucked harder, making satisfied slurping sounds. Fluffy felt a wave of dread wash over him. He felt awful. The next day, Fluffy was incredibly excited. Carriages belonging to nobles from all the territories were arriving at Black Panther Peak. Fluffy watched from the window as the brightly dressed people below envied their beautiful clothes. Suddenly, a pink-clad man bowed to him. I am Schwartz, the clothing stylist from the Grace family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Fluffy. He was so dazzling that Fluffy could barely keep his eyes open. Schwartz was thrilled to see Fluffy. Such adorable paws, such clear eyes, truly beautiful, utterly breathtaking. Fluffy was shocked. This man had a powerful presence. Schwartz produced a large chest filled with exquisite little accessories. Master Fluffy is Yashi's dance partner tonight. Since it was a last-minute instruction, I only prepared a few small things. Fluffy was dumbfounded. This was considered a few small things? Schwartz began dressing Fluffy, first trying a cute little hat, then a small dress with wings, and a charming red crown. Schwartz was practically vibrating with excitement, constantly having Fluffy try on new accessories. Fluffy thought Yashi must have rocks in his head. Why else would he choose a rabbit as a dance partner? Mimi, seeing Fluffy's confusion, explained, Master Yashi said you would find it amusing. That's why he chose you as his partner. Fluffy's eyes widened as he looked at Mimi. Amusing? Honestly, don't you think that Black Panther is a bit off? Mimi tensed. Master Yashi wanted you to attend the ball. Schwartz chimed in helpfully. Our Grace family ball is quite the spectacular event. And if the adorable Master Rabbit attends, Schwartz chirped. It's sure to make the ball even more spectacular. I've even prepared a tailcoat especially for Master Yashi, but he doesn't seem very interested. Schwartz continued to chatter away for a good half hour. Fluffy was utterly speechless. He's probably not uninterested in the clothes, Fluffy thought, just in being anywhere near you. At last, Schwartz found the perfect accessories for Fluffy, a delicate little crown and an adorable bow tie. Even Mimey clapped her hands in delight. Schwartz suddenly announced, not only the Barefoot and Foxfoot families will be at the ball this time, but even nobles from the Hound clan will be attending. Fluffy's fur bristled. Shouldn't I make a run for it? He thought frantically. Just then, a familiar set of footsteps approached. Fluffy immediately played dead, looking like he hadn't eaten in 3 months. It was Yashi. Yashi cried out in mock despair. Every time I come near, Master Rabbit plays dead and ignores me. And I came all this way specifically to escort Master Rabbit to the ballroom. If you don't get up, Master Rabbit, I'll have to escort you with my mouth. With that, Yashi opened his jaws and lunged playfully towards Fluffy. Schwartz whispered to Mimey, has Master Yashi always enjoyed teasing Master Rabbit like this? Yes, Mimey replied, but today it's especially remarkable. Fluffy finally snapped. He kicked Yashi in the face. Stop it, you Black Panther. Yashi collapsed to the floor, clutching his face. Why are you so cruel to me? Yashi wailed dramatically. But judging by the speed and power of that kick, Master Rabbit definitely has the blood of a fighter flowing through his veins. Schwartz quickly replaced Fluffy's dislodged crown. Even an angry Master Rabbit is so cute, he exclaimed. Shut up, Fluffy yelled. Go away, all of you. He huddled in Yashi's pocket, surveying the mansion. Yashi snuck a glance at Fluffy, who glared back with such intensity. The look in his eyes was pure venom. Yashi, still feigning injury, whined to Yashi. Master Rabbit keeps glaring at me. Yashi, however, looked at Fluffy with excitement. Fluffy, glare at me too, he purred. Fluffy rolled his eyes. This panther is insane, he thought. Are all predators this weird? So handsome, yet such an idiot, Fluffy mused. Yashi suddenly asked, why did you choose Master Rabbit as your dance partner? Fluffy perked up his ears, eager to hear Yashi's answer. Having a dance partner means I don't have to dance with anyone else, Yashi replied. Fluffy looked at him with disdain. He's just using me as an excuse to be lazy. They entered the ballroom, where the nobles were already twirling in elegant dances. Fluffy gasped, covering his mouth with his paws. It's so magnificent, the attendant at the door announced. Master Yashi, accompanied by Master Rabbit, has arrived in the ballroom. Those within earshot were momentarily confused. Accompanied by Master Rabbit, they looked at Fluffy nestled in Yashi's pocket and realized that Master Rabbit was, in fact, a rabbit. Though undeniably cute, they wondered what a rabbit was doing in such a place. Being the center of attention made Fluffy nervous, and his head began to spin. The air was thick with the scent of predator pheromones, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, the matriarch approached him. Little one, she said, I heard you were almost eaten. I just returned from my trip and finally get to meet you. Fluffy extended a small paw. Thank you for your concern, madam. The matriarch happily extended her index finger and gently touched Fluffy's paw. It was a heartwarming scene, but Yashi, unexpectedly, seemed jealous even of his own mother. Mother, you're too close, he said. The matriarch didn't back down. I don't like being too close to you either, she retorted. She then turned back to Fluffy. Little one, she said, I had the head of the wolf that attacked you hung on the main gate. That should serve as a warning. Fluffy's fur stood on end. The wolf's head, on the main gate of the noble estate? The matriarch radiated an icy aura. If anyone dares to touch this rabbit, she declared, I won't be so lenient. Fluffy trembled. He was grateful, but terrified. Speaking of which, she continued, turning to Yashi, how could you let that wolf kill itself? Zest's handling of the situation was far too careless. Yashi countered. That wolf infiltrated Mother's own guard. Their gazes locked in a silent battle of wills. Fluffy, watching their argument, tilted his head. Do they not get along? He wondered. He nibbled on a leaf, increasingly convinced that Yashi wasn't quite right in the head. Yashi looked down at him. If you keep eating like that, he said, you'll become a fat little rabbit and break my pocket. Fluffy bristled. Be careful, or I'll bite you, he threatened. Suddenly, that nauseating feeling washed over him again. He was just about to ask Yashi to take him back when a red-haired woman approached Yashi. It's been a while. Fancy bringing a pet as your dance partner. You're still as charming as ever. Yashi ignored her, placing Fluffy into his pocket. Fluffy thought to himself, charming? Is she sure it's not because he's missing a few marbles? The The woman invited Yashi to visit her territory again. Yashi refused. He figured he'd just become a fox's prey if he went. The woman snorted, and Fluffy immediately sensed an incredibly strong aura. After the woman took her leave, Yashi actually let out a sigh of relief. He explained to the curious Fluffy that was someone from the Fox clan. Their territory practices polyandry. She already has 3,000 husbands. Fluffy was shocked. 3,000? That's insane. That awful dizzy feeling washed over him again. His heart pounded violently. He felt strange, a sharp pain coursing through his body. Yashi, seeing something was wrong with Fluffy, quickly asked him what was the matter. Fluffy felt terrible but couldn't express it. Yashi gently placed him on the ground. Fluffy suddenly bolted. He quickly darted through the dancing crowd. He didn't want to collapse in front of Yashi. He just wanted to find somewhere private to hide. Unable to bear it any longer, he ducked into a random room. Fluffy lay weakly on the floor, thinking that he had been able to hold on until that woman appeared. It must have been her potent pheromones. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the pain began to subside. He groggily opened his eyes and saw snow-white hair. He thought, "Mother and my little brother have such beautiful hair too." Then he noticed a hand. He tried moving it. "This is my hand." He looked down. "Are these human legs?" He pinched his cheek, misjudging the force. Ouch! Suddenly, he noticed a mirror, perfectly reflecting his entire body. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar body before him, hardly able to believe it. "Is this really me?" He reached out and touched the mirror. It was cold. He finally accepted that he had transformed into a human. A cold breeze swept through, and he shivered. He found a sheet and wrapped it around himself, hiding under a table. Not having fur really is a problem. "I get cold so easily." Fluffy tilted his head, wondering what to do. He'd been looking forward to this transformation for 18 years. He should be happy, but he was more worried about Yashi's reaction. What if he thinks I was lying to him? What if he stabs me with an arrow? "Master Yashi, how about I make you some spicy rabbit head?" "Sounds good. Bring it to me tomorrow morning." Fluffy shuddered, thinking about Yashi and Mimi. No, they absolutely cannot find out. Just then, the door opened. Fluffy startled. "Oh no, I forgot to close the door. What if it's Yashi?" The footsteps grew closer. Fluffy trembled. Having just transformed into a human, he ended up pinning a lion beneath him. The lion was so startled he was speechless, not knowing where to look. It turned out that while Fluffy was searching for a hiding place, he had been spotted by a lion who was bored. Everyone in the mansion was clamoring, searching for Fluffy. The lion thought that if that panther couldn't find his rabbit, he'd go berserk. So he decided to be charitable and help him out. He went to the door of the room Fluffy had entered. But after waiting for a while, Fluffy didn't come out. He went inside, but didn't see him. He looked under the only possible hiding spot, the table. "Come out. I know you're in there. Everyone's going crazy looking for you outside. Let's talk." Before he could finish, he was stunned by what he saw. His face flushed instantly. What is going on here? Fluffy, startled, fell. But he thought he couldn't let the lion leave and tell anyone. He reached out to grab the lion, accidentally pulling the table over with him. The lion cried out, "What are you doing?" With a crash, Fluffy pinned the lion to the floor. The lion rubbed the back of his head. He opened his eyes, about to speak, when he saw a breathtakingly innocent-looking rabbit sprawled on top of him. Fluffy wore only a sheet, his expression utterly pure. The lion's eyes widened. What in the world was going on? Blushing, he glanced around. "Who are you? Where's the rabbit? And could you put some clothes on?" Suddenly, something occurred to him. He reached out, took a strand of Fluffy's long hair, and brought it to his nose. "You're definitely not an ordinary rabbit. You're a rabbit beast man." Fluffy shook his head vehemently, thinking, "No, I'm not a rabbit beast man." Then it hit him. He was human now. Shouldn't he be able to speak? He tried to speak, but only a few squeaks came out. The lion smiled faintly. "Can't you talk?" With that, he playfully kissed Fluffy's hair. Fluffy's face flushed crimson. "That's because I've never spoken before." He snatched his hair back. "Do you think you can just talk, right, after transforming into a human?" "Stupid beast," he raged internally. But all that came out was "ah bah bah." He tried again and found he could speak. The words that tumbled out were, "I'm not a rabbit beast man." The lion stared at him, speechless. "What are you talking about?" Fluffy felt a wave of embarrassment. The first thing he said as a human was to deny his own nature. The lion leaned closer, sniffing. "You're covered in that Black Panther's pheromones, and you still say you're not a rabbit beast man?" Fluffy backed away as the lion encroached on his space, still insisting, "I'm not a rabbit beast man." The lion pressed him. Then how do you explain those distinctly rabbit beastman pupils? Fluffy blurted out, I'm half-blooded. The lion grinned. That still makes you a rabbit beastman, doesn't it? Fluffy ignored him, puzzling over what these beasts meant by scent. He sniffed himself, but couldn't smell anything. Could Yashi really have done something to me? He suddenly realized the lion was staring intently at him. Fluffy jumped, a shiver of fear running down his spine. This guy's a beast too. I need to be careful. Just then, the door burst open. The lion looked towards the entrance. He was met with Yashi's stunned face. For some reason, the lion felt a surge of nervousness. Yashi stalked in, his voice dripping with venom, his eyes blazing with fury. Iblin. The lion stumbled back, intimidated. What's he saying? Is he joking? Iblin and the guards shook their heads in unison. Absolutely not, sir. This is the clan leader's son. Yashi's voice was glacial. Call him. We can worry about that later. Iblin stammered. But we can't even shoot him with an arrow. Yashi snarled. Then shoot him with two? Fluffy finally understood. This lion was also a clan leader's son. Yashi snatched a sword and turned to the lion. Manny, having fun. The lion tried to salvage the situation. Yashi, wait. Yashi's smile was chilling. You dare steal my things in my own house. The lion was confused. My things? Something felt wrong. He quickly glanced at Fluffy. Fluffy was still fuming. What are you looking at? The next second, the lion scooped him up. Fluffy looked down at himself in bewilderment. I'm a rabbit again? When did that happen? As Fluffy and the lion stared at each other, Yashi's rage intensified. Sensing impending doom, Iblin quickly stepped in front of Yashi. But Yashi simply uttered the word move, and Iblin, drenched in cold sweat, immediately scrambled aside. The lion stammered, I really didn't. Why would I steal him? He looked at Fluffy. What are you doing? Panic flared in Fluffy. You can't tell them I can turn human. He lunged at the lion, head-butting him. Shut up, you idiot. The lion stared at him in astonishment. Fluffy glared back. If you tell them, you'll be sorry. The lion opened his mouth to speak, and Fluffy unleashed a flurry of kicks. Shut up. I said shut up. Suddenly, Yashi's voice cut through the chaos. Fluffy. Yashi positioned his sword behind the lion, the blade glinting menacingly. Good job. Kick him again. Fluffy looked back at Yashi. Yashi snatched Fluffy back from the lion. Give me back my rabbit. The lion, utterly defeated, whimpered. All right. Just take your sword away first. He was just about to explain to Yashi that he would never steal a rabbit when he realized the doorway was already packed with onlookers. Is this for real? The clan leader's son, a thief, and he kidnapped Master Rabbit. The lion stared blankly. Are they talking about me? He looked at the cold gazes of Mimi and Iblin, and then at Yashi, who looked absolutely livid. The lion began to wonder if he'd lost his voice. Fluffy glanced guiltily to the side. Oh dear, he thought. He's suddenly become a kidnapper. The next day, the lion walked listlessly outside. He ignored the people whispering and staring at him as he passed. Looking up at the sky, he sighed, no one's acting normal. Even the clan leader got involved because of that rabbit. He tearfully explained to the clan leader that he had only wanted to bring Fluffy back to the banquet. The memory of his lip, split open by Fluffy's kick, made him burst into tears again. Then he suddenly remembered the scent of pheromones he'd smelled on Fluffy yesterday. It had definitely belonged to a black panther. Anyone who caught a whiff would assume that arrogant creature had fallen in love. But that rabbit, he seemed to be trying to hide the fact that he was a beast man from Yashi. That's why he'd stopped him from speaking. Could Yashi not know that the rabbit is a beast man? He shook his head. He continued to ponder. The rabbit was strange too. A beast man who could maintain his animal form for so long. What is he hiding? Fluffy's face suddenly popped into his mind. He scratched his head in confusion. Why am I suddenly thinking about him? How strange. That evening, Yashi lay dejectedly draped over the arm of the sofa. You have disappointed me greatly. Fei finished speaking and let out a haughty huff. Fluffy was bewildered. What is he talking about now? Yashi asked Iblin to translate for him. Master Rabbit, Master Yashi says he's very upset that you're being difficult. Can you please relay the message properly? Yashi continued. How could you abandon your 5-step instability and try to run away with that lion? Iblin anxiously added. Compared to the Black Panther, do you prefer the lion, Master Rabbit? Yashi gritted his teeth. Explain yourself. Iblin, filled with trepidation, pleaded, please explain yourself. Master Rabbit, do you choose the lion or the Black Panther? Fluffy was utterly lost. What is going on? Yashi stood up and looked at Iblin. My last comment was directed at you. Iblin watched as Yashi gripped his sword, the knuckles on his hand turning white. Fluffy wore an "I knew this would happen" expression. Iblin immediately apologized. Yashi told him to leave. He bolted out of the room. After Iblin left, Yashi picked up Fluffy and looked at him thoughtfully. Fluffy was puzzled. What's he going to do now? Yashi spoke. It's normal for a lion to be curious about you. After all, I left my scent on you. Fluffy was confused. When had that happened? According to my understanding, he thought, I should transform into a human when I smell pheromones up close. But so far, aside from when Yashi bit my neck, I haven't smelled his pheromones again. Do I need a stronger pheromone stimulus to transform? He wriggled in Yashi's grasp. Can you please explain this to me? Yashi seemed to understand his confusion. You want to know why I did that? You're a beast man, so you occasionally emit pheromones. I used my own pheromones to mask yours. Fluffy covered his mouth in shock. What did he say? Yashi really doesn't want me to transform into a human, but I really want to fully transform. Fluffy remembered the clan leader saying he possessed remarkably potent pheromones, and Yashi couldn't get out of bed when they slept together. Perhaps, being of noble birth, I also possess those bloodline traits, the unique abilities of highborn beastmen. If I can just figure out how to access my pheromones, I can perfectly transform into a human, become a beastman. While Fluffy was diligently searching for his pheromones at the training grounds, Yashi and Iblin were on their way to find him. Master Yashi, I'm so heartbroken. You didn't tell me anything about Master Fluffy. It truly pains me deeply. Iblin, are you really that heartbroken? Yashi's words immediately put Iblin on alert. He stood at attention. Of course not. I was exaggerating. Yashi spotted Mimi and Fluffy. I believe I said not to go outside before the lion left. Mimi quickly apologized and explained. Master Fluffy said he wanted to use the training grounds. Fluffy adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. He unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling around his paws. Yashi stared dumbfounded. What's he doing? Iblin explained, I know. He must be cultivating. Judging from my experience being beaten up by him, Master Fluffy's accuracy, speed, and even the angle of his flying kicks are absolutely perfect. And last time, after Master Manny's whiskers were shaved, he couldn't even speak. This shows that Master Fluffy's fighting technique has reached an astonishing level. In the distance, Fluffy tumbled head over heels. Yashi was speechless. Then what's he doing now? Mommy noticed the Black Panther, Ashi, standing nearby. He's kept in the forest near the border. Why is he here? Yashi stroked Ashi's head. If Feifei wants a run, it's very difficult for ordinary people to catch him. Ashi, from now on, that rabbit is your master. You absolutely must not let him get hurt. Fluffy, still unaware of Yashi's arrival, squeezed his small paws with satisfaction. My pheromone levels feel like they've increased. At this rate, before he could finish his thought, a dark shadow loomed over him. He turned around, startled. A black panther, countless times larger than himself, stood behind him. Fluffy's face paled. What's going on? Where did a black panther come from in Valerai? The panther opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Fluffy froze, wanting to run, but his legs refused to obey. Tears welled up in Fluffy's eyes. I finally escaped the wolf's jaws, and now I'm going to be eaten by a panther. He couldn't bear to look, squeezing his eyes shut and waving his paws, trying to shoo it away. To his surprise, the panther obediently sat down. Fluffy cautiously opened one eye. What's going on? As Fluffy stared in bewilderment, the panther suddenly darted out its tongue and licked his face. Fluffy first stood on end. He yelped and fainted. When he woke up, he was in Mimi's arms. She told him the panther's name was Ashi and that he would be responsible for Fluffy's safety from now on. Fluffy was still terrified. A Black Panther bodyguard for a rabbit? He immediately turned and saw Yashi and Iblin. Only you two would do something like this. But what's with the open arms? Yashi looked disappointed. I thought Feifei would jump into my arms. Fluffy gave him a disgusted look. Why would I jump into your arms? You should reflect on your actions. Iblin put on a heartbroken expression. Have I become even lonelier because of Master Fluffy? Fluffy, exasperated, glared at him. Just shut up. Yashi stepped closer. Feifei, I'm in a bad mood. You can only look at me with that kind of look. Fluffy was utterly speechless. What kind of look do you want me to give you? This disgusted look. Yashi suddenly asked, why are his pheromones so strong? Fluffy wondered, could it be that my practice is working? Yashi scooped Fluffy up and brought him close to his mouth. Don't move. I'll hide you. Fluffy quickly blocked Yashi's mouth with his his foot. He wants to bite my neck again. Absolutely not. Last time I was bitten, I turned into a human. He absolutely cannot find out. Yashi admonished. I told you, you can't let other people find out you're Beast Man. Fluffy cried out. I know. I'll be careful. Please don't bite me. Seeing Fluffy's distress, Yashi called out to Ashi. Then, in a soft voice, he said, choose. Ashi's mouth or mine. Fluffy glared at the detestable predator. Threatening me again. A rabbit under the eaves has to bow its head. He reluctantly exposed his neck. Later that night, Fluffy woke up feeling something heavy pressing against him. He reached out to push it away and discovered he had transformed back into his human form. Yashi was lying opposite him, holding him tightly. He felt suffocated, pinned beneath the weight. He struggled, a flurry of movement, and finally wriggled free from the embrace. But before he could gather his wits, he saw ACI staring right at him. Tutu froze, rigid. Had the Black Panther sensed a stranger? But then Assie's head began to loll. The Black Panther had actually fallen asleep with his eyes open. Tutu started to get out of bed, but realized he was being held by Yashi. Panic flared. Oh no, he was awake, and Tutu wasn't wearing any clothes. Yashi nuzzled against him. Tutu's face flushed crimson. This was far too close. He squirmed with embarrassment, but Yashi didn't say a word. Tutu looked at Yashi, puzzled. Wasn't he surprised that Tutu was in human form? He whispered Yashi's name a couple of times, but got no response. He reached out and patted Yashi's cheek. He was deeply asleep. Tutu glanced at the sleeping Black Panther, still sitting upright. He felt the active pheromones within him. Could this be the power of his pheromones? The ability to make those around him fall asleep? What a boring ability. But just then, ACI suddenly woke up. ACI swayed as he walked towards him. Tutu quickly hushed him, and ACI obediently sat down. He must have recognized Tutu by his scent. Tutu carefully eased himself out of Yashi's embrace and quietly slipped off the bed. Still unaccustomed to his human body, he stumbled and fell. He looked up at ACI and laughed. I'm okay. He chuckled. ACI picked up a blanket and draped it over him. A wave of warmth washed over Tutu. I've been avoiding you, but no matter what I become, you're always so kind to me. He hugged ACI joyfully. I like you so much, ACI. When morning came, Yashi woke up and stretched. He hadn't slept so soundly in ages. I must have been affected by Fei-Fei's pheromones. He looked over to where Tutu usually slept, but he wasn't there. Yashi looked around and found the rabbit sleeping soundly, nestled against ACI, even letting out adorable little snores. Yashi chuckled. ACI, you brought Fei-Fei over here, didn't you? You think he's amazing too, right? ACI tilted his head, clearly not understanding. Yashi continued. I never would have thought a little rabbit could be so captivating. Suddenly, he noticed two long hairs on the bed. He picked them up and examined them. He looked at the sleeping rabbit. Could these be Fei-Fei's? Tutu was dreaming he was flying in the sky. Flying felt so wonderful. But then, a clap of thunder echoed through the sky. A demonic voice pierced his ears. Eat, eat. If you don't wake up, I'll eat you. Tutu's eyes snapped open to see Yashi staring at him. He jumped, startled. It had all been a dream. Yashi asked, why were you sleeping on the floor? Did ACI drag you down there? Tutu was about to explain that he had gone down on his own, but judging by Yashi's expression, he clearly didn't remember anything from last night. He glanced at ACI, who was yawning. Sorry, ACI. He nodded. Yes, ACI dragged me down. Yashi gave Tutu a knowing look. Is that so? Then ACI must be punished. Tutu's eyes widened. Punished? For something so trivial? Yashi shook his head. From now on, ACI will sleep in Yberlin's room. Tutu gasped. That was too cruel. He looked at ACI, who was still looking adorable. He felt a pang of sorrow. This is no time to be cute. You're going to have to sleep with Yberlin, that demon. Tutu tugged on Yashi's arm. Don't be so cruel. Please reconsider. But as he looked at Yashi, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Yashi's half-dressed state was making him blush. What was this shameless beast thinking? Didn't he know that rabbits could also become beasts? Shameless, indecent beast. Yashi chuckled, amused by Tutu's reaction. So, you like it when I do this? I'm sorry, I didn't know before. Should I take the other one off too? Tutu squeezed his eyes shut, determined not to be tricked again. This has to be one of the devil's tricks. drugs, he thought, referring to Fei Fei. But Yashi's voice continued. Tutu cautiously opened one eye, only to be met with Yiberlin's gaping maw. Tutu yelped, startled. A thud followed by a pained cry echoed through the air. Due to a large influx of unidentified drugs from the Wolf Clan's territory into the Lion and Black Panther territories, Lion and Yashi were in a meeting. However, Yashi's palpable aura of hostility made the atmosphere incredibly tense. Lion glanced surreptitiously at Black Panther, then noticed something in Yiberlin's eyes. He quietly asked him what was wrong. Suddenly, Yiberlin appeared beside him. I was beaten by a martial artist. That martial artist has reached an unparalleled realm. I've been struggling against them recently. Lion swallowed. Is this person famous? Yiberlin looked at him earnestly. They're a master of the cinematic arts. Lion's assistant shifted uncomfortably. Why are you so close to me? Yiberlin replied. I thought it might be nice for us to switch places occasionally. Look behind me. I feel like my life is in danger. The assistant ignored him completely. You won't live past today anyway. Yiberlin retorted, You're mistaken. I greet the rising sun every day, an honest beast man. I am. Lion-eyed Yashi curiously. Which fool has provoked this Black Panther again? He wondered. To his surprise, Yashi called out to him. Yiberlin and the assistant, who had been playfully bickering, immediately snapped to attention. Yashi glared icily at Lion. Did anything unusual happen at the ball? Lion thought of the disheveled girl who had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a rabbit, seemingly intent on hiding his beastman identity from Yashi. Could Yashi really not know that the rabbit was a beastman? He feigned confusion. Anything unusual? Not at all. Yashi relaxed, hearing this, and chuckled. Well, what could I expect from a lazy lion? Are you looking for a fight, you inconsiderate Black Panther? The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly plummeted. The attendees murmured amongst themselves. What's with them again? Looks like today's meeting is a bust. Sensing the shift in mood, Yiberlin quickly intervened. I implore you both to consider your respective positions and status. All the territories are currently coexisting peacefully. Only you two are still at odds, and you're not even cats and mice. The others nodded approvingly, as expected of Lord Yiberlin. Well said. However, Yashi and Lion both turned to Yiberlin in unison. Shut up. Yiberlin's smile vanished, and he retreated so quickly he left an afterimage. It was as if nothing had happened. The others, who had just been moved by his words, were speechless. Ashi was rolling around on the ground. Yashi asked curiously, Is he poisoned? Tutu quickly intervened. Of course not. He's just asleep, affected by my pheromones. Seeing how protective Tutu was of Ashi, Yashi felt a pang of jealousy. Will you protect me like that too? Tutu scoffed. That pitiful look doesn't suit you at all. Yashi, despite being scorned, seemed pleased. Let's go. Ashi, you come too, Yashi added. Tutu looked confused. Where are we going? It's not to the temple, is it? Yashi scooped Tutu up. No, not the temple. Don't worry. Maybe Fei Fei can help. Tutu tilted his head, puzzled. What help could a rabbit like me possibly offer? Inside the carriage, Tutu sat stiffly beside Yashi. Yiberlin, sitting opposite them, cheerfully reached out. Master Rabbit, it's been a while since you've been out, hasn't it? Come into my arms. Get lost, Yiberlin, Tutu snapped. Ashi swatted Yiberlin's hand away with his tail. Yiberlin rubbed his reddened hand. Master Ashi, that's too cruel. I bring you late-night snacks every night, and you're still so heartless. I'm so heartbroken. Heartbroken, my foot, Tutu thought, stroking Ashi's head and glaring at Yiberlin. You're so glib, you could talk your way out of drowning. By the way, Your Highness, isn't this trip a little dangerous? We're going to Eldris with such a small group. Rabbit shivered at the mention of the name. Eldris sounds dangerous. Yashi said it would be fine, Yashi said. The smelly rabbit tumbled around on his cushion. Annoyed, Rabbit nipped Yashi's finger. Stop it, that tickles. Yashi laughed. I just don't want to be away from Fifi for too long. Plus, there's that annoying lion back at the manor. You've been following His Highness around constantly lately. You got a bad. Rabbit thought back and realized Yashi had indeed been very clingy. This beast is obsessed with the rabbit, Ibulin concluded. He's probably suffering from rabbit addiction syndrome. Yashi rolled his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Give me the report. Ibulin snapped to attention and relayed the information he'd gathered. Yashi decided, we'll capture one of the drug traffickers and interrogate them. Rabbit looked left and right. What drugs? You know it's dangerous, and you're still going? And what can a little rabbit like me do in such a dangerous situation? Yashi ignored him, staring out the window. Quite a few, actually. Rabbit waved his little paws anxiously. Don't just stare outside. Answer me. But Yashi scooped him up and held him close. The moving carriage came to a sudden halt. A group of wolf beastmen appeared, surrounding them. The Black Panther prince, who should have been protected, stepped out of the carriage to confront the enemy, while the guards obediently stayed inside. Rabbit stared, bewildered. He looked at Yashi, standing outside, then back at the three beastmen sitting calmly inside the carriage. What's going on? Why is Yashi the only one outside? Suddenly, an arrow shot past, landing at Yashi's feet. Yashi swiftly closed the carriage doors and windows. Just then, several more arrows flew straight towards him. Rabbit gasped. Yashi's in danger. Yashi, watching the incoming arrows, smiled faintly. With a single stroke of his sword, he deflected all the arrows. He turned back to Rabbit. Fifi, sit still. Don't argue with Ibulin. Rabbit stretched out a small paw towards him. Is this a time for jokes? Ibulin reassured him. Your Highness, this is a common occurrence. Don't worry. The Clangpatio will be over soon. Rabbit frowned at Ibulin. Clangpatio, can you speak properly? Oh, right, you're not human. One of the guards explained for Ibulin. For Master Yashi, killing wolves and assassins is a regular thing. Master Yashi's pheromones are very powerful. He can easily overpower his opponents. If we were out there, we would be affected and just get in the way. Rabbit then realized just how strong the Black Panther was. The guard continued, overcome with emotion. He even considers the lives of his lowly guards. Master Yashi is truly benevolent. Rabbit rolled his eyes. Laying out a bit thick, aren't you? He probably just sent you away because you're a nuisance. Just then, the carriage window shattered. Yashi's pheromones flooded the carriage through the broken window. Rabbit covered his mouth, trying to block the air. My body's weak. If I inhale his pheromones, I might shift into my human form. Not now. I can't transform here. Ibulin saw a rabbit trembling and curled up. Your Highness, what's wrong? It's just a broken window. Don't worry. It will be over soon. Don't worry too much about the pheromones. Inhaling this amount shouldn't cause too much harm. Rabbit's heart pounded. That's easy for you to say. Tears welled up in his eyes. Unable to hold his breath any longer, he opened his mouth to breathe. Yashi's pheromones immediately took effect. He felt himself on the verge of transforming. Ash suddenly looked up, as if sensing something. Rabbit looked at Ash. Ash reacted instantly, scooping Rabbit up in his mouth and dashing out. Ibulin called after him. But Ash ignored him, running swiftly into the forest. Held in Ash's mouth, Rabbit felt dizzy and nearly vomited. He felt terrible. Ash carried him to an abandoned house. Tutu had just started to worry about wandering so far from the carriage, wondering if it was dangerous, when two men burst in. Their tawny eyes marked them as the wolf beastmen who had been lying in wait. They had fled here to escape Yashi, only to stumble upon Tutu and Ashur. Tutu trembled, bracing himself. He knew Ashur was a powerful beast, but taking on two opponents at once would be a difficult fight. The wolf beastmen, seeing Tutu's near collapse, decided to silence him for good, lest he make any noise that might attract the attention of that madman, Yashi. Tutu panicked as they moved to attack. What am I going to do? At that moment, the Black Panther finally saw Tutu in his human form. But it was as if he already knew Tutu, calling out his name without hesitation. Just moments before, Tutu and Ashur had been discovered by the wolf beastmen, who intended to kill them. Ashur let out a low growl. Seizing the opportunity before they could draw their weapons, he lunged at them. One of the wolf beastmen blocked Ashur's potentially fatal blow with his arm. Tutu watched Ashur grapple with the wolf beastman, his heart in his throat. Stop, Ashur. You'll be killed. Please, he pleaded internally. With a cruel laugh from one of the wolf beastmen, Ashur collapsed into a pool of blood. No, Tutu screamed in his mind. A powerful wave of pheromones erupted from him. The wolf beastman, about to deliver the final blow to Ashur, stopped abruptly. A searing pain shot through his head, his thoughts turning sluggish. Ashur seized this chance, sinking his teeth into the wolf beastman's neck. Two screams pierced the air, and then both men and the beast lay still on the ground. Tutu scrambled to his feet. Ashur, open your eyes. Look at me. He stumbled and fell, crawling towards Ashur, his body trembling. Why am I a rabbit? Why don't I have any power? Why can't I do anything to help? Ashur, please wake up. Tutu's body began to shift, becoming rounder. He threw his arms around Ashur. Ashur, please open your eyes. You can't die. Looking at the blood on his hands, Tutu was consumed by guilt. Why am I only changing into my human form now? Stupid Fei. What good is practicing with pheromones if I can't even help Ashur when he's fighting for his life? It's my fault he's like this. Just as he was about to go for help, someone else entered the room. Tutu's heart leaped. Were there more wolf beastmen? But this time it was Yashi. Yashi's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Tutu cradling the dying Ashur, staring back at him with tears streaming down his face. Yashi didn't seem surprised. In fact, he acted as if he already knew Tutu was Fei. He let out a small, pained sound. Fei. Immediately after Ashur had carried Tutu out of the carriage, Ibu Lin had found Yashi. Learning that the carriage window had been broken and that Ashur had run off with Tutu, Yashi immediately left the remaining enemies to Ibu Lin and rushed off in pursuit of Ashur. He was anxious. Tutu had exhibited 4 strange behaviors so far. The first time was when he came into contact with the lion's pheromones. I bit him, and then we both fell unconscious. The second time was at the ball. He was stimulated by the fox tribe's pheromones and ran off to hide. When I found him, he was with the lion he usually detests, and he even kicked me. The third time was when I tried to hide Fei's pheromones by biting his neck. That day, I was affected by his pheromones and passed out. When I woke up, I found a stranger's hair in my bed. The fourth time is now. These incidents all have one thing in common. They all occurred when Fei was exposed to the pheromones of others. He opened the door and saw Fei, the woman with violet eyes, white hair, and the scent of his pheromones. Fei, how can I not recognize you? Ashur, wounded protecting Tutu, trembled, blood flowing steadily from his wounds. Yashi draped his own clothes over Tutu, then examined Ashur's injuries. The wounds were deep. Even if they found a doctor now, it would likely be too late. Tutu's tears flowed uncontrollably. How could this happen? He's dying because he saved me. I don't want to lose you. Tutu, overwhelmed with emotion, clung to Ashur. A powerful wave of pheromones erupted from him, so intense it even seemed to make Yashi look more handsome. Ashur, who had been in so much pain just moments before, gradually relaxed. Tutu, still lost in his grief, remained oblivious to this change. Yashi gently took hold of Tutu's arm, urging him to calm down. He tenderly wiped the tears from Tutu's face. He then encouraged Tutu to take a closer look at Ashur's wound. Tutu tilted his head, puzzled. The wound was gone. He could hardly believe his eyes. The grievous injury from just moments ago had vanished as if it had never existed. Moreover, Ashur was now snoring softly, sleeping soundly. Tutu and Yashi exchanged bewildered glances. Tutu nudged Ashur. Hey, are you really asleep? Relief washed over Tutu. Thank goodness. But how did the wound disappear? Could it be Yashi's ability? He was about to ask Yashi when he noticed Yashi staring at him with a cold expression. A flicker of panic rose in Tutu. Duh, Yashi. Yashi's voice was icy. Who are you? Confusion clouded Tutu's features. Asking who I am? You just call me Fei. Yashi's eyes widened. He unleashed a predatory aura, terrifying Tutu to the point of tears. Tutu stammered, I'm Fei. Yashi burst into laughter, his whole body shaking. Tutu realized he'd been teased. His face flushed crimson. Yashi swept him up into his arms. We have a lot to talk about, Yashi said. Tutu's mind raced. A lot to talk about? Is he going to interrogate me? Fear mounting, Tutu decided to make a run for it. But a sudden tightness in his chest stopped him. He gasped, unable to breathe. Yashi quickly told him not to panic and to take deep breaths. He explained that Tutu hadn't learned to control his pheromones, and the sudden release had overwhelmed his system. He needed to adjust slowly. Tutu tried to regain control, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He whimpered, It hurts so much. What should I do? Yashi took his hand. I'll help you. He leaned in close. Wait, why was he getting so close? Tutu quickly covered Yashi's mouth. No, it's okay. You don't have to help me. Yashi chuckled softly. If I help you, you won't feel so bad. Otherwise, if this continues, you'll be in danger. Tutu stopped resisting. Yashi moved closer, nuzzling Tutu's neck and gently bit down. Tutu felt Yashi's pheromones calming his own. The pain subsided, and his breathing returned to normal. Yashi released him. You can breathe now. He drew Tutu's head to his shoulder, gently patting his back. How are you feeling? Better? A sudden knock startled them. The female guard, Mi Ao, burst through the door. Lord Gallanfe, are you here? She froze, seeing Tutu in Yashi's arms. Her body stiffened. "Ooh, who is this?" Yashi's voice was cold. "Miao, close the door. No one is allowed in." He turned to Tutu with concern. "How are you? Does it hurt where I bit you?" Tutu blushed. "You're too close." He thought to himself, "This dumb beast. I'm dressed like this, and he's still clinging to me." Suddenly, Ibu Lin's voice called from outside. "Lord Yashi, are you and Master Tutu all right?" Yashi started to say that Tutu was fine, but then he saw Tutu pouting and pointing at his own neck. Yashi almost choked with laughter. He amended his reply. "He's all right." Ibu Lin's voice was laced with panic. "Just all right? Could you be more specific?" Yashi told him to back off. Tutu looked as if he might bite him at any moment. Tutu giggled. Ibu Lin was so funny. Yashi looked at him with affection and pulled him close. Tutu rested their head on Yashi's shoulder. Hearing Evelyn's voice, they felt less tense and very sleepy. Yashi looked at Tutu. "Let me ask you, this isn't your first time shifting into human form, is it?" Tutu, eyes already closed with drowsiness, was carried out of the room by Yashi. Tutu slept soundly in Yashi's arms. Evelyn, curious, asked Yashi if they could be told what had happened. Yashi chuckled. "No way." Evelyn's gossip fire was already burning brightly. "Why did you make us close the carriage doors and windows? What exactly happened in there?" The guard, equally curious, looked at Yashi. Yashi immediately shot him a look that clearly said, "Don't ask." The guard nodded repeatedly, intimidated. Yashi looked down at Tutu in their arms, a sweet smile playing on their lips. When Tutu woke up, they found themselves in Idruza's inn. They had changed back into a rabbit. Yashi was out, so they had temporarily escaped further questioning. The only downside was that annoying persimmon person. He was happily rubbing himself against ACI. The persimmon person suddenly looked at Tutu. "Let's chat, but we can't really talk like this. Why don't you change back to your original form?" Tutu shook their head, indicating that changing into a human wasn't something they could do at will. But the lion misunderstood. "Refusing? Are you still hiding your human form? Why are you hiding it? Do you have some ulterior motive? Are you trying to steal Grayskull's secrets?" He picked Tutu up. "Though, what could a little thing like you even do?" Tutu struggled. "Little thing? How rude." The lion held Tutu up to his nose and sniffed. "You reek of that Black Panther. Where are you two hiding?" Hearing this, Tutu thought of Yashi. It seemed they really didn't want anyone to know about their human form. Suddenly, the lion made a gesture for silence. He looked down at the floor below. Two guild employees were furtively exchanging something. One of them handed a vial to the other. Tutu instantly realized this might be the medicine they were investigating. But the people downstairs spotted them. The lion grinned. "They look suspicious. Let's grab them first." With that, he jumped down, startling Tutu with a yelp. The lion looked at the two people. Well, if it isn't our hound friend. Now what to do? How about we knock them out first?" Tutu, finally recovering from the shock, said, "You scared me, jumping down like that. And are you going to try and kick me again?" The lion reached for his hip, then realized with embarrassment that he'd forgotten his equipment. He gave an awkward chuckle. "My righteous friends, would you mind handing over what you have there?" The two men nodded to each other and threw punches at the lion. The lion didn't take them seriously in the slightest. With a casual elbow, he knocked one down. The other immediately ran. The lion looked at him. "Where do you think you're going?" The hound beast man on the ground pulled out a vial and threw it at the lion. The lion quickly turned and shielded Tutu in his arms. The vial exploded behind him, covering him in powder. The lion stumbled and fell, swaying. Tutu struggled out from under the lion's clothes and was shocked to find he had reverted to his original lion form. Tutu broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my God!" Meanwhile, Yashi and Evelyn were discussing the next steps in their investigation. But as they talked, the conversation drifted to Tutu. Yashi sighed. "I've been with Fifi for months now, but they're still so afraid of me." Evelyn put on a melancholic expression. To be precise, Master Rabbit dislikes the commander. Because Master Yashi is inherently disliked, Master Rabbit relies so heavily on me. Yashi was taken aback by his audacity. "That's your delusion." Just then, a rabbit zipped past them. Then a lion and a black panther ran by. The two were stunned. Did we just see something strange? Is there an animal farm nearby, or something? Suddenly, the door burst open and the lion's second-in-command rushed out. "Hurry, chase them. We'll lose them." Yashi and Iblin exchanged awkward glances. "Hurry," Iblin urged. "The guard will report it. Lord Rabbit is bravely chasing a suspicious individual." But Yashi had a different theory. Bunny must be scared of the lion. That's why he's running. The three of them split up to search for Bunny and the lion. Yashi, usually so composed, was unusually anxious this time. Meanwhile, Bunny had been cornered by the lion. The lion opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Terrified, Bunny wailed, "Someone save Fei Fei." Then, with a plop, he fainted. The lion lay down beside him, thinking, "You really are scared, huh? I'm exhausted chasing you." Bunny glared at him. "Whose fault is that? You big dummy." Just then, Yashi appeared behind the lion. "Finally found you." He picked up Bunny. Bunny's paws and feet were injured. "Why did you run so desperately?" Bunny pathetically held up a small paw to Yashi. "Look, it hurts." Suddenly remembering something, he offered his paw to Yashi. "Like you healed Ashi, heal me." Yashi smiled. "I'll heal you when we get back." Then, he playfully grabbed the lion's mane. "By the way, this is the first time I've seen your true form, isn't it? I didn't know you had a hobby of playing hide-and-seek with rabbits." The lion felt wronged. "It's not like I wanted this." He frantically waved his large paws, trying to explain that he was chasing a suspicious person, got dusted with powder, and reverted to his original form. But Yashi didn't understand his frantic gestures, wearing a look of pity. "Have you finally lost it?" "Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later." The lion moaned and rolled around in frustration. Bunny looked at him sympathetically. "I understand you." Suddenly, Yashi tucked Bunny into his pocket. The lion turned to look as well. They were surrounded. "Come with us." Bunny noticed the person they had been chasing was among them. Before they could react, one of the men placed a blade against Yashi's neck. Bunny felt a pang of sympathy for these guys. They dared to provoke this lunatic? "You've really messed up now." But then he noticed Yashi's eyes had turned blue. The men laughed. "Judging by your eye color, you're a fox or a cat, right? You'd best not resist." Yashi obediently raised his hands. "Please spare my life," he pleaded, so dramatically that the lion almost swallowed Bunny whole in surprise. Bunny stared at Yashi in disbelief. "Who are you?" A blond man, eyes sparkling, looked at Bunny. "Hey there, cutie." Goosebumps erupted on Bunny's skin. "Cutie." The man pulled out a giant carrot. "Here, have this." Bunny stared blankly at the carrot, which was bigger than he was. The bound lion and Yashi burst out laughing. Another man called the blonde away. The blonde gave Bunny a reluctant look and followed. The remaining group stared at each other. Bunny huffed. "I don't want a carrot. Let me out." Yashi looked at the lion. "The drug we're investigating must be connected to them. Can't you change back?" The lion nodded in confirmation. Yashi scoffed. "You're really useless, aren't you, stupid lion?" The lion wanted to retort, but couldn't speak, only managing a series of grunts. With a casual twist, Yashi broke free of his ropes. Then he called Bunny over. The lion thrashed his tail against the ground frantically. "Untie me! Hurry up and untie me!" Bunny pointed at his own eyes and asked why they had changed color. Yashi explained that he had taken the Hu clan's special medicine. The red color would arouse their suspicion. It would wear off in a few hours. Bunny nodded in understanding. The poor lion was beside himself with anxiety. Opening his mouth, he let out a bark. His pathetic appearance prompted Yashi to untie him. Yashi patted his head. "You're such a nuisance." After freeing the lion, Yashi prepared to take them to meet up with Iblin, but Bunny started sneezing uncontrollably. Yashi picked him up and asked what was wrong, only to see that Bunny's feet were somehow covered in powder. Yashi quickly asked him if he felt anything unusual, avoiding any mention of the inhaled drug. Tutu felt a wave of dizziness. He felt nauseous. "Am I about to shift into my human form?" he wondered. Tutu abruptly raised his left paw, signaling his imminent crisis. Yashi immediately understood. "Sorry, Manny," he said. "Change of plans. The drug issue will have to wait. We need to get out of here. You're on your own. Try not to die." "No, wait, scratch that. Just try to die, actually." The lion, Manny, was stunned. "What did you say?" Yashi kicked the solid iron door clean off its hinges. The guards outside were shocked. "How did he do that?" Yashi offered a slight smile. With two resounding clangs, he knocked the guards unconscious. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Reston were still unaware of Yashi and Tutu's capture. They discovered a beastman corpse by the roadside, seemingly dead from drug poisoning. Evelyn asked Reston to check the corpse's pheromones. Reston found them incredibly chaotic, confirming the suspicion of drug poisoning. Evelyn said dryly, "You can let go now, unless you want your own pheromones disrupted." Reston recoiled in shock. "That sneaky bastard. He knew it was dangerous, and still made me touch the body." "Evelyn, are you really getting more insidious with age?" Evelyn turned back, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. "Just kidding. Yashi pulled Tutu into a wardrobe. How long after pheromone stimulation does it take for you to shift into human form? Tutu looked at Yashi. He knew all along, he thought. That's why he brought me here. Seeing Tutu's silence, Yashi poked his little nose. We can't stay hidden in here forever. Tutu flapped his small paws. The timing is always unpredictable. I don't know, but Yashi couldn't understand him at all. Tutu thought sadly, if only Yashi could read minds. Suddenly, the door opened. What? Even the lion escaped? Damn it. If the president finds out, we'll be punished. Tutu panicked. They're coming in. A figure approached the wardrobe and abruptly threw it open. It was the blonde-haired man who had given Tutu the large carrot earlier. He hesitated, seeing Tutu's startled expression. Yashi raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, he whispered to the gorilla. Tutu recognized him too and immediately put on a charming, innocent act. Please pretend you didn't see anything, he pleaded silently. The blonde man hesitated. Shouts came from outside the room. Once you find them, kill them all. Lear, have you found anything? The blonde man closed the wardrobe door. Nothing here. Yashi watched him leave. He mused. A gorilla who likes rabbits. Doesn't quite fit his image. Tutu was speechless. How do you know he's a gorilla? He just looks a bit like one. Yashi prepared to take Tutu out to assess the situation. But just then, Tutu shifted. He landed on top of Yashi. He hesitated for a moment, then offered a greeting. Hello. 30 seconds passed. Then a minute. Tutu was speechless, his face flushed. Yashi, are you ignoring me? Yashi laughed. Feifei, your eyes are so big. Tutu was slightly annoyed. I'm not used to managing human facial expressions yet, but he insisted, my eyes have always been like this. Yashi chuckled. Next time you're about to shift, you should give me a warning. Like if you feel it coming on, do a little dance. Tutu was confused. A dance? Like a circle dance? Yashi explained. Imagine if Asher suddenly turned human right in front of you. How would you feel? Tutu thought about it and broke out in a cold sweat. I'd be pretty freaked out. Yashi picked up a strand of Tutu's hair. That's how I feel right now. After all, the ferocious little bunny suddenly turned into a person. Tutu thought to himself, I'm not ferocious. Aloud, he said, okay, I'll dance next time. But then he realized something. Dance? Why dance? I could do something else. Why dancing? That's so embarrassing. Yashi saw Tutu look up and quickly put a hand behind his head to protect it. Tutu felt a surge of fear. I forgot we were in a wardrobe. He almost hit his head. Thank you, he murmured, then noticed his hand resting on Yashi's chest. They were so close. The air in the wardrobe felt strangely charged. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Ash, the oblivious ironclad heterosexual, said, Fifi, you were just looking at me, with a creepy stare. A wave of guilt washed over Tutu. I wasn't. You're lying. Ash looked at him. Really? Tutu nodded emphatically. Of course, he declared, while inwardly thinking, why are this beast's instincts so sharp sometimes? Just then, footsteps approached again. Tutu quickly clapped a hand over Ash's mouth. Two voices drifted to them from outside the wardrobe. More intruders. We should hurry over there. Tutu figured the intruders they were talking about were probably Iblin and the others. He turned to Ash, only to realize his hand was still covering the other man's mouth. Startled, he quickly pulled his hand away. Oh my god, I touched the beast's mouth. What if he bites me? Ash stared blankly. What's wrong with him? Since the people outside hadn't gone far, Tutu rode on Ash's hand. Let's go back. Ash rode back. Back where? Tutu wanted to go home, but he didn't know if Grace's mansion could really be considered his home. Ash had once said he was glad Tutu was a rabbit, because it would be difficult if he were human. If I'm no longer a rabbit, what will he do? If I'm useless, will he abandon me? I don't want to be abandoned again. Seeing the distress on Tutu's face, Ash quickly asked, what's wrong? Tutu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He collapsed against Ash. His consciousness began to fade. The pheromones within him were spiraling out of control. The lion roared. That damn Ash. When I return to my true form, I'll tear him to shreds. Then, with another roar, he charged off to hunt down his enemies. The lion's second in command, panicked, rushed after him, but in the wrong direction. Iblin sighed. Life is always full of unpleasant surprises. Just then, they saw Ash appear in a second-story window, holding a white bundle in his arms. He jumped lightly to the ground and looked down at the unconscious Tutu in his arms. Iblin, seeing Tutu, was puzzled. A woman? Who is she? Ash asked Iblin. Where's the carriage? They had come in a hurry and hadn't brought a carriage. Iblin was worried. Master Ash seems to be in a very bad mood. Ash turned to the blonde-haired man beside him. Take me to the nearest hospital. The blonde man stared, stunned, at the bundle in Ash's arms. He had been holding a small rabbit before. How had it turned into a woman? Seeing him hesitate, Ash released a powerful wave of pheromones. Hurry, there's no time. The blonde man trembled. If I refuse, I'll die. With a flash of golden light, he transformed into a white horse. Ash mounted him, still holding Tutu. Iblin, find your own way to follow. With that, he galloped away. Iblin stood dumbfounded. What in the world is going on? He turned to Ashur. Master Ashur, let's go too. But Ashur, who had been there a moment before, was already gone. Iblin chuckled. How can I possibly catch up to a horse on 2 legs? Then, he too transformed into a Black Panther. Scooping up his discarded clothes in his mouth, he gave chase. The lion, now back in human form, was still fuming. That damned Ash, that hateful cat. I'm so furious. That bastard nearly made me a naked pervert in the wilderness. Just thinking about it makes my teeth grind. His second-in-command asked him why he had transformed. The lion explained that drug forcibly activates pheromones. His pheromones triggered a defense mechanism to expel it, but he still felt something was off about Tutu's scent. It was like butter, or maybe toasted bread. His second-in-command touched the lion's forehead. Forgive my rudeness, but you don't have a fever. Why are you starting to talk nonsense like Iblin? The lion swatted his hand away. That's a bit much, don't you think? His second-in-command reminded him, we're here as invited guests. If we clash with Master Ash and damage the Alliance. The adjutant thought about Lion scaring Jay. I'm so scared. He'll definitely slap me first, then ask me about the leader of the farmers. Lion was speechless. Just because you're afraid of Jay, you want me to put up with Ashy? Do you know how that guy treats a delicate, defenseless lion like me? The adjutant glanced at the harsh surroundings. You have the nerve to call yourself delicate? Black Panther kissed Rabbit all night, just to ease his pain. Rabbit didn't want to leave Black Panther, and Black Panther didn't want Rabbit to leave either. But neither of them knew the other's feelings. Rabbit thought Black Panther didn't want him to shift into his human form, while Black Panther thought he wanted to return to his rabbit form. Ashy had already taken Rabbit to the hospital. Rabbit was in so much pain that his face was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Ashy. I envy you so much. You were born at the top of the food chain, possessing everything. But me? I'm just a little rabbit who couldn't shift from birth. Even eating depends on the mood of the servants. I was abandoned by my mother. I've exhausted myself just to survive. Now, shifting is causing me such agony. Am I truly cursed by the thin god? The doctor examined Rabbit and found he wasn't affected by any drugs. However, his symptoms are definitely related to sex hormones. The doctor handed Ashy a bottle of tranquilizer. This medicine has significant side effects. Don't use it unless it's an emergency. Just then, Rabbit felt he couldn't hold on any longer. Trembling, he reached for the tranquilizer. Ashy quickly supported him. Rabbit looked at Ashy, tears in his eyes. Just this once, I beg you. Ashy looked at the doctor. If I just suppress his pheromones, it'll be all right, won't it? The doctor was stunned. Yes, but what are you going to do? He was shocked by Ashy's actions. Are you crazy? Ashy stopped leaning towards Rabbit's neck and looked at the doctor in confusion. The doctor quickly stopped him. Too strong pheromones will harm the patient. Ashy released his own pheromones. My pheromones are domination type. The doctor shook his head. The bite marks on the patient's neck haven't healed yet. You can't compare herbivore beastmen and carnivore beastmen. However, if you inject the pheromones directly instead of external suppression, it should be safer. Ashy nodded. I understand. He gently lifted Rabbit with his hand, closed his eyes, and kissed him. Rabbit felt Ashy's pheromones continuously pouring into his body. After a long while, Ashy released him. But Rabbit reached out to Ashy again. Don't leave. They embraced and kissed again. Rabbit felt Ashy's pheromones taking effect. His pain was gradually disappearing. He suddenly realized Ashy's pheromones are domination type. That means the one with healing pheromones isn't him, it's me. He clutched Ashy's clothes. You knew all along, didn't you? But why didn't you tell me? Why? Dawn broke. Ashy finally suppressed Rabbit's pheromones. Black Panther and the doctor were affected by Rabbit's pheromones and fell asleep. Ashy, using his strong willpower, managed to stay awake. He pinched Rabbit's nose. Rabbit yawned, but didn't wake up. Ashy thought, with the strength of Rabbit's pheromones, he should be the heir to the group leader position. I wonder why he was thrown into my territory to die. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Ibulin, arriving late. He told Ashi there was a naked, shivering gorilla outside. Ashi tossed him a sheet and closed the door. Ibulin was embarrassed. "You could at least let me in." "Sorry, no entry for anyone less handsome than me," Ibulin started to say. "Then I qualify." Ashi immediately opened the door and glared at him. "Ibulin, you think you're more handsome than me?" This time, Ibulin didn't back down as usual. Instead, he yelled at Ashi to get out of the way and slammed the door shut. He sat back down, wondering what to do. Fifi probably already knows that I'm the one with the healing pheromones. He tapped his armrest, a nervous rhythm against the smooth wood. If Feifei revealed she'd taken human form, if she wanted to leave, even if he offered to return to the rabbit territory, he wouldn't let her go. He absolutely wouldn't let her leave. Tutu woke with a start, his eyes immediately darting to his feet. He flexed them experimentally, then reached up to touch his ears. They weren't pointed. He was astonished. This time, he hadn't reverted to his original form. The doctor pushed open the door. "Don't move around too much, especially after being asleep for 2 whole days." Tutu blinked. 2 days. "Your companion has been with you the entire time," the doctor reassured him. "He just stepped out to get you some clothes. You should be back soon. How are you feeling? Do you need any further examination?" A while later, Tutu sat dazedly on the bed. The doctor who saved him was a capybara beast man? No wonder he was so talkative. He remembered the doctor pulling him close, chattering nonstop for a good hour about how Yashi had brought him in, ranting about how he couldn't understand the minds of predators. If he hadn't been so busy, he probably would have talked until nightfall. Tutu touched his lips, the memory of kissing Yashi flooding back. His face flushed crimson. He buried his face in a pillow. Oh God, being bitten on the neck would have been preferable. That idiot predator, he definitely hadn't realized the thoughts going through Tutu's mind at the time. A rustling sound from outside the window caught Tutu's attention. Still unsteady on 2 legs, he shuffled over to the wall, using it for support. He peered through the gap. It was Ashi. He threw open the window, his heart aching at the sight of Ashi outside. Suddenly, a bird dropped onto the windowsill with a thud, startling both Tutu and Ashi. "The lion somehow found this place," the bird sure announced. "I didn't kill him, just knocked him out. This is the 2nd time I've seen your human form. How did that lion get here?" Tutu started to close the window, but the lion stopped him. "I've been waiting a long time for a chance to ambush that Yashi fellow." It turned out that after the lion had regained his human form, he'd become obsessed with revenge against Yashi, vowing to make that little kitten pay. Ashi snarled at the lion. The lion sneered back, about to strike, but Tutu suddenly grabbed his hair. "Don't bully Ashi." The lion yelped in pain and looked up, but Tutu, too light, tumbled out of the window. Tutu rubbed his head. "Why didn't that hurt?" The lion smiled. "Master Rabbit, aren't we a little too close?" Tutu startled and scrambled back, but in his haste, he forgot to let go of the lion's hair. Mortified, he stammered, "Sorry." The lion rubbed his head. "You said you weren't a beast man, so why did you respond when I called you Master Rabbit?" Tutu clapped a hand over his mouth. The more he spoke, the worse it got. He decided to stay silent. A sudden scream pierced the air. Tutu recognized the gorilla's voice. He looked over. "Master Iblis, wake up, wake up." The lion sked. "Looks like I missed a rat." Tutu's eyes widened. "What did you do to Iblis?" The lion shrugged. "Didn't I say? Just knocked him out." Tutu's fury ignited. He grabbed the lion's hair again. "What did you do to him, you brute?" A whimpering sound reached his ears. Tutu, Tutu. The gorilla stumbled towards them, tears streaming down his face. When Yashi returned, he found the doctor, Ashi, Iblis, and the unfortunate Shur all unconscious. The gorilla sported a fresh shoe print on his face and continued to cry. Yashi sensed the lingering traces of the lion's presence in the air. So, he'd even knocked out Iblis. He must have been truly enraged. Was he avoiding a direct confrontation with Yashi to protect the alliance? He looked at the gorilla. Did that lion say anything? The gorilla whimpered. He said he was going to take the little rabbit, but since the little rabbit was gone, he'd take the big rabbit instead. Yashi's face twisted in a terrifying expression of rage. The gorilla stammered. Only Leo had dragged Haru to a clothing store. Haru, curious about everything around him, asked Leo why he'd brought him along. Leo gestured to Haru's dirty pajamas. "You can't go out wearing that," he said. Haru glared at him, annoyed. This is all your fault. He wanted to run back, but he wasn't very good at running on two legs. He pleaded with Leo to take him back. Leo grinned mischievously. After Yashi dies of lovesickness for Wang Wei, then I'll take you back. Haru turned his head away, sulking. Yashi won't come looking for me. He'll probably just wait for me to go back on my own. But how am I supposed to get back? What if I turn back into a rabbit and get eaten by stray dogs? He hatched a plan, feigning a faint on a nearby sofa, hoping Leo would take him back to the hospital. But the ever-attentive Leo saw right through him. I saw your eyes, he said. Haru chuckled nervously. I hate all predators. After Haru changed clothes, Leo took him to a lavish meal. Haru stared blankly at the table laden with meat. What is all this? I've always survived on licorice. The adjutant, seeing Leo, was shocked. Your hair, what happened to it? Leo smiled, glancing at Haru. The hottest stylist in town gave me a trim. Haru, overhearing, peeked at Leo and noticed a cut on the corner of his mouth. Leo offered Haru a plate of seafood pancakes. Haru swallowed nervously. Ow! Am I supposed to eat this? I've seen others eat, but I'm not familiar with table manners. Leo assumed he was worried about the medication interacting with the food. It's not that, Haru said, looking out the window. The sun had set. What if no one's at the hospital when I get back? He stood up abruptly. I have to go back. He started walking towards the exit, his steps still unsteady. He'd only made it halfway to the door when Leo, exasperated, caught up with him. Haru stepped outside, tried to remember the way back, but Leo scooped him up. I'll take you. Are you still angry? Leo asked. I'm sorry for just taking you out like that. Haru blushed, but Leo continued. Why were you waddling like a duck when you were walking? Haru bristled. Do you want another haircut from that stylist? Leo suddenly looked puzzled. There's a strange scent. You're releasing pheromones. Haru panicked. He'd accidentally released them in his anger. But then he noticed something. The cut on Leo's mouth had healed. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but Leo misinterpreted the gesture and blushed deeply. His heart pounded as he looked at Haru, who was thinking, so, I really am a healing Yashi. All those strange requests, making me pose in different ways. It was because he wanted me to be more useful. He didn't want me to become human. Does that mean he didn't want me to be able to make my own decisions? Did he want me to be dependent on him? Was he just using me? I've noticed a pattern. Whenever I come into contact with someone else's pheromones, I start to turn back. And when I use my own pheromones, I revert even faster. I just healed Leo's wound, which means I'll turn back into a rabbit soon. I have to get back before that happens. But where should I go back to? I want to go home. Back to the house with Ashur, Mimi, the head of the family, Ibu Lin, and Yashi. If Yashi is planning to use me, then I should be able to go back, right? A pippy bird chirped overhead. Leo looked up, finally found us. Haru's eyes lit up. I knew Yashi wouldn't just sit and wait. He pushed Leo away, scrambling down from his arms, and ran back towards the building. Leo chased after him. Where are you going? Yashi will be here any minute. I know. That's why you can't follow me. Leo watched Haru's frantic retreat, scratching his head in confusion. What's going on? Tutu shoved open the rooftop door and rushed to the railing, calling out, BB, scratch me. I'm here. But a voice floated up from below, Yashi's. Fei saw him again. Tutu's heart pounded. Yashi, spotting him, relaxed. That beret suits you. I've been looking for you all day, he continued. It wasn't easy. A flicker of warmth touched Tutu. He gripped the railing tighter. This is the third time you've run off with Lion, Yashi teased. Having fun. Tutu laughed. You actually remembered. Tutu had come to a realization. After all this time, he was used to Yashi's peculiar way of speaking. He even found his teasing and unpredictable attitude preferable. It meant Yashi wasn't trying to use him. Why did you come looking for me? Tutu asked, still puzzled. You knew I'd go back. There's nowhere else for me. Even in human form, you're the only one I can rely on. Yashi paused, then replied, because I thought Fei was scared. Tears welled in Tutu's eyes. I'm not so cowardly that I'd be scared after just a few hours apart from you. Yashi saw the tears and teased. Doesn't seem that way. Seems like you're the only one who hasn't noticed. Tutu had expected to feel resentment and anger upon seeing Yashi, but instead, a strange sense of peace settled over him. Yashi opened his arms. Let's go back. Tutu remembered his question in the wardrobe. Back where? This time, he looked at Yashi and asked, back where? Yashi extended a hand. Home. At the word home, Tutu's tears finally overflowed. Yashi called out, "Jump! I'll catch you." Tutu wiped his eyes. He wanted to tell Yashi he was about to change back into a rabbit, but decided against it. "If I told you, you just use that clever brain of yours to pry into my secrets. You probably dread me being human as much as I long for it." Unaware of Tutu's thoughts, Yashi assumed he was scared to jump. Tutu blustered. "Who's scared?" "Though it is a little higher than I expected." Yashi chuckled. "Don't worry. Trust me." Tutu steeled his resolve. "Even so, I'm coming to you." With that, he leaped. Yashi caught him securely, holding him close. Suddenly, Tutu transformed back into a rabbit. Yashi sighed. "I thought I told you to warn me." He held out a hand. "Hello there." Tutu reached out a small paw to touch his hand. "Hello there." A rabbit and a leopard were up to no good. Little did they know, someone was watching. Startled by being discovered, the startled onlooker fainted dead away. Ever since the rabbit was taken, Yashi had been lovesick. Tutu saw a bird in the sky and knew Yashi was coming. He pushed Lion aside and ran towards Yashi. Even knowing he was being used, he wouldn't hesitate to choose Yashi. Then a familiar voice called from below, "Fei Fei." Seeing the one he loved appear before him, Tutu's heart fluttered. Yashi smiled at him. "That beret suits you. I've been looking for you all day." It wasn't easy. Tutu blushed crimson and gripped the railing tightly. Yashi continued, "This is the third time you've run off with Lion. Having fun?" Tutu laughed. "You actually remembered." He gazed at Yashi affectionately. "Yes, I've spent enough time with you to be accustomed to your peculiar way of speaking. I even find your teasing preferable. You're not trying to use me." Yashi opened his arms. "Fei Fei, let's go back." Tears slipped down Tutu's cheeks. "Yashi, back where?" The black leopard said softly, "Home." He then told Tutu to jump. Tutu finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, Tutu had so much to say to Ashi, but the words caught in his throat. Ashi, mistaking his silence for fear, reassured the rabbit, urging him to trust him. Tutu's gaze hardened with resolve. "Even if it's high, I'll go to your side." He leaped from the rooftop. Ashi caught him securely. As their eyes met in a shared gaze, Tutu transformed back into his adorable, small rabbit form. Ashi extended a hand in greeting. "Hello there." Tutu responded happily, waving a paw. Meanwhile, his dear parents sipped their tea anxiously. Tutu's father gazed at the portrait of his son on the wall, sighing repeatedly. "It's been a week. It feels so empty without him." Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Ashi, where has that brat gone off to?" Ashi's grandfather had arrived. Shouldn't he be greeted barefoot? His parents quickly changed the subject. "Father, your bedroom is ready. We've also prepared your favorite apples, grown in the rabbit territory." The old leopard brightened instantly. "I've always been fond of you. But tell me, is Ashi all right?" In his condition, wandering around outside. "Who does that boy take after?" Ashi's parents gave an awkward laugh. "Many relatives say he's the spitting image of me." The old leopard sighed. "Let's not talk about that. I heard a rumor that Ashi was waltzing with a rabbit at the ball. These people will stop at nothing to belittle our family. It's truly shameful." Ashi's parents burst out laughing. "More than that, Father, our private tailor is currently busy making clothes for the rabbit." The old leopard was utterly stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. Elsewhere, Ashi stood outside Tutu's room, listening intently. He chuckled softly. "As I suspected, up to no good." He threw open the door. Both Tutu and the Black Panther, Iblin, jumped in surprise. Ashi smirked. "You were eavesdropping, weren't you?" "Clever." Iblin quickly defended Tutu, arguing that this wasn't something their lord should say. Ashi glanced sideways at him. "Whose side are you on?" "My loyalty, of course, lies eternally with Lord Ashi." The Black Panther chuckled as he walked. "Such a loyal dog." Iblin, annoyed, followed him. "Lord Ashi, please tell me, what strange deal did you make with Master Tutu?" Ashi paused for a moment, then spoke calmly. "You've probably guessed already, haven't you? Considering you haven't asked about Master Tutu's whereabouts these past few days." Iblin still couldn't believe it. Unable to transform for 20 years, and now, suddenly he can? He's no longer a food reserve. How will we explain this to everyone? Ashi appeared unconcerned. "What's the big deal? We'll just say the rabbit's body occasionally grows larger." Iblin continued to question him. "Speaking of which, I truly didn't expect you to be so indifferent to Lord Lion. taking Master Tutu away. Why would I care? Iblin was taken aback. I was always careful not to provoke a conflict between our two territories. You've grown up, my lord. Iblin then informed Ashi that Lord Lion had been the target of an assassination attempt the previous night, though thankfully he was unharmed. Ashi responded indifferently. How unfortunate. Iblin's eyes widened in alarm. Did you order the assassination of Lord Lion? This left Ashi speechless. That evening, Tutu hid himself. He'd been too obedient before, which had led Ashi to consider using him. But then Ashi's voice rang out again. Fei, if you don't come out, I'll turn you into roasted rabbit. Hearing this, Tutu bolted out of hiding. The scene sent Ashi into a fit of laughter, leaning against the wall, unable to stand straight. Tutu rolled his eyes at the cunning Black Panther. He tried to suppress his anger, but the next moment, Ashi flexed, revealing his pecs. Tutu's face flushed crimson. Even if I'm a rabbit, you can't do this. He quickly dove under a pillow. Ashi grabbed him. He placed it directly on his chest. Lewd thoughts immediately filled Haru's mind. Leon Hart, noticing Haru's flustered expression, mused, "What are you thinking about? Even though we've only exchanged a few words, I'm getting tired of this inability to communicate." Haru quickly nodded in agreement. Asher, delighted, moved closer. "So, how about I use information fragments to turn you human right now?" Haru froze for a moment, then waved his paws. "That won't do. Transforming is incredibly painful. It's better to endure that pain to become permanently human than to just transform temporarily. It's better to figure out how to become human permanently." Asher looked at Haru with a bewildered expression. "Are you thirsty?" Haru anxiously acted out the pain again. Asher finally understood. "You're in pain." Haru clapped his paws together. "Yes, that's it." Asher continued to inquire. "So, you've been enduring this silently?" Haru nodded, expecting some comfort. Instead, Asher simply turned over and went to sleep. Haru was speechless. This jerk. The next day, Leon Hart and Maneth had a meeting. The moment they saw each other, the bickering began. Leon Hart started the exchange. "A naked lion is certainly a sight to behold, isn't it, Maneth?" Maneth wasn't about to back down. "I wonder if everyone knows that Grace Asher's rabbit has been lamenting that, thanks to Leon Hart, his life has become utterly miserable." Leon Hart immediately retorted, "The rabbit can use a single coin to summon Howleen. What does he have to be miserable about?" Evelyn added fuel to the fire. "Exactly. The day the Rabbit Lord uses his coin to unify the continent isn't far off." Surprisingly, Maneth actually believed it. "You're saying that Rabbit will rule the continent?" The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That Rabbit is different from other beastmen. After we parted ways at the restaurant, the wound on my face disappeared. It was clearly that Rabbit's doing. What if the Rabbit possesses unimaginable information? That would mean the Black Panther family has gained an incredibly powerful fighting force. Maneth's face was filled with fear as he continued. "Tell me more." Seeing his expression, everyone present cringed, thinking he'd gone mad. Just then, Leon Hart interjected. "Now that you mention it, my rabbit also said he didn't want to play with lions. Have you forgotten how he ran away the moment he saw you in Eldris?" Evelyn fanned the flames. "Indeed, lions have always been the natural enemies of rabbits. That's what all the fairy tales say." Maneth glared at them, momentarily speechless. The argument ended with Leon Hart's victory. Meanwhile, Haru arrived at the library. He happily greeted Mimi. Having not seen Haru for a month, Mimi excitedly stroked his little head. Haru obediently lifted his backside, allowing Mimi to lavishly pet him. Afterwards, a satisfied Haru flipped through the yellowed pages of a book. He finally found a section on healing pheromones. The book stated that beastmen with healing abilities were extremely rare. Among healing abilities, the most common are inducing sleep and anesthesia. Especially during anesthesia, a stimulating aroma is often emitted, affecting other beastmen. Furthermore, lions possess superior healing abilities among beastmen. They can heal not only minor wounds, but even infectious diseases. Haru's eyes widened. Everything described in the book matched his abilities. However, ordinary beastmen cannot withstand such potent information. This is why their transformation into human form is delayed. Haru suddenly understood. If I can control the information flow, I might be able to truly transform into a human. Lost in thought, he was startled by a sudden noise. A shocked Leon Hart appeared. Seeing the rabbit reading, he nearly had a heart attack. A rabbit so cute. Wouldn't you want to pat its little bottom? That day, Mimi had brought Fei-Fei to the library. To show her gratitude, Fei-Fei lifted her little backside, inviting Mimi to pet her. Mai was left speechless. Meanwhile, inside the study, Fei-Fei diligently searched for information about healing pheromones. Her hard work paid off. Fei-Fei finally found what she was looking for. However, receivers with healing abilities were rare, so the book contained very little information. The most common healing ability was inducing sleep. Another was the ability to anesthetize. The most powerful was the ability to heal wounds. Everything recorded in the book matched Fei-Fei's abilities. Due to the overwhelming strength of her pheromones, Fei-Fei likely couldn't maintain her original form for long periods. Perhaps when she learned to control her pheromones, she would finally be able to stay transformed. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Fei-Fei tilted her head, trying to locate the source. It was Yashi's grandfather. He gasped dramatically, pointing at Fei-Fei. "What in the world is that thing?" Clutching his head, the old man muttered, "It's over, it's over. The end of the world is here." A little rabbit with a caretaker that can understand human speech. "We're doomed." He had no idea what Fei-Fei was, and it unnerved him deeply. Fei-Fei looked at the old man with a pitiful expression. Then, straightening her posture, she tried to convey that she wasn't some strange beast man. "Please calm down, Grandpa," she seemed to say. The old man grew even more distressed. He couldn't understand a word the little rabbit was trying to communicate with her frantic gestures. Seeing this, Mei decided to translate. "Master Rabbit is Master Yashi's emergency food supply." The old man froze, then angrily demanded that Yashi be brought to him immediately to explain. But the maid explained that Master Yashi was attending the temple festival and wouldn't be back until dinner. The old man declared he would go to the festival himself, and he would take the rabbit with him. He grabbed the struggling Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei struggled and whimpered in his grasp. She hated the temple. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from her. The light was so intense that the old man could barely keep his eyes open. Moments later, a young woman emerged from the study. Inside, the maid and the old man lay unconscious on the floor. The young woman was, of course, our beloved Fei-Fei. She was human again, but then a thought struck her. No one here had seen her human form. If she went outside like this, she'd surely be mistaken for a thief and arrested. What was she to do? Fei-Fei paced anxiously around the room. Suddenly, Fei-Fei opened the study window. She saw the gorilla approaching. The gorilla, in turn, saw her. His eyes softened with recognition. "Master Rabbit." It seemed Fei-Fei was saved. The gorilla led Fei-Fei to a horse. He told her to wait there while he found her some clothes. Fei-Fei nodded gratefully. The gorilla explained, "This is Master Yashi's beloved horse. You can stay here safely. As long as you don't get too close, he won't attack you." With that, the gorilla headed off. Fei-Fei happily signed her thanks. The horse snorted, startling Fei-Fei. She frowned. What did that mean? Was the horse mocking her? Fei-Fei took a closer look. Yes, it was definitely Yashi's horse. It even had the same annoying expression as Yashi. Suddenly, the horse stretched out its head, nearly making Fei-Fei jump out of her skin. Then, the horse suddenly lunged forward. Terrified, Fei-Fei cowered. "He said it wouldn't attack me. What's going on?" Snorting, the horse approached Fei-Fei. Just when she braced herself for an attack, the horse nuzzled against her affectionately. The gorilla returned, confused. Why was the horse nuzzling Master Rabbit? Fei-Fei guessed it might be because she carried Yashi's scent on her. But the horse was a herbivore. It shouldn't be able to smell pheromones. After all, the white horse that had dragged her and Yashi to the doctor hadn't reacted to anything. The gorilla, his large head filled with small questions, asked why Fei-Fei was with the Black Panther. Fei-Fei paused, then rubbed her head sheepishly. "Because I'm not a normal beast man. I was abandoned. That's why Yashi picked her up." The gorilla, her face creased with anger, wondered which villains could have abandoned Fei-Fei. The gorilla sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Poor Fei-Fei. Just then, the horse suddenly stared towards the door. It seemed something was coming. The gorilla protectively shielded Fei-Fei. The door swung open, and a dark figure darted out. Both the gorilla and Fei-Fei shrieked and bared their teeth in fright. It was Ashi, rushing towards them. Night fell. Ashy had disappeared. Fei, holding a lamp, searched outside. Suddenly, she saw movement in the grass. Quietly, she crept closer. Just as she was about to happily grab him, a black panther suddenly turned its head. A scar marred one of its eyes. Its large eyes gleaming, it walked towards Fei, startling her. Fei recoiled in fear. This wasn't Ashy. Was it another black panther that Yashi kept? It didn't seem to recognize her. Fei trembled with fear. What should she do? The panther stalked closer and closer. At that critical moment, a flash of white light. The panther was forced back. A voice followed, "Bala, I told you not to come near." Fei turned to see Yashi had arrived. Yashi stepped forward and scooped Fei into his arms, gazing tenderly at her. Fei whimpered and struggled in his embrace, crying. "I'm not crying," she insisted, even as tears streamed down her face. Fei looked so pathetic, it would melt anyone's heart. But the perverse Yashi actually told her to cry some more. Fei, exasperated, tried to wriggle out of his arms. Yashi turned his head to the side. "Bala's right there, and you still want to go down?" Fei, glancing at the fearsome Bala, hesitated. Perhaps staying put was best. Looking at Yashi, Fei pleaded with him not to kill Bala. She didn't think Bala meant her any harm. "If I disobey your orders in the future," she asked, "will you kill me too?" Yashi's eyes widened at her words. He was silent for a moment, then chuckled. "If you put it that way, I can't very well kill him." Fei whimpered and struggled again in his arms. "I'm not crying," she insisted, though tears flowed freely. "I'm just not crying." Fei's pitiful appearance would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet, the twisted Yashi urged her to cry more. Exasperated, Fei tried to escape his embrace. Yashi glanced aside. "Bala is right there. You still want down?" Seeing the intimidating Bala, Fei reconsidered. Staying put seemed wiser. Fei looked at Yashi, pleading with him to spare Bala. She sensed Bala hadn't intended to hurt her. "If I disobey you someday," she questioned, "will you kill me too?" Yashi's eyes widened, and he paused before chuckling. "If you put it like that, I can hardly kill him. Since you wish for Bala to live, he'll follow you from now on." Fei trembled anew. Having such a large predator follow her was terrifying. Yashi, however, expressed his hope that one day she would command Bala with her own presence. Fei was stunned. Could she really do that? Could she lead a panther army and conquer the continent? But then Fei remembered something. Shouldn't Yashi be at the temple? Why was he here? Yashi looked up at the sky. "The messenger bird by your side provided me with some information." And he continued, "I sense you were in some danger. It's best you don't know the rest." Just then, a large group of black panthers appeared, surrounding them. The gorilla nearly fainted from fright. Fei, equally terrified, stammered, "Where did all these panthers come from?" Yashi explained that they were summoned from the border specifically to find Fei. Looking at her, he noticed something seemed amiss. He was about to ask when Fei fainted again. A short while later, Yashi carried her home. He instructed the maids to attend to Fei when she awoke. The fire in the hearth crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Fei stirred in the bed and opened her eyes, spotting Mei standing nearby. Mei promptly fetched clothes for Fei, who quickly dressed. Mei turned to leave, but just then, Yashi leaned casually against the wall, a charming smile playing on his lips. Fei, alarmed, grabbed Mei, begging her not to leave her alone with Yashi. But Mei, unable to stay, slipped away with a swift swoosh. Fei tried to follow, but Yashi stopped her. "Where do you think you're going at this late hour?" Fei, forcing a smile, fabricated an excuse about taking a late-night snack to Ashur. That's not a bad idea. You even know you're a midnight snack yourself, hurrying off to be delivered to Ashur. Fei, exasperated, just wanted to escape. But as she opened the door, she saw the guard stationed outside and quickly slammed it shut. Seeing this, Yashi stifled a laugh and headed towards the bathing area. Fei fumed, convinced he was mocking her. Was she really expected to share a room with this pervert? Emerging from his bath, Yashi sat on the bed and beckoned Fei over. She perched nervously beside him, a sense of dread washing over her. This was it. What happens when a rabbit and a certain someone share a room? Yashi patted the bed beside him, urging Fei closer. Fei, perched on the sofa, swallowed hard. "No," she thought, "I refuse." And with that, she dramatically collapsed onto the sofa, feigning sleep. A sudden thud startled her. Peeking through her lashes, she saw Yashi sprawled across the bed, seemingly in distress. Fei Fei thought she saw through a charade. He was always trying these little tricks. But Yashi continued to tremble, making it almost believable. A pang of concern shot through Fei Fei. Could it be real this time? She bolted upright and rushed to the bed, her voice filled with anxiety. What's wrong? Seeing her worried expression, Yashi turned, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Fei Fei, he chuckled, you're so gullible. Infuriated, Fei Fei grabbed a pillow and pressed it over Yashi's face. He was always teasing her. Yashi caught her wrist. Why won't you look at me? He asked. Fei Fei thought, I'm human now, not a little rabbit anymore. Doesn't he understand propriety? Two healthy adults in the same room. The thought made her blush. Deciding the sofa was the best option, she started to move. Yashi, suddenly looking forlorn, complained about his recent insomnia. Then, with a smile, he added, as long as you don't touch me in your sleep, nothing will happen. And with that, the perverted Yashi proceeded to tie Fei Fei up and place her firmly on the bed, explaining that it was all for her own good as she tended to kick off the covers. Yashi paused. Doesn't shifting to human form hurt? He asked. Fei Fei remained silent. Later, Fei Fei and Yashi lay snuggled together, asleep. Suddenly, a black panther appeared, nearly scaring Fei Fei out of her wits. She tumbled out of bed, scrambling backwards. That's definitely not sure, Fei Fei thought, her eyes wide with fear. The creature was enormous. She huddled in the corner, trembling. Then she noticed a robe lying next to the panther. Jesse's robe. Could the panther be Yashi? Cautiously, Fei Fei approached the bed. Perhaps he was ill and had reverted to his animal form. Yashi, she whispered, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Should I get a doctor? Suddenly, the panther's tail wrapped around her hand. She understood. He didn't want a doctor. Yashi simply stared at her, his gaze intense. Yaksiking turned his head away after his birth, a clear sign of mind your own business. Fei Fei, seeing this, mirrored his aloofness. Fine, don't let me help you. See if I care if you're in pain. Despite her words, Fei Fei couldn't resist stroking Yashi. He opened one eye, giving her a sly look. He wagged his tail playfully in front of Fei Fei. Even as a black panther, he retained his flirtatious nature. Fei Fei, exasperated, swatted his rump, leaving Yashi looking utterly bewildered. Fei Fei considered Yashi's refusal to let her call a doctor. Perhaps he didn't want word of his condition to spread. After all, a fierce beast had its pride. Fei Fei smiled warmly. Even as a black panther, she still adored him. She lay down beside him, opening her arms invitingly. Yashi, momentarily stunned, settled into her embrace. Fei Fei stroked him affectionately. He's rather cute like this, she mused. He looks just like a big humanoid cat. No, wait, perhaps the world's most ferocious kitty. The rabbit and the panther slowly closed their eyes, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. Work, 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 a worker bunny's life. Always working for another bunny. Forced to work alongside Yashi, Fei Fei finally returned home, collapsing on her pillow, utterly exhausted. That darn Yashi, she thought. He could have done all that paperwork himself. But no, he had to make a little bunny approve every single document. I like to punch him. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the Chuanling bird queen. What are you doing here again, little bird? Fei Fei quickly adopted a seductive pose. Don't even think about bullying me today. I came prepared. Remembering her previous encounter and the intel she'd gathered, she presented the bird with strawberries. The bird, predictably, swooped down and began to eat. Footsteps caught the attention of both Fei Fei and the bird. It was Yashi and a guard. They weren't heading towards the bedroom. Where are they going? Suddenly, the queen placed her talons on Fei Fei's backside and lifted her into the air. Fei Fei was terrified. Oh my goodness, I'm flying. This is so high. It's terrifying. Dizzy, Fei Fei asked the queen where they were going. The queen ignored her, flying toward the castle. Inside the castle, the drug traffickers from before were imprisoned. Yashi and the guard were observing them. They discussed Fei Fei's unusual background. She clearly wasn't from an ordinary family, given her remarkable healing abilities. Such a bloodline was only found in the chief's lineage. Furthermore, Fei Fei seemed to have a resistance to the drugs. The question was, did Fei Fei possess an innate healing ability, or had she been exposed to the drugs as a child? The guard was startled by this suggestion. If the latter were true, then Fei Fei's parents might be even more sinister than they imagined. Lost in thought, Yashi stormed out, anger simmering beneath the surface. He and the guard decided to return to the bedroom. However, Yashi caught a whiff of himself and realized the heavy scent of blood. Fei Fei disliked the smell of blood. He removed his jacket. The smell was still too strong. He looked at the guard with pleading, almost bashful eyes. Could I maybe sleep in your room tonight? The guard was completely taken aback. He couldn't understand why Yashi had suddenly removed his clothes and was looking at him like that. He took a few steps back. I'm straight. No, absolutely not. He clutched his chest, continuing to retreat. Yashi was now equally confused. The situation became incredibly awkward. Back in the bedroom, Yashi froze. The room was filled with Fei-Fei's scent. She only released such a potent aroma when her emotions were running high. Yashi searched for Fei-Fei, oblivious to the queen, who had fallen asleep nearby. Fei-Fei, where are you? He crouched down, finally finding Fei-Fei hiding under the table, her hands covering her eyes, clearly distressed. Yashi reached out, inviting Fei-Fei to come out. Fei-Fei turned his back, refusing to budge. He was simply too heartbroken. Yashi lay there, gazing at Fei-Fei inside, waiting patiently. Fei-Fei turned his head slightly. He had overheard the entire conversation between Yashi and the guard. He now understood what Yashi meant. His inability to shift into his human form was due to the medication and the mismatched pheromones. If his parents had truly taken those drugs for him, resulting in his inability to shift and their subsequent abandonment, were all those affectionate memories with his mother nothing but a lie? Fei-Fei's heart ached even more. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out, touching Yashi's fingers, then hopped in front of him, staring intently. Perhaps if he disappeared, Yashi would be the only one in the world who would search for him. He slowly burrowed into Yashi's embrace, clinging to a sliver of hope. Yashi opened his eyes and hugged Fei-Fei tightly. They lay there on the ground, falling asleep in sweet embrace. The next day, Fei-Fei decided to accompany Yashi to uncover the truth. So, tiny as he was, he hid in the pocket of Yashi's coat. But inevitably, he was discovered. Fei-Fei then presented his little backpack, indicating his determination to go along. Exasperated, Yashi picked him up and placed him on the ground, ignoring his pleas. He turned to leave, so Fei-Fei resorted to his ultimate tactic. He dramatically collapsed on the ground, feigning weakness. Oh look, this poor, lonely bunny has fainted. But Yashi seemed unmoved. Fei-Fei could only tug at the guard's trousers, pleading for help. The guard picked him up, about to put him in his own pocket, when Yashi noticed. Fei-Fei protested. This is just too much. Why is everyone bullying me today? Under everyone's watchful gaze, Fei-Fei ran to the door, blocking Yashi's path with a look of defiance. You're not leaving this house without me. Yashi crouched down and poked Fei-Fei. Move. Fei-Fei clung to Yashi's finger. Will you take me? Without a word, Yashi flung the pathetic Fei-Fei aside. But Fei-Fei wasn't giving up that easily. He dashed back to the door, barring Yashi's way. Lord Yashi, embrace me. Even the guard, witnessing Fei-Fei's adorable display, couldn't help but tear up. Yashi, blushing, covered his nose, then scooped Fei-Fei into his arms for a cuddle. Fei-Fei thought his cute bunny tactic had worked, but then Yashi deposited him into the guard's arms. Hold him tight, don't let him go. And with that, he darted off. Fei-Fei was furious. That wretched beast, how dare he trick him? Meanwhile, Yashi and the guard set off for the rabbit territory. A smile played on Yashi's lips throughout the carriage ride. He was clearly lost in the blissful throes of love. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. His charm was truly irresistible. Fei-Fei was so attached to him, wanting to follow him everywhere. The guard, unable to bear it any longer, finally spoke. My lord, you're completely smitten. Master Rabbit insisted on coming with us because he knows we're going to the rabbit territory. He's probably just homesick. You don't need to be so narcissistic. Yashi pondered this for a moment. It did seem plausible, but Fei-Fei was such an enigma. He turned to the guard and sighed. You're right, but please don't say that again. The guard, now gagged and bound, sat miserably in the corner. Yashi felt vindicated in his decision to leave Fei-Fei behind. After all, they were going to his home. What if he stayed there and refused to return with him? That would be disastrous. Yashi sighed again. This love sickness is truly debilitating. Elsewhere, Fei-Fei, perched on Ash's back, raced towards the outer gates with Bala. Mimi and a group of guards were in hot pursuit. Faster, Ash, faster. They're catching up, Fei-Fei urged. They were almost at the main gate, but a line of guards blocked their path. Even the airspace above was sealed off by the queen. Suddenly, the queen swooped down and snatched Fei-Fei up. That cunning Yashi, Fei-Fei fumed inwardly. He planned this. I hate him. That beastly Yashi, Mimi cried, urging the queen to bring Master Rabbit down. But just then, the queen began to wobble, as if about to fall. Fei stared in disbelief. Wait, what's happening? No, I'm only 18. I don't want to die young, Fei thought. Continuing to be this conspicuous will surely get me killed. Just when she believed her demise was certain, a pair of hands suddenly caught her and the queen. It was Yashi's grandfather. He stared sternly at Fei. You little rabbit, you're quite the dreamer, aren't you? Thinking you could just run away like this. He frowned at the small rabbit in his hands. Fei had assumed the old man would take her back. Instead, to her surprise, he placed her on Ashur's back. Go, he said. With Ashur's speed, you should catch up to Yashi before he reaches the border. He understood his grandson's feelings. After all, who hadn't been young once? That grandson of mine, he chuckled to himself, probably can't bear to be away from you for a single moment now. Fei gazed at the old man with wide, innocent eyes. She gave a small, uncertain sound of agreement. Then, with Ashur, sped off after Yashi. Fei, with Ashur and Bala, set out to find Yashi. But they hadn't gone far when Bala suddenly turned on Fei, snarling menacingly. Fei, frightened, huddled against Ashur. Fei guessed that Bala's sudden aggression and the way he kept glaring at her must be because he thought she was stealing Ashur. Just as she thought this, Bala lunged. The little rabbit leaped off Ashur's back. The sudden movement and the speed sent her tumbling, landing in a clumsy, painful 720-degree roll. Ouch, that hurt, she thought. Stupid Bala. Why find Yashi? I'm telling on you. But then she paused. She couldn't let these two powerful Black Panthers fight. But she was just a small rabbit. How could she possibly stop two ferocious Black Panthers? The only option left was to use her pheromones. Fei stood up, bracing herself. Just as she was about to release them, she heard approaching footsteps. It was Leo. He told Fei she could lock on her target with her pheromones and then shoot them out like an arrow. Fei turned to see Leo staring at her. But what happened to your face? She asked, noticing his injuries. Leo sighed and explained that he was on his way to the rabbit territory, but he'd been dawdling and his sister had given him a beating. After his explanation, Leo glanced at the ongoing fight. At this rate, Ashur will be injured soon, he observed. Fei agreed. She immediately prepared to use her pheromones. She stretched out her little paws, squinted, and prepared to shoot her pheromones like an arrow. This action seemed to strike Leo as incredibly funny. He doubled over, laughing. I meant for you to adopt the posture, he gasped between chuckles. Not literally shoot like an archer. Fei froze, mortified. This stupid lion, she fumed silently. He's still laughing at me at a time like this. She glared at him. Leo, however, simply pumped his fist in encouragement. That pose was pretty cool though, he added. Fei ignored him. Taking a deep breath, she stood and focused. A shimmering light emanated from her. To Leo's astonishment, the two fighting Black Panthers suddenly went still. Both Fei and Leo were stunned. What happened? Fei wondered. Why didn't it work? The scene she'd envisioned hadn't unfolded at all. Instead, her actions had attracted Bala's attention. He began running towards her menacingly. The little rabbit backed away in fear. No, don't come near me. Stay back. Just as Bala opened his jaws, Fei did something, some instinctive action, and Bala stopped dead in his tracks. Then he collapsed. Leo stared at the unconscious Black Panther, then at Fei. Well done, he praised. Looks like your pheromones are quite potent. Looking at the two Black Panthers and Fei, Leo ventured a guess. Are you chasing after Yashi? He asked. If so, you can come with me. He explained that he'd seen Yashi quite far ahead on the road. Leo scooped up Fei. Our destinations are the same, he said. Let's go together. As the sun began to set, Leo and Fei entered the rabbit territory. Sitting in the carriage, Leo yawned repeatedly, fighting off sleep. I hear you rabbits love to eat dishes made with carrots, he mumbled. Is that true? The little rabbit gave him a withering look. What a dumb question, she scoffed. You're a lion beast man, but I don't see you eating meat every single meal. Are you stupid? Leo, however, simply pulled out a piece of dried meat and began to munch on it happily. This, he declared, is my favorite snack. Gazing at the peaceful, bustling little town, Leo couldn't help but sigh. The stone grass beastman's territory really is tranquil. With so much peace, how did Fifi end up being found? Could she have been kidnapped by Yasi? But if she was kidnapped, why didn't she escape? Was she threatened? If so, just wag your tail. Fifi was speechless. Are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? and your tone isn't even remotely sincere. The foolish lion had been listless the entire journey, only showing any enthusiasm during mealtimes. And he even asks questions while he eats, she thought, exasperated. Just then, a lion guard reported, no matter how we try to dress up Ashur with the silk scarf, he doesn't look like a kitten. Ashur tilted his head, a questioning look on his face. I'm not a kitten anyway. I'm a ferocious black panther. Okay. Leo sighed, resigned. There's no other way. If we want to bring him into the mansion, we have to disguise him. Besides, Ashur looks quite cute like this. The guard cried out, what kind of eyes do you have? You call this cute? What kind of cute and cuddly predator is this? With his build, he can eat 10 rabbits in one sitting. Fifi, exasperated, thought, can you please not drag me into this conversation? Soon, they arrived at their destination. The guards at the gate requested to inspect the carriage. Upon opening the carriage door, they saw Leo sprawled on top of Ashur. The sight stunned the two guards. Lord Leo, may we ask who this Black Panther is? Leo put on a doting expression. Oh my goodness, this is my adorable little Black Panther. He's like my own child. We can't bear to be separated, even for a moment. I hope you understand. Give them a salute. Ashur immediately obeyed. The two guards, taken aback, quickly returned the gesture. As you can see, he's both gentle and intelligent. That's why I must bring him with me. If you have any objections, take it up with your clan leader. He then added, before they could protest, that Hanzhang had said he could bring 3 companions. With that, he swept past the dumbfounded guards and into the mansion. The two guards, finally processing the situation, thought, how can an animal be considered a companion? I think we've been tricked. Night fell. Yassi was writing furiously. His attendant speculated, Master Yassi, is your lovesickness getting the better of you? Or are you waiting for a letter from Fifi? Yassi denied it, claiming he just felt like writing. The attendant immediately retorted, if you're just writing, why do you keep looking out the window every minute? You should go to bed. I'll take any letters that arrive for you. Ah, poor Yassi. He was used to sleeping with Fifi, and now, sleeping alone, he found it impossible to fall asleep. If he couldn't see Fifi soon, he didn't know how much longer he could endure. Leo brought Fifi to his room. Fifi began doing gymnastics in front of Leo. Could the little rabbit have changed her heart so quickly? He wondered. In reality, Fifi was practicing a method of locking onto a target using her pheromones. Leo complained, couldn't you practice during the day? Why play these games with me in the middle of the night? I'm giving you back to Yassi first thing in the morning anyway. Fifi was a little annoyed. I'm not some object. Why do you keep saying give me back to Yassi? That's so rude. Leo then told Fifi that Yassi's scent on her had faded considerably. Fifi lifted her little paw and sniffed it vigorously. It was true. The scent had almost vanished. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over her. If Yassi's pheromones were gone, it meant her own scent wouldn't be masked anymore, which meant she would go into heat again. What's going on? I used to be able to hold it off for several days. Why did it disappear in just one day this time? Fifi hid, peeking at Leo, her anxiety growing. Suddenly, she remembered the secret signal she had with Yassi. If she was about to transform, she would dance. So, Fifi performed a magnificent dance before Leo. Her graceful movements were elegant and gentle, her nimble body light as a feather. She prayed that Leo would understand. Of course, when the dance ended, Leo hadn't understood a thing. He simply complimented her, saying, that was lovely. You definitely win a dance competition. Fifi collapsed on the floor in despair. It was their secret code. How could this clueless lion possibly understand? Lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, Fifi sighed. What was she going to do? Just then, she noticed something shimmering in her backpack. That's right, Yassi had given her a pheromone watch. It contained a store of his scent. Like a drowning person spotting a life raft, Fifi lunged towards it with excitement. A short while later, inside a room, for children chattered excitedly, their eyes wide with wonder at the scene before them. The little bunny had transformed back into her human form. Fifi was equally puzzled. She distinctly remembered using the pheromone potion. Why had she transformed back? Fifi looked around the room. This wasn't Lion's room. Where is she? Ash, gazing at the transformed Fifi, couldn't resist stepping forward for a sweet, affectionate nuzzle. At this moment, Fifi hadn't yet realized she was unclothed. The 4 children's faces flushed crimson. See no evil, they muttered, averting their gazes. Fifi, equally embarrassed, stared back at the children. What was she supposed to do in this situation? She needed help, and she needed it now. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The little bunny had transformed into a valiant warrior woman, clad in crimson armor and wielding a long sword. But she seemed to be running from something. A monstrous creature with 3 heads was in hot pursuit. Ahead lay a sheer cliff face. Fifi, resolute, chose to confront the monster. With a flourish, she drew her sword. Her pale green figure, light as a swallow, darted towards the creature, propelled by the wind. And then, the 4 children's eager questions interrupted Fifi's immersive storytelling. Fifi explained that she had ultimately slain the monster, but her armor had been destroyed in the process. She had been brought here unconscious, which was why they found her in this state. The children expressed their relief. "So, is this the Black Panther?" they asked. "Isn't that amazing?" Fifi declared. "Ash salute." Ash immediately obeyed, leaving the children awestruck. The children showered Fifi with praise, each vying to offer the most flattering compliment. Fifi preened inwardly, thoroughly enjoying the attention. However, she quickly reminded them that she was still on a mission and her presence needed to remain a secret. They had to keep it confidential. The children immediately covered their mouths. Seeing their unwavering trust, Fifi finally relaxed. Her fabricated story had worked. It hadn't been easy. Suddenly, Fifi heard a commotion outside. Peeking through the window, she saw a carriage stop at the gate. A man stepped out. It was Ashy. Fifi was surprised. What was Ashy doing here? Should she go and greet him? But then she remembered she was in her family's territory. If they discovered her, who knew how they would react? She didn't want Ashy to witness that. Just then, Ashy's gaze met hers. Fifi quickly ducked beneath the windowsill. What was going on? Did the beastkin have eyes on the tops of their heads? Had he seen her? Fifi covered her mouth, unsure what to do. At that moment, a child approached. "Sister, your hand is injured," the child said. Fifi was taken aback. The children explained that they knew a very skilled doctor and wanted to take her see them. Fifi tilted her head. When had she been injured? She hadn't even noticed. The child took Fifi's hand and led her towards the doctor. Elsewhere, in the hallway, Ashy and a guard walked forward. They noticed Lion pacing anxiously in front of a room. The two were puzzled. Fifi and Ash were missing. They had searched everywhere, but couldn't find them. That's why Lion was pacing frantically. Lion glanced at them. What were they doing here? Had they already seen Fifi? Seeing Lion and remembering their previous encounter, Ashy drew his sword. He was already irritated by his longing for Fifi, and now this annoying Lion was here. He was going to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lion froze. What was going on? This Black Panther was too quick to anger. Drawing his sword at the first sight of him? This was crazy. Lion turned and fled. Ashy sheathed his sword and glanced out the window. He wondered what Fifi was doing. At this time of day, she should be at home enjoying tea and snacks. But why did he feel a sense of unease? The child led Fifi to the doctor. The doctor remarked that she and Fifi seemed to have quite the connection. This doctor was the same one Ashy had taken her to see before. Fifi was surprised by this coincidence. The doctor said Fifi's wound was minor and just needed a bandage. During their conversation, Fifi learned that the doctor was a professor and the mother of the child who had brought her there. Fifi was debating whether to tell the doctor about her family history when the child blurted out, "Sister is the hero. She's the hero who can defeat monsters." This left the doctor speechless. However, the doctor quickly deduced Fifi's identity. Ashy had brought Fifi to her before, and she had heard that Ashy's family kept a rabbit. It all added up. It was almost 2 p.m. Only 4 hours remained until the ball. Fifi hesitated. The prospect of seeing her parents in human form filled her with a strange apprehension. Should she really go? Night fell. Guests arrived at the ball in a steady stream. Fifi, in her beautiful gown, looked absolutely stunning. However, she soon realized she was being followed. It was Leon trailing behind her. He looked embarrassed when she confronted him, unsure how she'd noticed. Fifi explained that a child had pointed him out. Leon admitted he'd been worried about her being alone, fearing she might vanish again at midnight. "So, beautiful Lady Rabbit," Leon began, "can I join you?" He wanted to attend the ball with her, but Fifi flatly refused. She insisted she didn't need protection. Besides, how could she face her parents with Leon in tow? His presence would only complicate things. Leon was indignant at her rejection. "I went to great lengths to get you in here. And now you're abandoning me? You're quite the ingrate, Lady Rabbit. Fifi sighed, approaching him slowly. Didn't I heal your cheek? She reminded him. Fifi's sudden closeness made Leon blush, flustered and unsure how to react. He instinctively took a few steps back. Fifi smiled gently. From now on, she requested, please treat me like a person. Don't call me Lady Rabbit anymore. Thank you. She turned to leave, but Leon reached out and caught her arm. I know what you're doing is important, he said. So important you haven't even told Isai, have you? Fifi was taken aback, speechless for a moment. Meanwhile, ACI received a message from his family. Fifi and Arzi were missing. Assie's face hardened. He immediately prepared to return to his family, but a guard stopped him. The guard suggested that Lady Rabbit and Arzi might have simply gone somewhere else, making a return trip pointless for now. Besides, the guard added, Lady Rabbit isn't an ordinary rabbit. She should be fine. ACI looked distraught. Even if she's not ordinary, she's still just a small rabbit, so delicate, so vulnerable. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from nearby. Brother, a small voice whispered, are you crying? ACI turned to see the children who had been with Fifi earlier. ACI approached them slowly. Have you seen a very beautiful young lady? He asked. Or perhaps a rabbit? You mean the brave one? One of the children blurted out, then immediately clapped a hand over their mouth, realizing they'd broken their promise to keep Fifi's secret. ACI smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret, he promised, then turned and left. Outside the castle, Fifi paced back and forth, nervously looking around, unsure how to get inside. She noticed the balcony didn't seem too high. Perhaps she could climb the pillars? Fifi estimated the height and, without further hesitation, made a running start. But she forgot she was wearing heels. With a clumsy clatter, she tripped and fell, the impact leaving her dazed. Then, a voice called out, who's there? Fifi froze. That voice, it was her mother's. The elegant, noble woman standing before her was the same woman who, just months ago, had thrown her own baby rabbit into a pack of wild beasts for selfish reasons. Fifi, now human, stared at the woman. The familiar face, the familiar scent. It was undeniably her cruel mother. Seeing Fifi in her beastman form, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face. A moment later, she expertly feigned shock and concern, her expression shifting to one of distress and worry. Overwhelmed, Fifi felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She instinctively turned away. She hadn't expected to encounter this heartless woman here. She didn't know if her mother truly recognized her or how she should even react. Then, the woman stepped forward and embraced her, murmuring words of longing. Fifi looked exactly like her. How could she not recognize her own daughter? But the embrace felt cold, devoid of genuine love or remorse. The woman was merely calculating. If Fifi had become a beast man, that meant she could be useful. Naive Fifi, caught off guard, almost allowed herself to believe in her mother's affection. The gentle voice, the tender words, almost made her forget her mother's cruelty. But then, Fifi gritted her teeth and bravely pulled away from the embrace. This belated affection was a poor substitute for the initial heartless abandonment. Fifi clutched her chest, expressing her own complex emotions. I missed you so much, she whispered, the words laced with pain. The woman, caught off guard, stammered, unsure how to respond. Fei-Fei's mother could only approach and feign affection, claiming she missed him dearly. Fei-Fei continued to avoid her. He was relieved it wasn't his cruel father he'd encountered today. He still had many questions for his mother that needed answering. He questioned her about being abandoned in the border forest. His mother faltered, realizing Fei-Fei knew something. No matter how she tried to disguise it, the tension in her face was evident. Fei-Fei continued, head bowed. I understand it was all because of the curse, but don't you find it strange? How could I, unable to shift into human form because of the god's seal, meet you, mother, in my current state? When I was very young, rumors spread among the rabbits that I was illegitimate. To secure a place for himself among the nobles, he used his daughter's life in exchange for the only. Hatred filled Fei-Fei's eyes as he thought this through. Even with his little rabbit brain, he could figure out that the judge who insisted on the curse theory must have been on his mother's side. The woman was shocked, seeing Fei-Fei so different from the timid creature he once was. The little rabbit who once cowered in corners had become even more powerful than her son. She had to bring him back. Smiling, she explained that Fei-Fei wasn't cursed. She believed he would only face death within the family, so she sent him to the border forest to try his luck. Fei Fei was speechless with rage at her twisted logic. However, his transformation from a small rabbit into a beautiful beast man was indeed unexpected. He demanded to know if she had force-fed him hormones to trigger his awakening, since he couldn't shift before. The woman froze, unable to answer. Seeing her reaction, Fei Fei understood everything. Fighting back tears, he realized that if it weren't for Ashi, because of his mother's greed, he might have remained a rabbit his entire life, or worse, not even survived. The Black Panther and the lion had both fallen for the little rabbit. In a bid to claim Fei Fei first, the Black Panther, Ashi, kicked his good friend, the lion, into the water. A fierce possessiveness made Ashi's eyes burn. His little rabbit didn't need anyone else's concern. "Go cool off in the water," he snarled. Meanwhile, Fei Fei was heartbroken. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the valley. Raging flames quickly spread to every corner. The blast wave knocked Fei Fei's wicked mother to the ground. The sudden inferno threw everyone into chaos. Fei Fei suspected someone had used pheromones to cause the explosion. Knights arrived to escort his mother to safety, but she feigned concern for Fei Fei, claiming they shouldn't separate after their reunion. She promised to answer all his questions. Starved for affection, Fei Fei almost believed her. But reason ultimately prevailed. He painfully told his mother to let him go. She had abandoned him so heartlessly, disgusted by his rabbit form. How could she possibly have changed? Fei Fei firmly told her he wouldn't go with her. The fire raged, leaving little time for her to take him. Since kind words failed, she resorted to force, ordering the knights to seize Fei Fei. Even if they had to knock him unconscious, they were to bring him. Fei Fei, who had momentarily softened, was crushed. His mother truly didn't love him. But against two high-ranking knights, he'd likely be captured before he could even use his pheromones. Poor Fei Fei was at a loss. He decided to feign surrender and look for an escape route. Just as he prepared to surrender, the two knights were seized. Ashur and the queen had arrived. Fei Fei was overjoyed to see them. Finally, there was hope of escape. Seeing the situation turn against her, his mother immediately ordered the knights to use their pheromones to subdue them. She even cruelly included Fei Fei in the order. His heart shattered again. Why did his mother have to go this far? But now, with the queen and Ashur, Fei Fei had a chance to use his own pheromones. Though he would revert to a rabbit, it was better than being captured. He gathered his remaining strength, preparing for a desperate fight. Just as his pheromones were fully charged, a warm voice spoke from behind him. "Don't." It was Ashi. He softly told Fei Fei not to use his pheromones. Ashi clasped Fei Fei's hand tightly, the air thick with unspoken emotion. Looking at the young man in his arms, Ashi finally confessed his desire. He preferred Fei Fei to remain a beautiful beast man by his side. Fei Fei stared at him, mesmerized, but the moment was shattered by the knights. Ashi turned a furious glare on them. "I suggest you put your swords away. If you refuse..." The woman was taken aback. The young Black Panther leader had actually come to Fei Fei's rescue. A question slowly formed in her mind. What exactly was the connection between this man and Fei Fei? "If you refuse, then don't blame me for being impolite," Fei Fei's mother said, looking at her daughter. "Fei Fei, mother is only you now." Having said this, she turned and left. Fei Fei shouted at her mother's retreating figure. "What do you mean? Fei Fei is in danger." Yashi pulled Fei Fei into her arms. "Now's not the time to ask these questions. We need to go. After we get back." Fei Fei shut herself in her room. From outside the door, Yashi said, "Fei Fei, let's talk. Let me in." Fei Fei didn't speak. Yashi, touching her forehead, sighed. "Then let's talk here." She sat down as well. The two of them sat like this, separated by the door. Fei Fei was afraid of Yashi behind that door. Why was facing Yashi so difficult? "Fei Fei, I left you at the house precisely because I considered you might do something impulsive like this. You know it yourself. Away from the estate, you have nowhere safe to be. But even if I could do it over again, I would still make the same choice. Because you don't tell me anything." Fei Fei sobbed, covering her face. "You never tell me anything. Whether it's about my healing pheromones or the fact that I might only have them because of drugs, you haven't told me anything." Yashi was astonished. "How did you find out?" "I traveled a long way to get here, and there's a reason I didn't tell you. It's only you. I don't want you to know about my dark past, whether it's the curse or the drugs, or even my family." Fei Fei opened the door. Yashi tugged hard on the door. Fei, what's wrong with you today? Fei, let's talk, okay? Open the door. I don't want to see you right now. Fei, just for a little while. It won't be long, Yashi pleaded, sitting down against the door. I see you have an injury on your hand. What happened to your hand? Yashi asked, her face full of concern. You even saw that. I probably did it accidentally while transforming. Can you tell me what's wrong with you? You don't tell me anything. I know everything about my healing pheromones, and whether these pheromones are only because of drugs. Yashi jumped to her feet. How do you know? Are you just trying to use me too? After all, I even saved Ashur, who was frozen to death. That's not true. Fei, open the door. Yes, at first I was very heartbroken, but later I started to think it was better this way. Since I still have some use, I don't have to worry about being abandoned at any moment. So, Fei, later I was actually excited. Why? Because you really do have good friends. Is it because you were raised to be the head of the family? But Yashi, because I was too emotional. I said F***CKU to Yashi. I directly apologized to him. Was he really worried about me just now? A woman's heart changes so easily. Fei stood up and opened the door. Yashi was still there. Yashi, Fei called out. Did you fall asleep? No. Go sleep inside on the bed. Yashi suddenly collapsed. Fei, her face etched with fear, quickly scooped up Yashi from the floor and cradled him protectively in her arms. Yashi, are you alright? What happened? Fei's hand rested on Yashi's back. This is so serious. We need to find a man to take him somewhere quickly. What are women thinking? Her beloved has come to see her, she muttered to herself. She clearly longs to see him, yet she insists on keeping him locked out. Yashi, usually so fierce, spent the entire night outside the door. He collapsed thanks to Hanyun. Whether it was intentional or not, Fei is incredibly worried. My heart goes out to all the men out there, doesn't it? She said to herself. Fei was about to take Yashi to Professor G, but Yashi grabbed her hand. This will cause a commotion. Don't tell anyone, Yashi whispered, a chill in his voice. Why? Fei wondered. It was like this last time, too. What's happening to him? Not even Yibulin can know. The floor of the hallway was too cold, and with only one bed, Yashi had to sleep on the sofa. Fei ran to the sofa and strained with all her might, but she couldn't budge the heavy piece of furniture even a centimeter. She rushed to Yashi's side and called his name, but he didn't respond. Then, with a mischievous grin, she orchestrated a close encounter between Yashi and the opposite wall. Muttering apologies, Fei, all 1.68 meters of her, attempted to maneuver the 1.88-meter frame of Yashi a little at a time. Predictably, Yashi's head bumped against a flower pot. The jolt startled him awake. Fei rushed to his side to help him up. Overcome with guilt, kind-hearted Fei crouched down. Yashi pulled himself up. Yashi gave a weak smile and draped his right arm over Fei's shoulder, slowly inching his way towards the bed. Don't worry, Fei reassured him. Her voice startled Yashi, causing him to flinch. After finally getting him onto the bed, Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Then came the sweet nothings, the playful banter. Fei's face flushed crimson. Fei excused herself to fetch a wet towel. When she returned, Yashi was fast asleep. Gazing at his handsome, sleeping face, Fei couldn't resist gently caressing his cheek. Noticing he still felt feverish, Fei thought, we're practically an old married couple now, and began to undress him, stealing glances at his body. As she reached for the last piece of clothing, Yashi's eyes fluttered open. Fei's face burned scarlet. Seeing his discomfort, Fei began to cry. Fei, why are you crying? Yashi asked weakly. Can I use my pheromones on you? I don't want you to suffer. Yashi wiped away her tears. You're so fragile, he murmured. How could I ever bear to leave you? Seeing that Yashi's condition hadn't improved, Fei prepared to use her healing pheromones. Brushing his hair aside, she was met with a pair of mesmerizing, captivating eyes. Fei was utterly entranced. She instinctively leaned closer, then quickly recoiled, covering Yashi's eyes with her hands. The rumors were true. Yashi's eyes held an irresistible allure. Anyone caught in their gaze would be unknowingly consumed. I bet plenty of girls have fallen victim to them already. She paused. What's that smell? Could it be Yashi's pheromones? He usually keeps them completely hidden, even for me. He must be in too much pain to control them now. I have to do something. Yashi, you can shape-shift, can't you? Wouldn't shifting into a panther ease the pain a little? Yashi said, turning his back to Fei. Are you resisting? Why are you refusing? This is the most reliable method right now. What's wrong with you? Is it that hard to shift? Looking at Yashi on the bed, Fei really wanted to smack him. If I hadn't promised Grandpa I'd help you, who would be here taking care of you in the middle of the night? Seeing Yashi's increasing discomfort, Fei flipped him over and pinned him down. Don't, Fei. I don't want you to change back into a rabbit, Yashi groaned. Honestly, before, you wanted me to stay a rabbit, and now you want me to be human. You're so fickle. Yashi pulled Fei into an embrace. You shameless beast, he breathed heavily. I can't wait any longer, Yashi. I'm going to give you a hickey. Seeing Yashi didn't respond, Fei started nuzzling him. Yashi's pheromones were surging uncontrollably due to his illness. Seeing him in such distress, Fei decided to use her healing pheromones to help suppress them. She leaned in to bite Yashi's neck. Unfortunately, in her human form, Fei lacked fangs and couldn't break Yashi's skin. Instead, she woke him up. What are you doing? The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Fei's actions sent Yashi's adrenaline skyrocketing. Before Fei could speak, Yashi pulled her close and kissed her. Are you feeling a little embarrassed watching this? That's how the night passed. The next day, in the Rabbit Tribe Palace, Mr. Prime Minister, at our age, we shouldn't be drinking milk tea every day like youngsters. Too much of it will give you diabetes. The Prime Minister chuckled. I'm still young. Speaking of which, have you investigated yesterday's fire? Someone set off such magnificent fireworks on my birthday. I must thank them properly. Judging by the traces at the scene, it was highly likely arson. In that case, investigate thoroughly. Every guest who attended the banquet. Elsewhere, Fei, now awake, glanced at Yashi beside her and giggled to herself. Images of their future life together flashed through her mind. But then she remembered her unstable form and frowned. I'll wait until my human form is stable, she thought. Fei looked down and noticed the hickey on Yashi's neck. She froze. What do I do? How do I explain this if someone sees it? She reached out to try and rub it away. The moment she touched his neck, Yashi woke up. They stared at each other. Fei was so embarrassed she could dig a square-meter hole in Beijing with her toes. Yashi, on the other hand, turned away and chuckled to himself. Happiness truly is the best medicine. It even improved his appetite. Early in the morning, Fei devoured 10 potato stew sandwiches. Her appetite was truly impressive, even making Ashur, who was watching, feel hungry. It was almost as if Yashi and Ashur had planned it. Just as Fei gave the last sandwich to Ashur, Yashi brought over a small cake he had carefully saved for Fei. Leave it to a bad boy to know how to charm a girl. Yashi employed his tried-and-true tactics, relentlessly teasing Fei. He kept pushing her buttons until she puffed up in exasperation, looking utterly adorable. Even Ashur, standing nearby, was captivated by the scene, listening with a look of pure enjoyment. The inevitable finally arrived. Yashi propped himself up on his hands and asked, Fei, how did you get here? Fei, with a wry smile, began to recount her journey from the Black Panther territory. Yashi listened with a smile plastered on his face, though his mind was likely racing. Upon learning that Fei had spent the night in the lion's room and been carried in his pocket, his expression instantly turned cold. Fei, sensing the shift, quickly clarified, I was in rabbit form. The atmosphere finally lightened a bit. Then, casually, Yashi remarked, no wonder you smell like a lion. Fei, taking the bait, revealed the story of the lion's invitation to the banquet, having mistakenly believed Yashi was serious. Yashi's anger exploded. The two began to argue fiercely. Just then, Iburi entered, summoning Yashi to a meeting. Yashi refused, claiming to be busy, but Iburi persisted, pushing Yashi's temper to the boiling point. Yashi then blurted out something about Iburi discovering a friend. At this point, the narrator interjects. It's important to note the significance of acting skills. Folks, you really have to learn to watch things with a discerning eye. Finally, Yashi collapsed to the floor, muttering, Phase 2 timing me again. Fei and Iburi stared in astonishment. The usually valiant Yashi was now reduced to a blubbering mess, ranting about Fei. This outburst prompted Iburi to join the fray. Together, they unleashed a torrent of complaints about Fei. They completely forgot Iburi's original purpose, to inform Yashi about the urgent meeting. After their tearful, noisy tirade in Fei's living room, they finally made their way to the Grand Hall's meeting room. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Everyone was engaged in heated discussion. Everyone, that is, except for two, the lion and the Black Panther. They were locked in a bitter standoff, trading insults, their power seemingly evenly matched. The others watched with amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Finally, the butler broke the stalemate. "Master Yasi Grays," he began, "that Black Panther who has been roaming the basement, causing chaos, does he belong to you? If so, please keep him under control during your stay. Secondly, we have received a tip that an unidentified rabbit beast man was seen near the fire." Yasi knew the witness was Evan Rebian, Faye's mother, but he still inquired about the witness's identity. The butler, however, remained tight-lipped. He continued, "This rabbit beast man has been in contact with both Master Yasi and Master Oz. We are inquiring about the nature of these interactions. When it came to Faye, however, both Yasi and Oz were fiercely protective. The two, who had just been at each other's throats, now presented a united front. They concocted a story, claiming Faye was a dancer. But their charade wouldn't last. Their pride wouldn't allow them to listen to the story of Faye and her supposed rival. Soon, they were bickering again. Their words, however, betrayed their concern for Faye. Their argument left the others bewildered. Seeing the two arguing over a rabbit, everyone became curious about this mysterious individual. The meeting hall buzzed with speculation. Finally, the Prime Minister intervened. "Our priority is to determine the cause of the fire. Until then, we shall extend the courtesy of honored guests to the dancer, as well as to Lord Grays and Lord Manios." The narrator chimes in again. As expected of the Prime Minister, even his manner of address is distinct. With that, he dismissed the meeting, sending everyone back to their respective residences. Faye watched the departing carriages from the window, lost in thought. She remembered a time when her mother loved her dearly. As she reminisced, guilt washed over her. "I'm so useless," she lamented. "Such a failure." Faye's pitiful appearance tugged at the heartstrings. Iburi, witnessing her distress, began to offer words of comfort. "Lady Faye," she said, "who dares call you useless? You've bravely defeated monsters time and again. You saved Ashi. Aren't those incredible feats? Lady Faye, perhaps you could untie me now. Master Yasi complained about you too. Why dummy up and not him? Have you forgotten the memories we share? Isn't he supposed to be in a meeting? Otherwise, he'd be here with you, just like this." At that moment, Russell Jr. walked over and whispered, "Brave hero, that leopard over there is really strange. I can't sense his aura at all. Is he really weak and pathetic?" The two of them chattered back and forth, completely oblivious to the fact that their words were cutting deeper than any blade. As the saying goes, even if you don't respect the monk, respect the Buddha. You shouldn't speak ill of someone right in front of, well, almost in front of them, especially when the person they were talking about was tied up right across from them. Ibran's face practically fell to the floor. "Let me tell you, Master Rabbit, my pheromones allow me to see ghosts. And Master Rabbit, there's one right behind you now." Russell Jr. snuck a peek and felt a powerful aura. He quickly buried his head in Vivi's chest in fright. Seeing this scene, you're probably a little envious, wishing you were Russell Jr., right? Then, Ashi quietly walked over and whispered something into Vivi's ear. Vivi promptly fainted. The truth was, Ibran's pheromones were unique. They had no effect on those with weaker pheromones. Ashi carried Vivi to the bed and then turned to scold Ibran. Seeing Vivi faint, Ashur, who was always pampered by Vivi, ran straight behind Ibran and bit down on his head. Watching this scene, doesn't it feel perfectly natural? Then, Ashi dragged Russell Jr. out to the courtyard, leaving Ashur to continue biting the still-bound Ibran. After Vivi woke up, she also hurried to the courtyard and sat down next to Ashi. She watched Ashi playing with a group of rabbits. The scene was incredibly warm and harmonious. Then, the two of them started talking about what had happened in the meeting hall that morning. "Ugh, I'm a terrible dancer. Why did they give me this role?" Vivi said, exasperated. Suddenly, Russell Jr. said, "Let me see," and started pinching Ashi's face. The usually cold and domineering Ashi didn't resist, obediently letting Russell Jr. pinch him. This made Vivi laugh. Then Russell Jr. said to Vivi, "You're so pretty." Ashi immediately followed up with, "He has good taste." Vivi looked at Ashi, her face flushing. She thought, he said Russell Jr. has good taste. Does that mean he likes me too? A classic case of lovesickness. Legend has it that in the Beast tribe, every adult male, after completing their coming-of-age ceremony, chooses their desired fiancé, and Ashi was about to come of age. Because of this, Ashi's words sent Vivi into a wonderful fantasy. However, Before her fantasy could fully bloom, it was interrupted by Ashy. Vivi looked at Ashy and rolled her eyes. However, she noticed a scar on Ashy's face. She gently reached out to touch it. However, the Ashy of this moment was no longer the innocent one of the past. He quickly grabbed Vivi's hand and started groping her. Ashy's actions, well, you could call it harassment. Don't try this at home, kids. Maybe try getting a girlfriend first. Watching Ashy's actions, Vivi nearly threw up her breakfast. Even the rabbits nearby couldn't stand it and fled. Seeing that Ashy still wouldn't let go, Vivi immediately switched to her cute mode. "Brother Ashy," she pleaded, "if I heal your wound, I'll turn back into a rabbit. Could you bear to let me change back?" Seeing this, Ashy quickly released her hand. As expected, acting cute is a girl's best weapon. However, when Vivi saw Ashy let go, she felt a pang of disappointment. Vivi thought Ashy wouldn't do anything more daring, but then he rested his head on her shoulder. He even hugged her from behind. At first, Vivi resisted, but under Ashy's sweet nothings, she gradually melted into his embrace. Finally emboldened, Fifi nestled into Yassi's arms. The two quietly savored this sweet, precious moment. Seeing this, I wonder what everyone's thinking. This episode, at least for me, is incredibly sweet. It suddenly makes me want a girlfriend. Ever since the meeting where we learned about the dancer, Rabbit, everyone's been incredibly curious. Just how experienced must this rabbit be to have captured the hearts of both Lord Black Panther and Lord Lion? And then, thanks to him, Ewan instantly became a treasured guest of the lords of various territories. It's a shame everyone's unaware that Ewan only recently learned that Fifi is a receiver and knows very little about her. If they found out, she'd probably be devoured alive. Leon hurried to Yassi's room with some local rooibos tea, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rabbit. I've seen people worship Buddha, Guan Yu, and 2D Gong, but I've never seen anyone worship a sofa. Pushing open the door, he saw Yassi sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper, while Fifi and Ash were bowing to it. After that, they ran over to bow to the fireplace. The scene was so bizarre that Leon held his breath, pushing his tea trolley slowly inside. He then stood silently beside Yassi, pouring the tea. "And go to the kitchen," Yassi said. "Tell the kitchen staff I'm thinking of adding some ingredients, some fragrant rabbit meat. Ask them if they're interested." Leon's hand trembled, spilling the tea. It turned out Yassi had told Fifi she was returning to the Black Panther territory that afternoon. Fifi wasn't ready and had been sulking, trying to persuade Yassi to let her stay a few more days. Having failed, she quickly got up to say goodbye to Professor Gina and Russell. Worried about Fifi, Yassi prepared to go with her, but Fifi stopped him with a look. Then, she dashed out alone. Feeling a pang of guilt, Fifi ran back. "Yassi, wait for me. We'll go back together. After all, we didn't come together," she said. And with that, she was off again, leaving Yassi looking stunned, though inwardly he was likely overjoyed. Fifi ran happily along the path, then sensed someone following her. She quickened her pace. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her. Fifi shrieked and started flailing wildly. "Ow, ow, ow. That's my hair." Recognizing the familiar voice, Fifi stopped and opened her eyes to see Lion's handsome face before her. Lion was truly handsome, and his smile was captivating. Internal monologue. "Haha, I'll get them both." Lion had learned that Fifi was returning to her tribe today. Unwilling to let her go without seeing her one last time, he rushed over. Internal monologue. "If you like someone, tell them. Love is about taking chances. Be bold. Don't leave regrets." Have you ever had any regrets? With Fifi about to return to the Black Panther territory with Yassi, Lion wanted to confess his feelings before she left. After stopping Fifi, they chatted for a while. Fifi was surprised to learn that it was actually Black Panther and Lion who had found her together initially. But Yassi had been quicker to bring her back to his tribe. Lion couldn't help but wonder if things would be different if he had been the one to take Fifi back then. Now, he was filled with regret. At the banquet, Lion had already expressed his affection for Fifi. But at the time, Fifi had pretended not to understand. Now, Lion was confessing his feelings again. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Fifi was flustered and just wanted to leave. But Lion wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. If he missed this, he might never get another chance. He grabbed Fifi's shoulder. He pulled off Fifi's windbreaker. Internal monologue, using Fifi as his axe blocker. Seeing Fifi's silence, Lion began to bring up Black Panther's flaws, while simultaneously painting himself in a positive light, trying to sway Fifi to return to the Lion tribe with him. Seeing Fifi continuously agreeing, Lion thought he had finally persuaded her. Then, Fifi revealed her neck, displaying the crimson dog mark. Lion's face was instantly consumed with rage. Watching Lion's actions, Fifi knew he was genuinely worried about her. Unable to bear hurting him, she gently rejected his advances. Lion wasn't angry. Instead, he draped his coat back over Fifi's shoulders and asked tenderly, "Can you tell me why?" Fifi then recounted her experiences with Ashi. Watching Fifi, her expression transforming from shy to radiant, Lion instantly understood. He gave Fifi a hair ribbon and released her hand. Perhaps it was to ease her awkwardness, or perhaps to mask his own heartache. Lion started teasing himself, instantly lightening the somber mood. However, letting go of someone could never be that easy. Seeing Lion force a smile was truly heartbreaking. At this moment, I desperately wished Master would just get married right there and then. Curse this author. Before Fifi could even leave the hall, a blue-haired figure approached. Glaring at Fifi with gritted teeth, Fifi was completely bewildered. "Who is this guy?" she wondered. He looked at me with such fury, as if I owed him money. Then, Lion revealed the blue-haired man's identity. He was the Bird Queen, assigned to protect Fifi. In the carriage, Fifi curiously studied the queen. She hadn't expected the queen to be so handsome in human form. Meanwhile, the queen, sitting opposite her, continued to glare with resentment. Apparently, it was uncommon for bird beastmen to shift between animal and human forms at will. But because he was rebellious and loved freedom, he refused to serve other beastmen. Now he was Fifi's guard. No wonder he was angry. Just then, Russell and Professor Gina emerged with the Prime Minister to see Fifi off. Fifi, having never met the Prime Minister, was briefly introduced. The Prime Minister took an immediate liking to Fifi, but was curious whether she would choose Black Panther or Lion. After all, the two most outstanding individuals of the Stone Beast tribe. However, seeing Fifi in Black Panther's carriage, he started teasing. Fifi became flustered, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Unbeknownst to Fifi, Ashi was watching them from the second floor. Seeing the hero about to leave, Russell was heartbroken. Tears welled in his eyes as he handed Fifi a slip of paper with his address. "Hero, you must write to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Russell jumped into Professor Gina's arms and burst into tears. Fifi quickly tried to comfort him. Gina reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." The carriage slowly set off, but they hadn't gone far when they saw Ashi swaggering towards them from a distance, murmuring sweet nothings, leaving Fifi speechless. Ashi told Fifi that they should go ahead, and he would catch up later after taking care of some business. Fifi, seeing this, started to whine, "I want to go back with you." Then the two of them embarked on an hour-long, exclusive conversation, completely oblivious to everyone else around them. Iblin, unable to bear it any longer, made a silent protest, attempting to interrupt them. But the two of them, unfazed, glanced at him and continued their chat. This time, however, it wasn't just flirting. Fifi asked about the meaning of the bite mark on her neck. Before leaving, the Prime Minister had mentioned that bite marks held significance. Ashi said with a smirk, "You don't know the meaning of the bite mark? Then how dare you bite me? And you bit me first." He offered his neck for Fifi to see, only to receive a punch in return. Fifi then looked at Iblin, wondering what he was unhappy about this time. Iblin was truly innocent this time. He wasn't upset at all, but simply startled. His hand trembled slightly. Having served Master Ashi for so long, he had never seen anyone dare to hit him. And Master Ashi wasn't even angry. Instead, he cheekily asked for another punch. Is this the legendary whipped husband? Iblin wondered. Whatever his wife does is right. Fifi quickly drew the curtains, urging everyone to hurry up and leave. After bidding farewell to Yashi, Fei and her companions embarked on their journey home. In the carriage, Yibulin sighed incessantly. Master Rabbit treated Master Yashi so terribly. Back in the Firecracker tribe, he'll probably be served with a side of broccoli and raw carrots. We probably won't see Master Rabbit again. Fei was so furious, she wanted to punch Yibulin. The rest of the journey was filled with bickering. The Jade carriage came to a halt. A guard announced that a large group of masked individuals had appeared ahead. The sounds of fighting erupted from outside. Inside the carriage, Ashi immediately assumed a fighting stance. Yibulin, on the other hand, produced a hat and urged Fei-Fei to hide under it. If that doesn't work, you can climb into my pocket. He can still joke at a time like this. He's really carefree. Crack the carriage window was locked from the outside. Fei-Fei tried to pull back the curtain to see what was happening, but the queen stopped her. The fighting outside intensified. It's fine that Yibulin isn't going out. He's incredibly weak. But why haven't Ashi and the queen gone out to fight? And why are they so calm? The more Fei-Fei thought about it, the more something seemed amiss. If Yashi were here, it would make sense. He's the prince, after all. Now that Yashi isn't here, and the queen and Ashi aren't going out either, they're clearly protecting me. These people must be here to kidnap me. And not many people know about my abilities. To be able to ambush us outside of firecracker territory, it could only be my mother. The thought filled Fei-Fei with despair. She recalled how Yashi had prevented her from meeting with her mother alone. Those two are definitely hiding something. Fei-Fei grabbed her stiletto heel and pressed it against the carriage window. Then, trembling, she pulled back from the window. Yibulin stared at her, dumbfounded. Master Fei-Fei, what's wrong? It's dangerous. Come here. Fei-Fei sensed a strong surge of dominant pheromones outside and guessed that Yashi must be there too. She demanded that Yibulin tell her the truth. But Yibulin and the others were under a silencing spell and couldn't speak. He slowly approached Fei-Fei. Seeing him coming closer, Fei-Fei threatened, "If you dare touch me, I'll never speak to you again." Yibulin was completely bewildered, seeing Fei-Fei's escalating distress. The queen stood up and pulled a 2-centimeter dagger from her pocket. She intended to knock Fei-Fei unconscious. Yibulin quickly intervened, blocking her. Master Yashi said to protect her, even if it's difficult. If we do this, we'll probably get beaten up. Doesn't she know Master Yashi is an old man? While the two argued, Fei-Fei suddenly lunged. She tackled the queen. Unexpectedly, Yibulin joined the fray as well. She knew Yibulin was weak, but not this weak. Looking at the masked figures strewn across the ground outside, Fei-Fei walked over and pulled open one of their eyes. Purple, just as she suspected. Fei-Fei sighed deeply. Then, taking Ashi with her, she chased after the strongest concentration of the pheromones. After subduing the queen and Yibulin, Fei-Fei hurried off with Ashi towards Yashi's location. Meanwhile, Yashi was already tearing through the ranks of Fei-Fei's mother's men, unstoppable and cutting them down like wheat. As she watched her last man fall, Evan's heart was gripped with terror. She frantically cried out that she was a noble woman, attempting to use her status to intimidate Yashi. There were rules in every territory. Harming a noble from another territory would result in severe punishment. Yashi remained unmoved. He pointed at his mother-in-law, accusing her of attacking his carriage first. He was merely defending himself. Evan was momentarily speechless, but she wouldn't surrender easily. She desperately feigned innocence, claiming she had no idea about any attack and was simply there to see her daughter. Then, she reminded Yashi again that harming a noble woman would have dire consequences. Yashi sneered. "You dare call yourself a noble lady? I'm afraid your status and the Rebion family itself will soon vanish." Evan demanded, "What are you talking about? Vanish? Explain yourself." Yashi replied coldly. "The part of the mansion that burned, like the Rebion family itself, was the library, where the family's import and export records were kept. You thought you burned documents, but Chief Amen had already moved them. The former prime minister discovered the Rebion family's illicit activities. This fire provided the perfect opportunity to investigate your business dealings. They found that the Rebion family has been trafficking drugs. I made a deal with the prime minister. I helped him find the drugs, and in return, he left you and the Rebion patriarch to me. You endangered the entire rabbit tribe for your own selfish gain, and you even involved your own daughter. It's despicable." Yashi's face darkened. He raised his arm, intending to strike down his mother-in-law. However, he hesitated. Fifi was right there. He had sensed Fifi's presence all along, but hadn't let on, allowing her to overhear everything. Now, Fifi emerged from the bushes, but in her adorable rabbit form. She had encountered a group of injured rabbits on the way and had used her pheromones to transform. She hopped over to Yashi's feet and then darted off in the other direction, urging him to follow. Fifi was grateful for her rabbit form. She didn't know how she would have faced her mother otherwise. She stopped a short distance away and looked back at Yashi, tears welling in her eyes. She reached out her paws, seeking comfort, her pitiful appearance tugging at his heartstrings. Yashi scooped Fifi into his hands, soothing her. He understood her plea. "Let's go home," he said, and with Fifi in his arms, he left his mother-in-law alone in her despair. Back in Baoju, Yashi spent his days brooding in his office. Fifi avoided him. He worried that his harsh words had hurt her, that she thought him heartless. He stewed in his office, consumed by guilt. Ibulin stepped in. "This time, I'm unconditionally on Lady Fifi's side. I won't allow you to speak ill of her." Ibulin had always held a secret hope for Fifi's world domination. After witnessing Fifi's power firsthand when she subdued her, Ibulin's faith in her had only grown stronger. She was now completely devoted to Fifi. Yashi glared at Ibulin. "Do you even remember who your master is?" Then, a sly smile spread across his face. "Have you forgotten about losing Fifi in the rabbit territory?" Ibulin panicked. The reckoning had begun. She quickly pointed to the queen, who had transformed back into her hero form. She recounted the incident in the carriage, claiming the queen had kidnapped Lady Fifi. "Lady Fifi, and I begged her to let us go." Ibulin embellished the story, fueling Yashi's anger. He turned a furious gaze on the queen. The queen shook her head vigorously, then feigned a dramatic faint. Ibulin stared, dumbfounded. "Why didn't I think of that?" She immediately shifted the blame back to Fifi. "Lady Fifi used her powerful pheromones to knock us both unconscious. We couldn't do anything." Yashi mused. "It seems we need to find a herbivore teacher for Fifi." Ibulin, seeing an opportunity to escape further reprimand, eagerly offered suggestions. The conversation turned to Bara's punishment. Bara had defied and attempted to harm Fifi. Yashi decided to execute Bara. Ibulin led him to the window overlooking the plaza. Fifi and Bara were sparring. Bara lunged, jaws open wide, attempting to devour Fifi. Fifi nimbly hopped aside. Then, with a sudden 180-degree drift, she planted her little feet firmly on the ground and punched Bala square in the face. Bala was furious. Jinzhuang reached out to swat her, but Fifi dodged back and landed safely. Then her ultimate ninja skills kicked in. Who could stand against such power? Fifi took a deep breath, stood her ground, and formed hand seals. A powerful aura emanated from behind her, its dazzling light engulfing Bala. Then, with a slap, Bala and the others were on the ground. "Fifi!" Ibulin wept with excitement. Lady Fifi has finally taken her first step towards world domination. Meanwhile, Yashi blushed. So cool, so powerful. Now that Bala had submitted to Fifi and become her follower, Yashi immediately revoked the punishment, allowing Bala to keep her director position. Fifi's abilities weren't the only things that had grown stronger. Her mind had sharpened too. She was finally learning to think things through. She was currently Padzai Doju's song, pondering her powers when a newspaper headline caught her eye. Rabbit, Black Panther, and Lion in Love triangle. The dramatic headline practically leaped off the page. The article detailed the appearance of an ethereal, fairy-like dancer at the head of the Yaman's residence, and how the Black Panther and Lion were now locked in a bitter, profanity-laced rivalry for her affections. Fifi, in full-on ninja rabbit mode, ripped the newspaper to shreds, her face turning green with rage. Yashi, witnessing this, assumed Fifi was having another one of her episodes. Picking a fight with a rainstorm again, he muttered. Fifi turned to look at him. Then, remembering Yashi's declaration of love, she gazed at his handsome face and healing smile. Coupled with his deep, resonant, magnetic voice, Fifi was completely captivated. Her nose started gushing blood, and she wore a positively predatory grin. Who knew what images were flashing through her mind? Her deranged look prompted Yashi to grab a feather duster as a protective ward. He chanted, go away, under his breath. Fifi tossed her head. Oomph, you're the one who seduced me with your good looks. Seeing Fifi's anger, Yashi poked her cheek with his pinky finger. Seeing Yashi's forwardness, Fifi unleashed her love beam. But Yashi, at the crucial moment, didn't react. Mortified, Fifi clawed at the ground, desperate to escape. Rabbits are supposed to be agile, but Fifi showed no sign of it. During her escape, she knocked over an inkwell, creating a massive ink splat. Yashi then became her impromptu bath attendant. Lately, Fifi had been reading beast-taming manuals, hoping to completely subdue Bala. But the books were full of dubious advice. Following them would probably lead to an early grave. Our jealous Yashi seized the opportunity, leaning in close. Fifi, he said earnestly, I'm a beast too. Why don't you try taming me? I'm very easy to tame. So please stop seeing the lion. Fifi hadn't realized how jealous Yashi was. She wanted to explain, but remembering her resolution to be a faithful rabbit, she decided against two-timing. Yashi, she declared firmly, I won't see him again. Then, she gently pressed her forehead against his cheek. Yashi, just moments ago, so bold in his declaration, suddenly became shy. He abruptly stood and turned away, causing Fifi to fall flat on her face. Fifi was bewildered. I was so forward. What happened? Leaving Yashi's room, she headed straight for his mother's. Mrs. Valens was delighted with Fifi as a prospective daughter-in-law. She offered Fifi her own cherished blue and white porcelain teacup. Fifi settled in, crossed her legs, and hummed a little tune, thoroughly enjoying herself. Mrs. Valens watched her, thinking how adorable she was. Later, the lady remembered how beautiful Fei-Fei looked in his human form. However, she also knew that Fei-Fei couldn't control his pheromone emissions. So, she thought about finding Fei-Fei a tutor to teach him etiquette and how to manage his pheromones. However, Fei-Fei wasn't as happy as the lady expected. Instead, he seemed a bit down. The lady mistakenly thought Fei-Fei didn't want to study, and so, not wanting to upset him, she quickly said they could forget about the tutor. But then Fei-Fei shook his head vigorously, leaving the lady confused. Should she get him a tutor or not? Ever since Ashi brought Fei-Fei home, Mimi had been taking care of him and understood his behavior somewhat. Mimi quickly came to Fei-Fei's defense, telling the lady that Fei-Fei was upset because the lady had seen him at his most awkward. He wanted to present his best side to her. Fei-Fei nodded quickly, afraid of being misunderstood. However, the lady didn't mind Fei-Fei's appearance at all. She adored him no matter what. Seeing the lady's understanding and acceptance, Fei-Fei was filled with adoration for her. The lady then suggested Ashi's grandfather, Lilan, as Fei-Fei's tutor. Fei-Fei, though showing reluctance, couldn't refuse. After all, Grandpa Lilan was a role model in the entire field of knowledge. Fei-Fei was probably in for a rough time. Of everyone in the entire household, Lilan was the most difficult for Fei-Fei to get along with. A moment of sympathy for Fei-Fei. Early in the morning, in Fei-Fei's room, Fei-Fei, the rabbit who usually ran around naked, was now standing on the desk, surprisingly dressed like a proper gentleman. He bowed deeply to Grandpa Lilan as he approached. Grandpa Lilan nodded in satisfaction. Then he gave a brief self-introduction and sat down on the sofa, rummaging through his briefcase. He pulled out a newspaper with a headline about a scandalous love triangle and asked if it was about Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei, thinking Grandpa Lilan was there to cause trouble, frantically gestured with his hands. This sign language wasn't universally understood. No one knew what he meant, except perhaps Grandpa Lilan. But he seemed a little annoyed, perhaps because the gossip involved 13 people. However, before the official lesson began, Grandpa Lilan wanted to assert his dominance over Fei-Fei. He hadn't expected Fei-Fei to be his equal. They went back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. As time went on, both of them gradually grew tired. Finally, they could only shake hands and call it a draw. Fei-Fei achieved a temporary victory. Although the contest was short, Fei-Fei was considered a top talent at William College. He could even graduate directly. With a little guidance, he could probably soar to great heights. Thinking of this, Grandpa Lilan's blood boiled. He rubbed his hands together, preparing to give Fei-Fei a thorough thrashing. For some reason, the entire household had the day off. Fei-Fei also had a day off. A light rain fell outside the window. Fei-Fei was Padze Chonghuasang looking out. He saw Ashi and the others dressed in black, standing in the rain. A carriage was parked at the door. They seemed to be going out. Fei-Fei was puzzled. He didn't know what was going on. He rushed out, but was stopped by the guards. Seeing this, Fei-Fei quickly climbed onto the guard's leg and acted cute, trying to get some information out of him. No one can resist a cute guy. Seeing how curious Master Rabbit was, and since it was common knowledge anyway, the guard told Fei-Fei. It turned out that today was the anniversary of Ashi's father, Iditha's death. He had reportedly died young from a rare disease. Everyone was going to pay their respects. Learning the reason, Fei-Fei finally understood why Ashi hadn't slept well last night, even though he wasn't sick. He then hurried to the dressing room. Previously, his transformations had been stimulated by drugs and powerful sex hormones. After studying for a while, Fei managed, with a burst of pheromones, to transform and open the door. Miffy was stunned. The walk-in closet had everything. Chong Sam's, high heels, you name it. With such a thoughtful boyfriend, what girl could possibly refuse? After quickly tidying herself up, Fei prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the queen appeared outside the window. She had been discovered by the guards. Fei grabbed the queen and pulled her inside, shutting the door. Worried that the queen might get hungry, she left a handful of strawberries inside. With the queen taken care of, the only problem left was how to get out. Fei worried, wondering if Ashur could hold on and if she could escape on her own. But then, unexpectedly, Bala crawled down, gesturing for Fei to climb on. Fei and Ashur were instantly touched, relieved that their child had finally grown up. Then, the two leopards and the girl rushed out of the room, heading towards the greenhouse. Fei rode Bala, carrying Ashur, as they charged towards their destination. Bala, true to his nature as a fierce beast, was incredibly fast. Upon reaching the greenhouse entrance, Fei looked utterly disheveled. With her hair a mess, she looked like she had just escaped a disaster. She swore she would never ride Bala again. Fei then bowed to the guards at the entrance, requesting entry. The guards were dumbfounded. It was the first time anyone had bowed to them. They also felt a flicker of recognition, a nagging feeling that they had seen her somewhere before. Before they could place her, Fei called out their names, reminding them of the times they had fed her. The guards were utterly shocked. The rabbit master had transformed into a human. Remembering how they had always brought carrots for the rabbit master, calling her Bunny, 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 they fainted on the spot. Fei stepped past them and walked straight inside. Fei approached with the two Black Panthers, looking every bit the part of a Black Panther beastman. Master Li Lian looked at Fei's disheveled appearance with a look of disapproval. How could she possibly fall for such a messy appearance? Fei panicked, realizing she had forgotten to tidy herself up. Seeing this, Master Li Lian called Fei over to sit down and began to fix her hair. Fei wanted an elven hairstyle, but the old master seemed to be holding a grudge. He remembered how Fei had given him pigtails before, and now, with the perfect opportunity for revenge, he wasn't about to miss it. He proceeded to braid Fei's hair into little pigtails. Fei hadn't come here for a hairstyle. However, she immediately asked her grandfather if he had known all along that she had healing pheromones, which was why he had said she needed her when he had gone to the rabbit tribe. It turned out Master Li Lian had a purpose in having Fei get close to Yashi. Since Fei had asked, Li Lian explained the reason. He had a burn on his arm that hadn't fully healed despite treatment. However, after spending time with Fei, it had begun to heal. Master Li Lian had then done some research, eventually learning that this type of pheromone was a healing pheromone and quite rare. Yashi's father, due to an incompatibility between his pheromones and his body, was frail and bedridden. Fortunately, Yashi had inherited more of his mother's traits, so he wasn't constantly bedridden, but his health was still delicate. Fei being near she could suppress his condition. Master Li Lian was now Fei's teacher, hoping she could eventually cure Yashi completely. Curious about Fei and Yashi's relationship, Master Li Lian casually inquired. To his surprise, Fei blushed. Master Li Lian immediately understood. Fei remembered how Yashi had been sick in the rabbit tribe, and how much pain he had been in. It must have been a sign of his condition flaring up. This strengthened her resolve to master her pheromone control and help Yashi. Meanwhile, Ash, having completed his father's memorial rites, returned to his room only to discover that Fifi was missing. He immediately unleashed a torrent of furious words upon the queen. You were supposed to be protecting Fifi. Now she's gone, and you're here, leisurely enjoying a meal. Ash was seething. After learning of Fifi's whereabouts, he rushed towards the greenhouse. Only Fifi could make him this frantic. Ash hurried to the greenhouse. The guards at the entrance, now awake, were engaged in a heated discussion. Upon seeing Lord Ash approach, the rabbit guards quickly fell silent. Then one spoke up. Lady Fifi has already left. Ash, figuring he was already there, decided to go inside anyway. He entered and immediately saw the old man, Fifi's grandfather, sitting in the gazebo gazebo, leisurely sipping tea. He was also draped in Fifi's cloak. Ash wondered what Fifi was up to. Seeing Ash arrive, the old man immediately took off the cloak and handed it to him. He then began inquiring about Fifi's identity and, by extension, her family situation. Ash was utterly speechless. Where to even begin, he thought. He then proceeded to tell the old man everything about the Rebbian family. Upon hearing the story, the old man was stunned. He sputtered out the water he was drinking and exclaimed, "What? You wiped out her family. What are we going to do?" Thankfully, Fifi doesn't have much connection to that family. Otherwise, I would have lost my granddaughter-in-law. The old man then began muttering to himself about the bloodline of Ash and Fifi's future offspring. When he looked up again, Ash was already at the door about to leave. The old man was exasperated. He couldn't even tell me he was leaving. How rude. After returning to the castle, and after some inquiries, Ash learned that Fifi had returned to her room. He immediately hurried there, but he didn't see her. He was about to take his frustration out on the queen, when the startled queen quickly pointed to the side. Ash followed her gesture and found Fifi hiding under the table, weeping. Ash tossed the cloak aside and rushed over to her, asking what was wrong. However, Fifi continued to cry without speaking. She was digging her left hand into her right, and blood was starting to seep out. Seeing this, Ash quickly reached out to stop her, but Fifi flung his hand away. She then seemed to realize she'd been too harsh and looked at Ash. The thought of Ash possibly dying sent fresh tears streaming down her face. She then demanded to know why Ash hadn't told her. "Were you planning to keep it from me forever?" Fifi had been like this since returning from the greenhouse. Ash knew that the old man must have revealed everything, but he hadn't wanted to burden Fifi. Seeing Ash's silence, Fifi became even more distraught, digging her fingernails deeper into her right hand. Seeing that a forceful approach wasn't working, Ash switched tactics, trying to gently persuade Fifi not to hurt herself. However, Fifi cried out, "Now is not the time to worry about this. Do you know you might die?" Tears flowed down her cheeks again. Fifi was taking all the blame upon herself. She continued to hurt herself. Ash's repeated attempts to stop her were useless. Seeing Fifi's continued distress, Ash abruptly adopted a cold, hard demeanor. He glared menacingly at Fifi, who was visibly startled and immediately stopped sobbing. Her hand also stilled. Ash moved closer to Fifi, slowly reaching toward her neck. He opened his mouth wide as if to bite her. This action, however, filled Fifi with a sudden terror. She quickly pushed Ash away. Seeing Fifi trembling, Ash felt a pang of remorse. But even shifting into human form was agonizing for Feifei now. How could Yashi bear to let her heal him? This was the only way he could think of to push her away. He followed up with a cold laugh. "You're terrified of even being near me. Even if I told you, what good would it do?" He stood up, preparing to leave. Feifei, fearing Yashi would ignore her completely, quickly grabbed his arm. Then, gritting her teeth as if steeling herself for something, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Feifei pulled Yashi against the wall and straddled him. Yashi's hand happened to land on Feifei's waist. Combined with their current position, he assumed she was about to take him right then and there. Blushing, he turned his head away, murmuring, "No, Feifei, don't, it's not like that." He feigned reluctance, though inwardly he was likely ecstatic. Feifei knew Yashi was worried about her, which was why he'd said such harsh things. She pulled him closer, intending to comfort him and reassure him not to be afraid. She wanted to tell him they'd figure things out together. But the position was undeniably awkward. It led Yashi to completely misinterpret the situation. Feifei responded by promptly slapping him. Yashi was stunned. Looking at his reddening nose, Feifei explained, "I can control my pheromones now, and I'll only use them when I know I'm safe." Feifei tried to persuade Yashi by assuring him of her safety. However, Yashi still didn't want her to take any risks and began to make things difficult for her. He even went so far as to say he'd only picked her up initially because he wanted to use her. Feifei hesitated for a moment, but then she remembered Yashi saying she was the person he cherished. She resolved to stay by his side. "My life is yours. If you want to use me, then use me." She even gently traced her finger along his canine tooth. It was a gesture meant to show she was no longer afraid of him. However, it looked an awful lot like Feifei trying to seduce him with her charm. And as the saying goes, heroes are often undone by beautiful women, especially when the beauty is practically throwing herself at him. Our Yashi naturally wouldn't disappoint her. He finally relented and pulled Fei Fei into his arms. All right then, it's settled. If this can't be solved, you'll stay with me forever. He leaned in and gently kissed her forehead. Fei Fei's face flushed crimson. Yashi watched her with a mischievous grin. Fei Fei instantly realized he was taking advantage of her, but looking at his handsome face, she shyly hid her face in his chest. Under Fei Fei's captivating allure, Yashi couldn't resist and finally gave in. But Yashi also seized the opportunity to claim Fei Fei as his own. Now, Fei Fei lay nestled in his arms, and the two quietly enjoyed the sweet moment. However, with the mood so perfectly set, how could our mischievous Yashi possibly remain well-behaved? While Fei Fei was speaking, he seized the moment and pressed his lips against hers. As a man, how could he let a woman take the lead? Before Fei Fei could react, Yashi flipped her on her back. Looking at his eager expression, Fei Fei felt a mixture of joy and nervousness. Her heart pounded in her chest. As Yashi leaned closer, Fei Fei shyly puckered her lips. But after waiting for a while, nothing happened. She opened her eyes to peek at him. She found him clutching his head and trembling. This frightened her. Trying not to worry Fei Fei, Yashi stifled his laughter and pretended to be nonchalant. She laughed heartily at Fei Fei's recent flustered state. While the teasing had successfully diverted Fei Fei's attention, it also left her deeply embarrassed. Judging by her expression, she wanted to throttle Yashi. Fei Fei quickly made an excuse to leave, but Yashi wasn't about to let her escape so easily. We're not done yet, Yashi purred, cupping Fei Fei's chin and kissing her. The move was utterly captivating. Fei Fei pouted, anticipating another kiss. However, instead of the desired affection, she received only another round of teasing laughter from Yashi. Mortified, Fei Fei tried to leave again, but Yashi stopped her, pulling her close for a deep, passionate kiss. After a long moment, Yashi reluctantly broke the kiss. Fei Fei, flushed and speechless, seemed lost in the afterglow. Mistaking Fei Fei's silence for displeasure, Yashi anxiously asked, "Did you not like that?" Fei Fei quickly shook her head. "No, not at all. Why would you ask?" Relieved, Yashi grinned. "Well then, that makes things easier." Confusion clouded Fei Fei's face before she could process Yashi's words. In a flash, Yashi kissed her again. Emboldened by their previous encounter, their kiss deepened, becoming more fervent. They tumbled to the ground, lost in a passionate embrace. Under Yashi's ardent advances, Fei Fei gasped for breath, playfully begging for mercy. Undeterred, Yashi nuzzled closer. Wanting a reprieve, Fei Fei covered Yashi's mouth with her hand. Yashi feigned disappointment, then nestled into Fei Fei's arms, seeking further cuddles. A mischievous glint shone in Yashi's eyes. Fei Fei, unable to resist, sighed, sensing her own rising excitement. Yashi, without warning, leaned in and nipped at Fei Fei's neck. Apparently startled by Yashi's playful bite, Fei Fei fainted. Looking down at the unconscious Fei Fei, Yashi's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Touching her own teeth, she muttered, "Are they really that scary?" Then, gently, she carried Fei Fei to bed. Fei Fei's apparent fear of Yashi even permeated her dreams, where she dreamt of being devoured. Gazing at the sleeping Fei Fei, Yashi's face softened with affection. However, the realization that her dominant pheromones were unintentionally absorbing Fei Fei's healing pheromones troubled her. She pondered several solutions, but ultimately couldn't decide on one. Clearly suffering from a classic case of indecision, she decided to let the matter rest for the night. The next morning, Yashi was called away to a meeting and had already left. Meanwhile, Fei Fei woke up and excitedly rolled around in bed, blushing furiously as she recalled the previous night's events. Ashur, arriving at that moment, looked on with a puzzled expression. Having spent considerable time with Fei Fei, he sensed a difference in her scent today. He immediately jumped onto the bed, nuzzling Fei Fei affectionately. Even Bala, recently tamed, seemed to notice the change and edged closer. Fei Fei, seemingly oblivious to their unusual attention, greeted them cheerfully. Bala, however, turned away, pointedly ignoring her. Just then, Mei Mei arrived, curtsying to Fei Fei and calling Ashur down from the bed. She then handed Fei Fei the newspaper she had requested earlier. Fei Fei immediately began scanning the pages. After searching for some time, she found nothing about the Puzu tribe. Finally, she gave up, reasoning that it no longer concerned her. Handing the newspaper back to Mei Mei, she told her she needn't bother looking anymore. For some reason, Fei Fei was unusually cheerful that morning. Fei Fei was at it again, thrashing about on the bed, much to Mimi's astonishment. Mimi wondered, even though Fei Fei had taken human form, why she still acted like her old bunny self, with no regard for appearances. Especially since Lord Vapus was due to visit today, Fei Fei's current state simply wouldn't do. Mimi quickly scooped Fei Fei up, urging her to get out of bed. However, Fei Fei had already been about to get up when Mimi suddenly picked her up. The air thickened with awkwardness. Ever since the love triangle scandal hit the newspapers, the spirit rabbit had become a hot topic. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, utter chaos reigned. Some of the staff, having seen Fei Fei, believed in the existence of the rabbit spirit. Others, who hadn't, remained skeptical. This difference of opinion sparked a heated argument, bringing all work to a standstill. Over in the Beast Tribe meeting room, Yasi and the old master, having arrived early, were bickering over some trivial matter. Then Lady Valens arrived and took her seat. She slammed her hand on the table and declared icily, "I am the chieftain of the Black Panther tribe. The head of the Gray Fur family is on my own territory, and yet I've been excluded." Yasi and the old master exchanged bewildered glances, completely lost as to what had upset her. Seeing Lady Valens's continued fury, the old master quickly interjected, "Who is the scoundrel that has angered you? Tell me, and I'll deal with them." However, Lady Valens glared at him fiercely. "Tell me, father, the entire household has seen the rabbit spirit, yet I alone haven't. It said that the rabbit spirit rode Bala to see you. Did it not occur to you how ridiculous that sounds?" The old master was so taken aback he rolled his eyes. His hands trembled, and his cane clattered to the floor. Lady Valens was fuming over having missed the rabbit spirit's valiant presence. The fact that the rabbit spirit had met with the old master privately only fueled her anger further. She continued to glare at him. Seeing that his mother's tirade showed no signs of stopping, Yasi quickly intervened. "Fei Fei won't be changing back into a rabbit anytime soon. You can rest assured." This finally eased the tension somewhat. They then turned to the matter at hand. Yasi's birthday banquet was fast approaching. With so many rumors about Fei Fei circulating, there were bound to be questions. They were here today to discuss how to handle them. Yasi suggested that his mother simply use her authority to silence everyone. It seemed simple enough. However, Lady Valens wasn't inclined to do so. Then, using his understanding of his mother and leveraging her fondness for Fei Fei, Yasi subtly hinted at a threat. This immediately brought Lady Valens around. Having spent time tutoring Fei Fei, the old master had also grown quite fond of her. He began showering Fei Fei with praise, calling her clever and adorable. Lady Valens and Yasi were stunned into silence. They hadn't seen this side of the old master before. Yasi wondered if he'd perhaps started drinking early. Feeling their gazes, the old master, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat loudly and barked, "Who are you calling old, you brat?" attempting to diffuse the awkwardness. With the matter of Fei Fei's identity settled, Yasi recalled what Iblin had said. He remembered how Fei Fei had used pheromones to subdue him and the queen, and he immediately asked if his mother had taught her that. Lady Valens, ever the genius, replied proudly, "I figured it out myself. I can use it, but I can't teach it." The old master, catching Yasi's look, shook his head, claiming ignorance. Yasi was left puzzled. Could Fei Fei really have learned it on her own? But the technique she used was advanced. It wouldn't be easy to master independently. Someone must have taught her. Yasi mentally reviewed everyone who had come into contact with Fei Fei. Finally, one person came to mind. It was none other than Yasi's arch-rival, his greatest romantic competitor, and the perpetually heartbroken second male lead of this sweet love story, Lord Lenmanius. The thought sent a surge of jealousy through Yasi. Poor Mr. Lion. The Lion clan hasn't even been confirmed as the culprits, and yet the blame has already fallen squarely on their heads. Night fell. Fei Fei stood at the window, lost in thought. Yashi's birthday was approaching. What gift should she give him? Her contemplation was interrupted by the sudden intrusion of two unexpected visitors. With Yashi's birthday fast approaching, Fei Fei was pondering what present to get him. Suddenly, a whistle blew from the balcony, startling Fei Fei. Fei Fei cautiously approached. "Who is it?" she whispered. A faint reply drifted in from outside. "It's Yibulin, beloved by the great rabbit." Learning it was Yibulin, Fei Fei's anxiety eased. But when she pulled back the curtains, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Yibulin, his face a mask of apprehension, crouched outside the window. Perched precariously on his back was Queenie. The pair looked quite a sight. Yibulin explained, "Master Ya, she seemed different today. He only acts like this when he's being difficult. And today, Master Ya, she was particularly gloomy, almost haunted. So I want to check on Fei Fei." But even climbing a tree proved challenging. I even broke a branch. So, as you can see, I'm rather disheveled. Who knew window sills could be so treacherous? After much struggle, Yibulin finally reached Fei Fei's room and relayed Yashi's strange behavior. Fei Fei, fearing she had upset Yashi, began to overthink. Before Fei Fei could dwell on it, Yibulin stirred the pot further. "Master Yashi left work early today. Perhaps he's rushing back for roasted rabbit." This truly frightened Fei Fei. She blurted out about last night's argument with Yashi, but in her panic, she only recounted the part where Yashi appeared angry. She left out the sweet reconciliation that followed. This led Yibulin and Queenie to a grave misunderstanding. They genuinely believed she might harm Fei Fei. How frustrating. Then Yibulin, ever the dramatist, devised a daring escape plan. He instructed Fei Fei to leave her window open. Queenie would wait outside. If she acted strangely, Fei Fei was to transform into a rabbit and flee on Queenie's back. But Queenie wasn't foolish. She dug her claws into Yibulin's back, giving him a good scratching. If things went as Yibulin predicted, and Queenie had to carry Fei Fei away, she would undoubtedly be furious. Queenie might lose her life. Yibulin, meanwhile, might escape unscathed. Naturally, Queenie wasn't having it. She collected a little interest now. But before Queenie could finish her reprimand, a sound echoed from the hallway. Realizing Yashi was returning, Fei Fei urged Yibulin to leave quickly. But when she turned back, Yibulin had already transformed and leaped from the balcony. 不愧是伊布林大人. As expected of Master Yibulin. What speed? Leaving Queenie on the balcony, he vanished. Both Fei Fei and Queenie hoped she wouldn't actually crave roasted rabbit. The mere sound of Yashi's footsteps sent Yibulin scrambling. Just how terrified of Yashi was he? Fei Fei thought Yashi's return would be a chance to discover his preferences. But to her surprise, Yashi entered in his Black Panther form. This left Fei Fei completely baffled. What was going on? Yashi entered, briefly groomed his fur, and then hopped onto the bed, settling down gracefully. He completely ignored Fei Fei, leaving her standing there awkwardly. Confused, she wondered what was wrong with him. Could it be his pheromones acting up? Perhaps sensing Fei Fei's confusion, Yashi let out a deliberate huff. Fei Fei finally realized that Yashi was angry, assuming it was still about last night. He quickly lay down beside him. He reached out to touch Yashi's tail, but Yashi dodged him. Fei Fei was utterly shocked. He never thought Yashi would reject him. His mind went blank for a moment. After composing himself, he hurried to comfort Yashi, but Yashi was unmoved. Fei Fei's temper flared, but remembering he was the one at fault, he held back. "Yashi, don't be like this. At least tell me why," Fei Fei asked humbly. Yashi gestured with his tail in the air. Two-timing rabbit. Fei Fei instantly lost his patience and was about to lash out. Yashi, seemingly anticipating this, had already turned his back, presenting his rear to Fei Fei. However, Fei Fei had learned his lesson and didn't strike immediately. Instead, he demanded that Yashi explain his supposed infidelity before he delivered the blows. Yashi seemed to get the message and quickly flicked his tail in the air a few times. Then he pointed at Fei Fei and then at himself. It was unclear whether Fei Fei understood. Yashi was truly a lecher. Fei Fei, with just a little coaxing, immediately gave in. He started gesturing in the air. However, Yashi hadn't completely lost his reason. He demanded that Fei Fei tell him about what happened with the lion in exchange. Fei Fei thought it over. Yashi already knew everything. There was nothing to hide. Hearing this, Yashi's expression immediately changed. He glared fiercely at Fei Fei. Fei Fei was utterly perplexed. Why couldn't Yashi just say what was on his mind? Why did he have to make such a scene? Fei Fei racked his brain. but he couldn't figure out what it was. He could only probe tentatively. However, when Fei mentioned dancing, Yashi practically exploded. The thought of Fei swaying his little arms and short legs, wiggling his hips in front of the lion, filled Yashi with despair. Oh no, Fei realized he'd said the wrong thing. He quickly grabbed Yashi's paw and explained, "Yashi, it's not what you think. I was just joking. I didn't actually dance." Yashi seemed to relax a little, but he still didn't want to talk to Fei and turned his head away. Seeing how difficult Yashi was to appease, Fei helplessly promised to dance for him next time. Yashi finally seemed a bit happier. Fei took the opportunity to ask Yashi to shift back to his human form and talk to him. However, Yashi just lay down again, ignoring Fei. This kind of mood swing would annoy anyone. Fei promptly delivered a few sharp whacks to Yashi's backside. Unexpectedly, Yashi seemed rather thrilled. The sounds of their playful scuffle filled the room. Unbeknownst to him, Fei was releasing pheromones in his sleep. Yashi, now back in his human form, sat naked on the bed, looking rather distressed. Then Yashi looked at the sleeping Fei beside him, and his heart began to pound nervously. Under the influence of Fei's pheromones, Yashi grew increasingly agitated. A dark thought arose within him, urging him to devour Fei's sweet pheromones completely. Yashi tried to resist, but it was no use. The urge only intensified. In a last grasp at sanity, to avoid harming Fei, Yashi bit his lip hard, drawing blood. He gradually regained his composure. Thinking back on his actions, Yashi wanted to kill himself. He sank into deep self-reproach. Perhaps sensing Yashi's sorrow in his sleep, he suddenly rolled over, facing Yashi. He looked at Fei's beautiful and captivating form. Yashi couldn't help but reach out, stroking Fei with a face full of adoration. While Fei slept soundly, Yashi poured out his heart. He truly loved Fei, loved her gentle nature, and even loved how she'd follow him around, peppering him with questions. But the thought of his own condition brought a wave of despair. His pheromone cycles were growing shorter and shorter. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Even with the pheromone surges, he was still a formidable predator, his senses sharp as ever. After confessing his feelings, he dressed and walked to the curtains. He called Queen, who was hiding on the balcony, inside. Queen looked embarrassed. "I didn't order you to do this," Yashi said. "And weren't you so confident, saying you'd never be like Ibulin and take Fei's side? What's going on now?" Queen, knowing she was in the wrong, avoided Yashi's gaze, feigning ignorance, hoping to get away with it. But Yashi wasn't fooled. He pronounced her guilty. As punishment, he forbade Queen from eating strawberries for a week. This was a serious blow, practically taking half of Queen's life away. Yet, Yashi remained merciless. Not only did he refuse to offer comfort after the reprimand, but he also had a task for her. He produced a letter from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Queen, instructing her to deliver it to Lion. Yashi's animosity towards Lion was intense. The mere mention of his name was like a spark to gunpowder, igniting his fury. This frightened Queen so much that she forgot her own distress and quickly nodded. She took the letter in her beak and flew off. Watching Queen disappear into the distance, Yashi pondered for a moment, then shouted, "Queen, you don't need to watch Fei anymore when you return. You know my situation. Watch me instead." Looking at Yashi's forced smile, Queen felt a pang of sadness. She hadn't realized that Yashi and Luan had known each other since childhood. 12 years ago, the Lion territory was selecting an heir. Luan, still a child, was the chosen successor. However, because Luan was the second son, many didn't support him. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Luan's mother sent him to the Black Panther territory. That's how young Luan and young Yashi met. At the time, young Yashi was already the young master of the Black Panther territory. He was wild and did as he pleased, which made young Luan incredibly envious. But there was one thing young Luan couldn't understand. Young Yashi was particularly fond of rabbits. He carried a rabbit doll everywhere. Young Luan teased him about it. Yashi told Luan that rabbits were cute, offering the doll for him to see. But Luan didn't like the rabbit and called Yashi's doll ugly. This angered young Yashi. He immediately lashed out, both verbally and physically, making Luan cry. Young Ibulin, who had arrived after hearing the commotion, feared the head of the house would find out and quickly intervened. Seeing that Ibulin wasn't taking his side, Yashi grew angry and demanded to know whose side he was on. Ibulin wavered, finally declaring he was on the winner's side. Yashi threw the rabbit doll at him. "You two-faced weasel. Ibulin, his face crumpled with fatigue, also burst into tears. The crying in the room intensified, attracting Yashi's grandfather. A beating was inevitable, but young Yashi remained defiant, looking down on the other two. "How old are you? Still crying?" It was ironic. When they were young, Yashi tried to share his rabbit with Lion, and Lion rejected it. Now, grown up, Lion was competing with him for Fei Fei. Neither of them wanted a third party involved, but Yashi didn't know. Fei Fei had already rejected Lion when they were in rabbit territory. If he knew that, he wouldn't be so worried. He even sent the queen with a letter to Lion, warning him to stay away from Fei Fei. The next morning, Lion received the letter in his tribe. He was puzzled as to why Black Panther would send him a letter. But when he opened it, he found it was a threatening letter from Yasi, warning him not to attend the birthday banquet. A nearby guard, upon seeing this, immediately spoke up for Lion, saying, "Fine, don't go. It's not like anyone's begging you to. Besides, it's said that Black Panther's territory is an unlucky place. There's also some gossip going around. If you go, sir, you'll become the center of attention." As the two were talking, a woman suddenly appeared behind them. She lifted both of them up by their collars. Her strength was probably no less than Yasi's. The newcomer was Rina, the younger sister of the current head of the lion tribe, Lun. She had just received the invitation to the banquet and was about to send these two, but overheard their conversation. "Attending this banquet is our duty as allies. We must show our faces." The guard quickly nodded in agreement. Lion wanted to go, but was unsure, caught in indecision. Seeing this, Rina immediately asked, "Is it because of that elf in the gossip?" Lion trembled slightly at her words. Rina understood instantly. She then put them down. Handing the invitation to Lin, she said, "All right then, go and seduce that elf for me. If you can manage to bring him back, I promise to keep that crazy kid from the Grace family at bay." Lion chuckled wryly. If only it were that simple. He then revealed that he had already been rejected by the elf. The guard beside him exclaimed in shock, "Master Lun, why didn't you tell me about this? I could have helped you come up with a plan." Rina scoffed. "What good is being handsome?" She then shooed them both away. "Figure out yourselves. You have to bring him back to me, one way or another. If all else fails, turn into a lion and do a mating dance." Yasi usually had Yuan and Fuss prepare everything for him in the morning. However, this morning, Fei Fei woke up groggily and saw Yasi getting himself ready. He thought he was still dreaming and was about to go back to sleep. But Yasi suddenly said, 15 years old. The first time it happened, Fei Fei was instantly wide awake. 15 years old? Fei Fei couldn't believe it was so early and continued to question Yasi. But unexpectedly, the jealous side of Yasi emerged. He took the opportunity to retaliate against Fei Fei. "Don't you love dancing? Go find the rest of the information yourself. Let's see if you still have time to dance now." This infuriated Fei Fei. "I already explained everything. Why are you still talking about dancing?" He hurried to stop Yasi, but just then, Yuri knocked on the door, urging Yasi to come out. Yasi bypassed Fei Fei and headed for the door. Seeing this, Fei Fei quickly blocked him again. And just like that, they started playing a game of cat and mouse. Finally, Yasi stopped and asked Fei Fei what he wanted. Fei Fei quickly said, "Put me in your pocket and take me with you." This completely stunned Yasi. "Are you sure?" He couldn't help but laugh. Then Fei Fei, realizing how silly his request sounded, quickly turned around and said, "I was just kidding." After a moment of thought, Yasi called out loudly, "Yuan, bring me a large pocket, big enough to fit Fei Fei." Now it was Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. He froze, thinking that Yasi was going to sell Fei Fei. Seeing that they were taking him seriously, Fei Fei was speechless. He then shooed them both out. After Yasi left, Fei Fei began to ponder. It was said that Yasi's father's first episode occurred when he was 18. But Yasi was only 15. It was so much earlier. The thought of Yasi enduring the pain alone at such a young age, burdened by the fear of death, brought tears to Fei Fei's eyes. Determined to help Yasi as soon as possible, Fei Fei transformed back into his rabbit form, which allowed him to easily manipulate pheromones, and began to practice frantically. When Master Lian Li arrived for the lesson, he was beaming with pride at Fei Fei's enthusiastic diligence. After a period of training, Fei Fei had become proficient at using her anesthetizing and hypnotic pheromones on a single target. So, the old master decided to raise the difficulty and have Fei Fei practice using her pheromones on multiple targets simultaneously. He then instructed Fei Fei to target the queen, who was watching from the window, and Evelyn in the hallway. However, having already experienced Fei Fei's pheromones, the two were unwilling to be subjected to them again and immediately tried to escape. But Fei-Fei's pheromone training was for Ashi's sake. Under Master Lien Li's imposing presence, the two eventually had to give in. Screams then echoed continuously from the room. It was truly awful. But for Master Ashi, Queen, and Evelyn had to persevere. Fei-Fei had unlocked a new identity, Detective Cordy Rabbit, to gain a comprehensive understanding of Ashi's condition. After her lesson, Fei-Fei took Ash and Bala to visit some familiar faces in her tribe. The first person she sought out was Lear. After exchanging pleasantries, however, she didn't obtain any useful information. Finally, she had to bid Lear farewell and turned to seek information from Yuan. But upon meeting Yuan, he seemed reluctant to tell Fei-Fei anything. Completely ignoring her questions, he put on a playful grin and began showering compliments on Fei-Fei's attire. While Fei-Fei enjoyed the flattery, this wasn't the time for it, so she sent Ash forward. Intimidated, Yuan finally became serious. Fei-Fei finally gained a small clue. However, to live up to her outfit and new persona, she put on a convincing act, pretending to deduce and organize her thoughts. She was planning to ask more questions, but just then, the door suddenly opened. Evelyn entered, holding a document. She intended to hand over some work to Yuan, but was shocked to see Fei-Fei pawing at Yuan's shoes. Completely misunderstanding the situation, she assumed Fei-Fei was abandoning Ashi and casting a wide net for a new love interest. She immediately started shouting, trying to summon Master Ashi. However, instead of Ashi, she attracted the old master. He initially just wanted to see what the commotion was about, but his face quickly darkened. Besides the still shouting Evelyn, only Fei-Fei and Yuan remained in the room. The old master, thinking he was about to lose his granddaughter-in-law, rushed over anxiously to ask Fei-Fei what was going on. But Fei-Fei didn't want to waste any more time entangled in this situation. Without a word, she hopped on a bala and dashed out. Two legs couldn't catch four. In the end, the old master could only be left behind, cursing. If anyone knew Ashi best, it was Mrs. Valance. No one would dare claim second place. After a day of visiting, Fei-Fei still had no leads. Finally, she set her sights on Mrs. Valance. As Ashi's mother, she surely knew more than anyone else. It seemed Mrs. Valance had anticipated this and was already waiting in her room. Seeing Fei-Fei standing before her, looking valiant and heroic with her two black panthers, Mrs. Valance was overjoyed, her face beaming with delight. But her expression quickly turned cold. "If you have a request," she said, "you must offer something in return." Mrs. Valance then produced a short skirt and put on Fei-Fei. And it had to be said, Fei-Fei the rabbit looked rather good in a skirt. Fei-Fei was perplexed. Was wearing a skirt all that was required? Clearly, it couldn't be. Mrs. Valance learned that Fifi had danced before. She had specifically prepared this outfit, hoping Fifi would dance again. Fifi was astonished. She hadn't expected Mrs. Valance to have such a penchant. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. What else might the woman want from her? Feeling pressured, Fifi reluctantly agreed. With a nervous flutter in her chest, Fifi began to dance. A girl who could dance was truly captivating. Fifi, in this moment, radiated charm and breathtaking beauty. Mrs. Valance watched, clapping enthusiastically, tears welling in her eyes. When the dance ended, Fifi didn't feel beautiful. She felt mortified, wanting nothing more than to disappear. Fifi's captivating performance earned Mrs. Valance's heartfelt praise. Then, Mrs. Valance shared what she knew with Fifi. Asha's dominant pheromones were unique and incredibly powerful. Even Asha hadn't fully mastered them. The limits of his abilities were unknown. In Mrs. Valance's opinion, he could even control people's minds. Fifi's face registered disbelief. She hadn't realized Asha's power was so immense. It was for this very reason, Mrs. Valance explained, that Asha's father, Adis, rarely used his own pheromones. Speaking of Asha's father, Mrs. Valance's tears began to fall freely. She knew Adis's condition intimately and had always stayed by his side. However, at some point, the pain Adis experienced during his pheromone surges became so intense that even painkillers couldn't provide relief. After that, whenever his pheromones surged, he would hide himself away, returning only after the episode had passed. This had angered Mrs. Valance deeply. But Adis would always apologize so earnestly that Mrs. Valance, soft-hearted as she was, couldn't stay angry. Eventually, she accepted it. Finally, during one such surge, Adis slipped into an eternal sleep. Asha was the first to find his father. From that day forward, a certain resolve seemed to settle over him, as if he knew he would eventually follow the same path. The reason Asha's pheromone surges began earlier than his father's was because, as the young head of the family, he had been forced to use his pheromones to maintain control. This constant use triggered the early onset of the surges. Asha was so heartbreakingly aware of his fate. From the moment his father died, he knew his own time would eventually come. Believing his mother, as the tribe's leader, had a responsibility to raise a healthy heir, Asha approached her after his 15th birthday, his coming-of-age ceremony. He asked her to remarry. Mrs. Valence, convinced that Asha was stronger than Adis and therefore wouldn't succumb as quickly, dismissed the idea entirely. The two had a terrible argument, their first ever. Unbeknownst to her, Asha was already experiencing pheromone surges at that time. Recounting this, Mrs. Valence was consumed by guilt. She blamed herself for becoming complacent, for not paying closer attention to Asha. She berated herself, tears streaming down her face. Fifi, having heard Asha's story, was also weeping openly. Both were the people Mrs. Valence loved most dearly. Fifi understood the depth of the woman's grief. She reached out to comfort her. Night fell. Exhausted from the emotional turmoil, Fifi had fallen asleep, her head resting on Mrs. Valence's hand. Mrs. Valence, knowing Fifi had endured a difficult afternoon because of her, kept her hand still, letting the girl sleep peacefully. She waited quietly for Asha's arrival. Nor did she forget Ash and Bara, who were also present. "Keep it down, you two," Varian grumbled, gesturing towards the sleeping form of Fifi. "Don't wake her." Even though the chances were slim, Varian was determined to try his luck. After a long day's work, Varian headed to Mrs. Valence's place to see Fifi. The moment he stepped inside, from across the room, he caught sight of Fifi's adorable, fluffy tail peeking out from beneath a blanket. Without a word, he quickly crossed the room. Mrs. Valence hushed him with a finger to her lips. Fifi was fast asleep, she whispered. Carefully, Varian scooped the small creature into his hands. Now that Fifi knew the truth, Varian was unsure what to do. Seeing the cloud of worry on Varian's face, Mrs. Valence teased, "Such a delicate flower, stuck in a pile of dung." Varian bristled. "I'm your son, you know. How can you be so mean? Besides, you underestimate my charm. I have admirers lining up around the block." Relieved to see Varian's usual spirit return, but unable to tolerate his boasting, Mrs. Valence shooed him away, telling him to take Fifi home. Suddenly, Varian announced his intention to travel to Bear Ridge after the birthday banquet. Mrs. Valence looked surprised. "Bear Ridge? Why so suddenly? It's so far." Varian explained. The Queen had received intelligence suggesting that 300 years ago, someone with a dominant pheromone type had appeared in Bear Ridge. He was going to take a chance. Mrs. Valence sat up straighter, her eyes wide. Ever since Varian's father's pheromones had started to cause him trouble, the entire tribe had been searching for someone with a dominant pheromone. They hoped to find a solution to the problem. Now, finally there was a lead. Mrs. Valence was understandably thrilled, showering the Queen with praise. Just as the rumors said, their clan truly does have special sources of information. "When you brought that frozen bird back, I didn't think much of it," she mused, looking at Varian. Now, perhaps it was destiny, but Mrs. Valence still favored Fifi, believing the little creature was Varian's true destiny. She gave Fifi a sly look. Varian quickly shielded the little creature, wary of his mother's intentions. Varian planned to leave for Bear Ridge after the banquet to search for the dominant pheromone individual, but he wasn't planning on taking Fifi. Mrs. Valence was puzzled. "What if your pheromones act up on the way? And why aren't you taking her?" she asked pointedly. Varian hadn't fully thought it through. He told his mother he'd explain later. Then, he slipped away with Fifi in his arms. From the look on his face, Mrs. Valence understood. Fifi had become an indispensable part of Varian's life. He simply couldn't bear to put her in danger. The next morning dawned bright and clear. It was also the day the lion tribe was due to arrive. The entire tribe was abuzz with preparations. A joyful atmosphere permeated the air. Master Lean was particularly cheerful that day, booming with laughter in the courtyard. The old master had recently taken on Fifi as a student, and the little creature's diligent efforts had delighted him. But the main source of his joy wasn't Fifi's progress, but the fact that someone had finally managed to tame his unruly grandson. Varian, constantly trailing after Fifi, enduring rejection after rejection, and never retaliating when disciplined, was clearly a blessing in disguise. Master Lean had been waking up with a smile every day since. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. He turned to see his old friend, the former leader of the lion tribe and Lin's grandfather, Alan. Alan, with his vibrant pink fur, was enthusiastically flexing his muscles. Master Lean looked at his old friend with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Fifi's getting stronger and stronger, he remarked. She's already taking on two at once. On the training grounds, Fifi was indeed in the midst of a one-on-two battle. She took a deep breath, preparing for the next move. Fei marshaled all her energy, then struck a deliberately arrogant pose. She proceeded to taunt Bala and Ash, her indignation bubbling over. This was simply unbearable. Seeing this, Bala and Ash lunged at her ferociously. Fei, however, remained utterly calm, ready to retaliate with her centipede drive. But the outcome was completely unexpected. The scene abruptly shifted. The fierce Black Panther transformed into a fawning pug, nuzzling affectionately against Fei. Ash, now a cuddly puppy, showered Fei with enthusiastic affection. Fei was speechless, attempting to resist the onslaught of cuteness. However, Ash was simply too adorable. Unable to withstand the temptation, Fei finally surrendered to the snuggles. A nearby beauty, witnessing this display, decided to intervene, pulling Fei away. Fei and Ash were being far too exclusionary. If they were going to cuddle, all three of them should participate. Leaving Bala out seemed terribly unfair. Didn't Bala deserve some affection too? Meanwhile, Yashi was observing the scene from the second-floor study. He wasn't particularly bothered by Fei's interactions with Bala and Ash. He didn't mind Fei seeking them out for cuddles. Yashi was preoccupied. Shun Tianxi, holding a large carrot, was trying to attract Fei's attention. But Fei was completely engrossed in the furry embrace. Suddenly, Yashi spotted the old master and Lord Alan in the distance. He then remembered that today was the day the lion tribe was visiting. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If the lions ignored his warning and attended the banquet, he would ensure they never left his lands. Lord Alan hadn't met Fei yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to dismiss the gossip. Upon arrival, Lord Alan, sporting a coat of pink fur, flamboyantly showed off his muscles. Master Lilian was utterly disgusted and wanted nothing more than to escape Lord Alan's presence. However, he couldn't shake the persistent pink-furred lord, who clutched a newspaper and followed him relentlessly. He was determined to inquire about the gossip. Master Lilian, however, had already decided that Fei was his granddaughter-in-law and assumed Lord Alan was trying to steal her away. He offered only cursory responses. Lord Alan, however, mentioned the rumors circulating about Luan's supposed inadequacies. This immediately offended Master Lilian. His grandson was perfectly capable in every way. Lord Alan agreed, adding that while Luan might be a bit foolish, he was otherwise quite competent. Old man Liang immediately launched into a litany of his grandson's virtues, much to the embarrassment of the nearby butler. Based on Master Lilian's reaction, Lord Alan assumed the rabbit sprite was all hype, a country bumpkin unworthy of Luan's attention. Every word stung Master Lilian. Furious, Master Lilian erupted in a tirade. He then threw a metaphorical smoke bomb at Lord Alan, declaring, "Just wait until you meet her. You'll regret your words." This left Lord Alan completely bewildered and unsure of what to believe. Meanwhile, our dashing and charming lion, Luan, had arrived at the Black Panther territory. Overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation, he immediately set off to find Fei. He was incredibly nervous, unsure what to say to her. Should he really perform the courtship dance his sister had suggested? The thought made made him blush. As he approached the training grounds, Luan quickly adjusted his appearance and walked towards Fei Fei. Seeing the lion approach, Mei Mi stood up, ready to perform the customary greetings. But Luan's attention was solely on Fei Fei. He waved dismissively at the formalities. He then shyly looked at Fei Fei, reaching out to touch her and ask how she was doing. Before Fei Fei could answer, a hostile voice rang out. "If you were dead, your future would be much brighter." Turning around, they saw Yashi standing menacingly behind Fei Fei, poised for a fight. "Are you really that determined to die?" he snarled. Lin wasn't about to take the insult lying down. "Just ran a short distance, and you're already out of breath? You're pathetic. And what's with that weird carrot you're holding?" he retorted. But Yashi clearly didn't want to tell Lion anything. Watching their standoff, Fei Fei was utterly bewildered. She couldn't understand what they were talking about, or why they were acting so hostile toward each other right after meeting. Then, Fei Fei seemed to think of something, and her face suddenly flushed crimson. She ended up looking incredibly embarrassed. This was because Fei Fei assumed they were both infatuated with her beauty and lost in their own fantasies about her. Unbeknownst to her, they were indeed focused on her, but for a different reason. Seeing Fei Fei's shy demeanor, Yashi quietly crept up behind Fei Fei and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Startled, Fei Fei jumped. Too embarrassed to answer Yashi's question, Fei Fei blushed even deeper. Noticing that Lion's face was also red, Yashi was instantly filled with jealousy. His expression hardened, and he tossed a carrot to Mimi. He released his pheromones, ready for a fight. Yashi, consumed by jealousy, prepared to brawl with Lion. He released his own pheromones. Seeing that Yashi was serious, Lion naturally wouldn't back down. But considering they were on someone else's territory, Lion still tried to be polite. He wanted to attempt a diplomatic approach. "I received an invitation, so I came, and I wanted to see Fei Fei. Is that not allowed?" However, Yashi was already seething with jealousy and completely ignored what Lion was saying. He forbade Lion from even mentioning Fei Fei's name, acting incredibly possessive and ready to explode at any moment. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Fei Fei rushed to intervene. But the two were clearly not focused on her and had no time for her attempts at peacemaking. Fei Fei fell helpless. Finally, she decided to try a different tactic. With a powerful leap that showcased surprising athleticism, she jumped into the air, trying to get their attention. But Fei Fei had miscalculated the force of her jump. She couldn't stop herself upon landing, and with a loud thud, she landed face first on the ground. Yashi and Lion's attention was successfully captured, and the tension between them eased. Fei Fei, however, was mortified. She hadn't intended for things to go this way. Quickly dusting herself off, she pretended to be furious and turned to flee, leaving Yashi and Lion dumbfounded. Confused by Fei Fei's sudden outburst, they called after her. But Fei Fei just wanted to escape. She stopped briefly, giving them a fierce glare. She told them she was very angry and then hopped away quickly, telling them not to follow. Yashi and Lion were even more bewildered now. On the training grounds, Yashi and Lion were arguing over their affections. This scene was witnessed by Elder Allen, who happened to be nearby. Seeing Yashi and Lion acting so respectfully toward a rabbit, Elder Allen was furious. He took his anger out on a nearby wall and then quickly questioned Elder Lion. However, Elder Lion's response was incredibly dismissive. He simply said, "Isn't it just a little rabbit?" This infuriated Elder Allen, who roared, "Are you kidding me?" The thought of two Dun clan young men trembling before a palm-sized rabbit and being completely ignored by it made Elder Allen so angry he started foaming at the mouth, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Seeing Elder Allen's state, Elder Lion was reminded of his own past experience. Determined to understand the situation, Elder Allen grabbed Elder Lion's hand. He seemed to be about to ask Elder Lion for a favor, but instead, he subjected Elder Lion to a shower of spittle. He vehemently insisted on seeing the rabbit and demanded that Elder Lion arrange it. Elder Lion was reluctant, but he couldn't ignore Elder Allen's booming voice. They agreed that Elder Allen wouldn't ask any questions once he saw the rabbit. Only then did they call for Fei Fei. The three gathered in a room, but Elder Lion kept reminding Elder Allen not to forget their agreement. Elder Allen was getting impatient. He'd heard it several times already and found it incredibly annoying. They started bickering back and forth. Watching their argument, Fei was utterly speechless. The two youngsters bickered, and the two old men bickered. Like grandfather, like grandson. After their quarrel subsided, Elder Allen fixed his gaze on Fei. Faye expected Elder Allen to steer the conversation towards the main topic. However, to her surprise, he began praising his grandson, Jiang-won. He enumerated all of Jiang-won's virtues, boasting relentlessly. Faye, initially taken aback, politely nodded along, given their seniority. She continued to agree with Elder Allen, maintaining a dutiful demeanor. Faye had been summoned to the study by the two elders. Elder Allen continued his monologue, while Faye nodded in agreement. Elder Lee, well-versed in Allen's habits, anticipated the next stage of his performance. He knew that after boasting about his grandson, Elder Allen would inevitably shift to bragging about his own physique. So, he advised Faye not to humor Allen too much. Elder Allen immediately bristled. "What's it to you? Keep your nose out of this." The two elders began to argue again. However, bound by a previous agreement, Elder Allen quieted down, suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing this, Faye quickly bowed and said, "It's all right, you can continue your praise. Besides, you don't seem like a bad person." This remark instantly impressed Elder Allen. Just then, a noise came from outside the window. Elderly immediately became alert. Elder Allen spoke first. "It seems we have an uninvited guest lurking outside." Elderly was surprised by the lapse in their security. Elder Allen continued, "Perhaps some weasels, or something similar, reverted to their true forms and snuck in during the banquet preparations." He then walked to the window, posturing dramatically, and prepared to unleash his power. Seeing this, Elderly quickly shielded Faye. With a glare, Elder Allen shattered the window, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. A circular hole remained. Elder Allen, hands on his hips, declared confidently, "Take that." Elderly couldn't stand Allen's grandstanding. "You imbecile, can't you think? What good does breaking the window do?" Elder Allen, deflated, retorted defensively, "In battle, one must strike first. Besides, I'll pay for the window." Elder Lee, a man of wealth, was truly exasperated by this brainless lion. He wished he could crack open the fool's skull to see what was inside. Elder Allen and Faye were conversing when Allen suddenly sensed someone outside the window. He then preemptively shattered the window, intending to intimidate the outsider. However, the person outside was Lin. Lin had intended to enter through the main gate, but was stopped by the guards, particularly Ashur, who seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards him. This led Lin to climb a tree outside the window, where he was mistaken for an enemy by Elder Allen. Lewin jumped onto the windowsill and, seeing the shattered glass, couldn't help but complain about the elder's wasteful display of wealth. This did not sit well with Elder Allen, who challenged him. "Complain again, I dare you." Lewin trembled with fear. With Milf's help, Faye would revert to her human form upon contact with pheromones. Elder Allen, unaware of this, had just released a burst of pheromones while shattering the glass. Faye instantly felt a wave of pain wash over her, sensing impending trouble. Meanwhile, in Yashi's study, Yashi was preparing a pheromone suppressant for Faye. This was the last of the suppressant, enough for only 3 more uses. Seeing Yashi's worried expression, Yibelin immediately spoke up. "Lady Faye has been diligently training day and night. She will surely persevere until she learns to control her pheromones herself. Please don't worry, Master Yashi." Yibelin then surreptitiously observed Yashi's reaction. Seeing her mood improve, Yibelin immediately began to defend Faye. "Master Yashi, forgive my impertinence, but you've been teasing Lady Faye quite a bit lately. You even stole her most prized diamonds. You should return them to her." However, Yashi wasn't intentionally teasing Fei. He felt she'd been neglecting him lately. He was also about to leave for Xiong Ridge, meaning they wouldn't see each other for a while. He'd only taken Fei's diamond to get her attention. That's why Yashi, about to depart for Xiong Ridge, hadn't planned on taking Fei along. Iblin, however, wanted Fei to come, claiming he could handle the transport in Yashi's place. Fei tried to persuade Yashi. Yashi abruptly told Iblin to shut up. "If I were taking her," he snapped, "I wouldn't need you." Just then, the queen suddenly flew in through the window, interrupting their conversation. She landed in front of Yashi's desk and began gesticulating wildly, left and right, looking like she was doing calisthenics. Yashi was speechless. "Have you actually given up on being a beast man and decided to live as an animal?" he asked. "Need me to help you with the transition?" Startled, the queen quickly switched to Master Lien's signature pose, tilting her head back slightly with her mouth turned up at a 45-degree angle to the sky and raising her right wing. Yashi understood immediately. "You're saying Fei is having tea with old man Liang?" Seeing that Yashi understood, the queen's anxiety eased. She nodded vigorously. Yashi, leaning back casually in his chair, said, "Is that all? Then go back and keep watching." Suddenly, something seemed to occur to Yashi, and a look of terror washed over his face. He called back the queen and Iblin, who had just taken flight. "Grandfather should know that Feifei reverts to human form when exposed to pheromones," he said, his voice filled with worry. "But I'm afraid there might be a big problem with the lion's reaction." As Yashi feared, Elder Aelin, unaware of Feifei's condition, released pheromones in her presence. This caused a strange reaction in Feifei's body. She began struggling wildly in Master Lien's grasp, trying to escape. Seeing this, Elder Aelin, thinking he had frightened Feifei, quickly apologized. Master Lien, also assuming the same, hurriedly pulled Feifei closer. Master Lien, believing Feifei was truly frightened by Elder Aelin, protectively held her close. But they didn't realize Feifei's panic stemmed from the pheromones and the imminent return to her human form. Feifei quickly broke free from Master Lien and looked towards Luan. Feifei had drawn her human form in front of Luan before and assumed he would understand. But Luan, not remembering at first, looked panicked, unsure what was wrong with her. Desperate, Feifei leaped towards Luan, urging him to catch her. However, this sudden jump startled Old Man Liang. One worried his granddaughter-in-law was falling for another, while the other was shocked, believing his precious grandson was about to be cuckolded. Luan successfully caught Feifei, but her momentum knocked them both to the ground. After thanking Lin, Feifei scrambled towards the door, but her small size made it impossible to push the door open. Her cries for help went unanswered. Seeing Feifei struggle, Luan reached out and scooped her up. "I'll open the door for you," he offered, utterly bewildered. "What's wrong?" Looking at Feifei's frantic expression, it dawned on him. Are you about to change back?" he asked. Feifei nodded vigorously. "You finally figured it out. Then get me out of here quickly." Luan rushed outside with Feifei, intending to find a place to hide her. However, Feifei wanted to find Yashi. She gestured frantically, but Luan couldn't understand what she wanted, his face a mask of confusion. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. On the verge of transforming, Feifei's eyes welled up with tears. She flailed her small arms, urging Luan to put her down. Seeing Feifei's imminent transformation, Luan, panicked, scooped her up and ran, searching for a place to settle her. But Feifei wanted him to take her to Yashi. Luan, no saint, visibly deflated when he realized where she wanted to go. Despite this, he remained gentle with Feifei. Perhaps sensing Luan's change in mood, Feifei quieted, watching him silently. After a moment of hesitation, Luan made up his mind to put Fifi down, urging her to find Yashi quickly. He waved goodbye to her. Fifi knew she'd hurt Luan's feelings, but she couldn't worry about that now. She was barely holding on. She quickly turned and hopped towards Yashi's room. This was probably the fastest Fifi had ever hopped in her life. Head down, she didn't even look at her surroundings as she bounded along. The house servants were terrified, fearing they'd accidentally step on Fifi and meet their own demise. They yelled at her to slow down and be careful, but Fifi couldn't hear them. Her only thought was to find Yashi. Even though she'd only been hopping for a short time, it felt like an eternity. The thought that she hadn't reached Yashi yet brought a wave of distress. The distress mingled with the growing pain in her body. Fifi's strength was fading. Meanwhile, Yashi, fearing his premonitions of disaster were coming true, rushed out of his study to search for Fifi. Even Yashi, usually as strong as an ox, was breathless with worry. Seeing Fifi safe and sound, the tension drained from him, and his breathing returned to normal. Fifi had almost given up hope, but Yashi's arrival rekindled it in a flash. She launched into an elaborate, impassioned performance, pouring out her grievances to Yashi. But Yashi didn't seem to understand. So Fifi tried a different tactic, a truly in-depth, expressive performance. Surely, she thought Yashi would get it this time. We understood, but Yashi, in his earlier panic, had suddenly released his pheromones. He covered his face to hide it from Fifi, who mistakenly thought he was laughing at her. "Yashi, I'm in distress. Why are you just standing there?" Yashi, fighting back the pain, comforted Fifi and brought out the pheromone suppressant he'd prepared. Fifi saw the suppressant, but just then, she felt herself on the verge of transforming. Seeing this, Yashi carried her into the room. Soon, Fifi transformed back into her human form. Finding herself in Yashi's arms, Fifi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even her voice softened. Yashi had meant to scold her, but the sight of her melted his anger. He pulled her close. "Fifi," he murmured tenderly, "please be more careful. Don't keep making me worry." They stayed there, embraced by the doorway. Perhaps feeling a little awkward, Fifi broke the silence, asking Yashi how he knew she was about to transform and why he'd risked coming to find her. Since she'd asked, Yashi had to confess his knowledge of Aylin's patterns. He was a little embarrassed as he explained. Learning that Yashi had come because he was worried about her, Fifi's heart swelled with warmth. Then, Yashi uttered a phrase that completely captivated her. He smiled and said, "Fifi, I'm always running towards you." The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Their breathing quickened, filling the space. The moment felt right. They closed their eyes, ready for the next step, just as their lips were about to meet. A knock echoed from behind them. Startled, Fifi slapped Yashi, pushing him away. "Doesn't that remind you of your first kiss, when you were interrupted?" Mimi, seemingly having heard the slap, realized her timing was less than ideal. But having already knocked, she continued as if nothing had happened. Fifi, trying to hide her embarrassment, plastered on a casual smile and opened the door, thanking Mimi. The smile was a little strained, though. Yashi was left outside with Ashbala, waiting for Fifi to change. Yashi touched his lips, still tingling from their near kiss with Fifi. His heart pounded, and his mind was filled with images of her captivating face. He paced the hallway, occasionally pausing to lean against the wall and grin to himself, leaving the two leopards utterly bewildered. The thought processes of beastmen are truly bizarre. Just a moment ago, Yashi was secretly delighted outside the door about what had just happened. He was still fantasizing about Fei-Fei's beautiful figure, and the next second, he was suddenly filled with anger. His mind jumped straight to Fei-Fei's first dance, and he was still resentful, as if she had performed it in front of a lion. Isn't this just pure self-sabotage? Bala and Ashi, watching Yashi's strange behavior, were completely baffled. Who knew how much time passed? Bala and Ashi, waiting on the sidelines, finally grew tired. Bala rested his head on Ashi's shoulder, and the two leaned on each other, continuing to wait. Finally, the door opened. What appeared was a truly delightful sight. A light blue long dress, fluffy pink twin tails. The image of a sweet, well-behaved girl next door was utterly captivating. Coupled with Fei-Fei's adorable, innocent appearance, she instantly captured Yashi's heart. Looking at Fei-Fei standing before him, Yashi was so shy he didn't know what to say, just scratching his head and giggling. Bala and Ashi, who had been waiting for ages, were finally ready to witness some romantic developments, but the beauty was reluctantly led away, looking quite displeased. Then, Yashi took the initiative, extending his hand to invite Fei-Fei to walk with him hand in hand. However, Fei-Fei, having been in rabbit form previously, had only ever witnessed such etiquette. Now, in human form, though she yearned for it, it was her first time being invited, and she shyly hid her hands behind her back. Upon learning that no one had ever escorted Fei-Fei before, Yashi immediately declared that he hadn't either and wanted to be her escort. However, Fei-Fei, a little unhappy, asked, even if there wasn't before, what about Madame Valens at the last ball? Yashi quickly explained that at the Black Panther territory banquet, the chief always appeared alone and didn't require an escort. He then extended his hand again to invite Fei-Fei. After Yashi's repeated invitations and explanations, Fei-Fei finally agreed. Seeing Fei-Fei place her hand in his, Yashi was overjoyed. He held Fei-Fei's hand tightly, afraid she would change her mind. Having succeeded, Yashi started chattering incessantly, making Fei-Fei incredibly embarrassed. She turned her head away, ignoring him. Seeing that the young master had finally figured things out, the household staff were overjoyed and relieved. They even commented on how Yashi and Fei-Fei looked like a couple, destined to be together. Yashi, hearing this, was delighted, humming a tune to himself. Fei-Fei, mortified at being seen holding hands with Yashi by so many people, with them talking about them looking like a couple, silently cursed Yashi for being a fool. In front of the servants, "It would have been better if you hadn't walked with me," she thought. After walking for a while, Yashi suddenly told Fei that he would be going to Bear Ridge territory soon. Fei was surprised, wondering why Yashi was going there. She was about to say she wanted to go too, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by shouts in the distance. It seemed the lion had just run off from Lordly Lian's room with Fei. Lordly Lian, fearing Yashi would go berserk if he found out, quickly summoned Ibelin and the queen, telling them to find Fei immediately. Ibelin tried to calm Lordly Lian down, telling him not to worry, but was so intimidated by Lordly Lian's demeanor that he couldn't get a word out. Just then, Yashi's voice came from behind. Lordly Lian panicked, worried that Yashi would fly into a rage. Reluctantly, he turned around. He was instantly stunned. There was Yashi, holding Fei's hand, walking towards them. Seeing this, Lordly Lian was inwardly thrilled. It seemed the two were together now. Lordly Lian was indeed reliable. To allow their relationship to develop further without interruption, Lordly Lian pretended not to see them and acted anxious, urging Ibelin to hurry and find them. However, Ibelin wasn't blind. He naturally saw Fei and Yashi behind them. He was just about to call out to them, but with such a perfect opportunity, how could Lordly Lian let Ibelin ruin it? He quickly stopped Ibelin, telling him that Fei and the gorilla, Yashi, had a good relationship. He's probably at Uncle Ma's place right now. Then he urged Ibelin to go look for him. And then, what Old Manly Lian said made Yashi's face change completely. Fei's first dance was watched by that lion, and the lion could even call Fei by her name, casually. Yashi had tolerated all of this before, for Fei's sake. But now, learning that the one closest to Fei was the gorilla, he naturally couldn't stand it. Sensing Yashi's change in mood, Fei felt a sense of foreboding. Seeing Yashi's grim expression, Fei, for a moment, didn't know how to explain. Then, she was called into Yashi's room. Inside the room, Yashi took out the ferrum he hadn't had the chance to give to Fei earlier. He gave it to Fei as a gift. Hearing the word gift, Fei fell deep into thought. Remembering that Yashi's birthday was coming soon, she wondered what to give him. She directly asked Yashi what he wanted. Learning that Fei was worried about this, Yashi immediately set a trap for her. He told Fei that there were many things he wanted, and he was afraid Fei wouldn't be able to satisfy him. As a result, Fei fell right into the trap, excitedly urging Yashi to tell her what he wanted, promising she would make it happen. Yashi was truly cunning. Fei simply wanted to give him a gift and ask what he liked. But Yashi took the opportunity to make a bunch of unreasonable demands. Things like not running away from home after a fight, not crawling into Ibelin's pockets, not going to Mimi's room. He even demanded that Fei not two-time him. Hearing this, Fei was speechless. Was this supposed to be a gift? She didn't want to deal with Yashi anymore. However, Yashi wasn't done yet. He wanted to ask if Fei could handle one more request. Seeing this, Fei immediately panicked and quickly shook her head, saying it was enough. Seeing Fei's nervous look, Yashi was instantly amused. He then placed his hand on Fei's neck, comforting her. Then, looking at Fei tenderly, he said, Fei, if one day I do something wrong, I hope you can forgive me unconditionally, just once. Hearing Yashi's words, Fei was stunned, not understanding what he meant. She then asked Yashi what he had done to wrong her. Yashi was a little surprised by Fei's question. He hadn't expected Fei to become so calm now. He then smiled and said, well, not yet, just in case. The next morning, Yashi was already up and getting ready. Fei, having learned last night that Yashi went to Bear Ridge territory without her, was currently wrapped in her blankets, sulking. Ibelin came in and, seeing her, teased Fei, saying she was preparing to turn into a cake to celebrate Yashi's birthday. Then, he and Yashi fantasized about the taste of rabbit cake. Fei immediately retorted with a string of cold words, saying Ibelin had always been annoying. Hearing this, Ibelin felt a huge blow, while Yashi watched the scene unfold with amusement. Ibelin was truly optimistic, actually considering resentful love as a form of care. He nodded, thanking Lady Fei for her special kind of love. However, Yashi couldn't stand it anymore and told Ibelin to hurry up and leave. Before leaving, Ibelin added a few more words, saying that even if Lady Rabbit hated him, he would never hate Lady Rabbit. Ibelin's words surprised Fei. She hadn't expected Ibelin to defend her her even after she had spoken to him that way. She began to change her opinion of him. But as he was leaving, Ibelin couldn't resist being mischievous again. He said with a sinister smile, "However, even so, I still hold a grudge against Lady Rabbit for saying she hates me. I'm going to call the head chef over. Some habits die hard." Fei was so angry, she didn't want to sleep anymore. She got up and scolded Ibelin fiercely again. Seeing this, Ibelin didn't give Fei a chance to respond and simply closed the door and left. The room became quiet, with only Yashi and Fei left. Then, remembering that Yashi hadn't taken her with him, Fei's mood instantly plummeted. But Fei wouldn't give up easily. She loudly told Yashi that she wanted to go too. As expected, Yashi didn't want to take Fei. He told Fei that the journey involved either traveling by boat or crossing the desert, and it was very dangerous. Fei then said that she could now control her shape-shifting into human form and could help Yashi suppress his illness during the trip. But Yashi still firmly refused. Now Fei was truly angry. But Fei wasn't the naive girl she once was. Mulling over Yashi's recent behavior, especially in light of his condition, she grew increasingly suspicious that he was keeping something from her. She was convinced there was another reason he wasn't taking her with him. She was about to confront him when, as she climbed out of bed, her foot missed the floor. She stumbled, pitching forward. Seeing Fei's near fall, Yashi sprang to his feet and caught her just as she tumbled into his arms. With Fei nestled against him, Yashi thought it would be a fool's errand to ignore the opportunity, especially since she'd practically fallen into his lap. His hand settled casually on her waist, her shift falling slightly askew. He hadn't realized he'd walked straight into Fei's carefully laid trap. She wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. Then, in a soft, coaxing voice, she murmured that she wanted to go with him too. Yashi realized he'd been played, but the realization came too late. He quickly tried to disentangle himself. But Fei wasn't about to let him go that easily. She threatened to run away if he refused to take her. Seeing her determination, Yashi sighed and conceded, allowing her to remain in his embrace. Knowing her usual persistence wouldn't work this time, Fei switched tactics, opting for a more emotional approach. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Who am I practicing my pheromone control for anyway? Isn't it to help you, Yashi, with your surges?" She continued. "But why do you insist on leaving me behind, going off on your own? What if you have a surge while you're gone? I won't be there to help, and I'll be stuck here, worrying myself sick. If you really won't take me," she declared, her voice hardening with resolve, "I'll follow you. Even if I have to ride Ashi and Bala to catch up." Yashi knew Fei well enough to know she meant every word. He groaned in frustration. He pleaded with her not to do anything so reckless. Fei had clearly discovered his Achilles heel. Her threats to her own safety never failed to sway him. It was a tactic that worked every time. Finally, Yashi explained his reluctance to bring her along. He told her about the time his pheromones had surged, and he'd returned to their room in his Black Panther form. It was Fei's pheromones that had helped him regain his human shape, but using her pheromones always left Fei utterly exhausted. Every time she used them, she collapsed in his sleep immediately afterward. And when Yashi had woken up that time, he'd been consumed by a visceral urge, a primal instinct to bite Fei's neck and drain her pheromones. He'd been lucky that a sliver of his rational mind had remained. At the last moment, he'd bitten his own lip hard enough to break the spell. The alternative didn't bear thinking about. With his surges becoming more frequent, Yashi was terrified of losing control completely and hurting Fei. If they were near a doctor, it wouldn't be so bad. But if he lost control in the wilderness, there would be no one to help, no way to undo the damage. That's why Yashi would rather leave Fei behind than risk the slightest chance of harming her. Hearing the lengths to which Yashi had gone for her safety, Fei felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She knew he was trying to frighten her into staying. But despite the danger, Fei was resolute in her decision to help him. "I'm not afraid," she said firmly. "And you know me, I'm a very good runner. If things get dangerous," she continued, "I'll just knock you out and run." Yashi had expected some grand, romantic gesture, a declaration of unwavering devotion, something along the lines of, "As long as I'm with you, I don't care what happens to me." Instead, Fei's pragmatic response caught him completely off guard. It was unexpectedly endearing. A faint blush colored Fei's cheeks. "I'm very fast, you know," she mumbled. Her adorable earnestness melted Yashi's heart. He pulled her close, holding her tight. He explained what he'd meant earlier about biting her neck. For Therianthropes, like us, he said, a bite is a mark. I marked you once before, without you knowing. Now that you understand, I need to ask your permission to mark you again. He paused, remembering something. When you were little, you overheard some of the maids talking about. The lines of a beast toying with its prey are clearer than those of a beast toying with mere grass or stones. This is primarily to better use dazzling beauty to beguile its food. Fei admitted to herself that she had been completely captivated by Yashi. This meant she tacitly accepted Yashi's marking of her. And the location of this bite mark was incredibly conspicuous. Anyone could spot it at first glance. Mimi, upon seeing it, was taken aback. This was far too brazen. She quickly turned and went to find a scarf for Fei to cover it with, leaving the blushing Fei waiting there. Her head had been swimming at the time, utterly bewitched by Yashi. Now, clear-headed, and with the bite mark seen by another, Fei was at a loss. She didn't know what to do next. After Mimi had gone, Fei threw herself on the ground, thrashing about. Whether from excitement or distress, even Bala was left bewildered. Is having a meltdown all the rage these days? Fei, after putting on the scarf, went to find Lady Valens. Lady Valens was quite taken with Fei's attire and showered her with compliments, making Fei quite bashful. Old man Li Lian, beside them, showed no interest in their conversation. He only wanted to know why Fei was suddenly wearing a scarf and asked her directly. Fei, caught off guard by Li Lian's sudden question, was speechless. Seeing Fei's predicament, Lady Valens quickly changed the subject, asking Fei what she needed. Fei had come to apologize, explaining that she wouldn't be able to attend Yashi's birthday banquet. Fei's words stunned both of them. They thought they had misheard. Lilian quickly asked Fei what was wrong, wondering if it was a matter of etiquette. If so, he said, I can pick out a few things you can use right away and teach you. Fei knew her etiquette was lacking, but she hadn't expected the old man to say it so directly. She felt a pang of embarrassment. But this time, it wasn't the complicated etiquette that was keeping Fei away. Worried about making a social blunder, she had even invited Professor Gina to attend Yashi's birthday banquet, hoping she could coach her. Professor Gina, a shrewd woman, knew the treacherous depths of these aristocratic gatherings. Unwilling to disrupt her peaceful life, she declined Fei's invitation. Fei, finding Gina's reasoning sound and not wanting to become the center of gossip, decided not to attend the banquet. In truth, Lady Valens agreed with Fei's decision, but she felt it was a shame about the dress she had prepared for her. Although Fei wouldn't be attending Yashi's birthday banquet, she still needed to prepare a gift. As evening approached, and the guests presumably made their way to the banquet hall, Fei seized the opportunity to go with Mimi and Ash to prepare Yashi's gift. Wanting to remain unnoticed, Fei was extremely cautious. The three of them stopped every few steps, looking around to make sure no one was there before continuing. They traversed the mansion's corridors in this manner. However, just around a corner, they stumbled upon a red fox lying on the ground, some clothing scattered around it. Fei, startled, quickly hid behind Mimi. Mimi, being a maid in the Grace family, naturally knew every guest attending the banquet. She recognized the fox as a member of the Hu clan, there for the birthday celebration. However, she didn't know which particular guest it was. Mimi declared that, as a servant of the host family, it was her duty to ensure the safety of every guest. She then stepped forward to assess the situation. Watching Mimi's tall and imposing figure, the timid Fei was instantly transformed into a starstruck admirer. Mimi nudged the fox, but it didn't react. The inexperienced Fei and Ash assumed the fox was dead, their faces draining of color. Mimi, exasperated, thought, I only just nudged it. I haven't even done anything yet. How can you say it's dead? After a closer look, Mimi announced that the guest had only lost consciousness and was still breathing. However, judging by their appearance, they needed to be taken to the infirmary. Relieved to hear the guest was alive, Fei and Ash let out a sigh of relief. They gathered the scattered clothing, preparing to go with Mimi. But looking at the clothes, Fei felt a sense of familiarity. Then, she realized who the Beast Man was. Incredibly, Evelyn was tampering with the banquet cake. Ever since Lion had released Fei to search for Yashi, Lion had been filled with regret. He hadn't anticipated how much he would come to care for Fei. He confided his feelings to Resting. Resting felt for Lion, but his attempts to console him were futile. After that night, Lion vanished. Now, the banquet was about to begin, and he was still nowhere to be found. Resting was deeply worried. He feared Lion might actually follow the Shao family's advice and resort to a courtship dance to seduce Rabbit. Consumed by anxiety, he hurried out to search for him, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Just as his frustration peaked, he heard a noise around the corner. He rushed towards it. He discovered Evelyn dismissing the servants and slipping into a side room alone. Suspicious, Resting stealthily followed. He realized it was the room where the banquet cake was kept. He was intensely curious about what Evelyn was doing there. Then he saw Evelyn pull something from her pocket and place it directly on the cake. The secrecy of Evelyn's actions led Resting to believe it was poison. Panic seized him. He rushed forward, demanding to know what she was doing. To his surprise, Evelyn, upon seeing him, simply greeted him casually, remarking on how long it had been. She showed no sign of guilt, but Resting had no time for pleasantries. He pressed her for answers. Finally, he learned that Evelyn had merely placed a rabbit figurine on the cake. He realized he had misjudged her. Learning it was a rabbit figurine only deepened Resting's shock. He couldn't believe Evelyn would put a rabbit figurine on Yashi's birthday cake. If anyone else saw it, the Grace family's prestige would be utterly shattered. But Evelyn remained calm. "It'll be fine. Don't worry. Lady Valens will be delighted." Resting thought she was delusional, daydreaming. He reached to remove the figurine. Evelyn stopped him, then proceeded to lecture him. "This is precisely why you're labeled a coward, Resting. As fellow aides, let me offer you some advice. The Grace family is currently under the command of Master Rabbit. If we want to thrive, we must find a way to earn their favor." Evelyn's words completely baffled Resting. He had no idea what she was talking about. She continued, "Just yesterday, Head Valens promoted Mimi, Master Rabbit's personal maid, to head maid. Master Yashi even faked his own death just to get a kick from Master Rabbit. And that's not all. Soon, old man Li Lian will also bow down before Master Rabbit's mighty paws. In other words, this is the era of the paw." Evelyn invited Resting to join her, but Resting wanted no part in it and flatly refused. Seeing his lack of interest, Evelyn dropped the subject. She then asked why he was there. Resting suddenly remembered his purpose. He quickly asked Evelyn if she had seen Lord Lewin. Evelyn simply gestured towards the doorway. "Isn't that him?" Resting turned to see Lin gracefully approaching, greeting them both. Resting froze. Why is Lord Lewin back in his lion form? A sense of foreboding washed over him. "Lord Lewin, you're not going to do the courtship dance, are you? Don't scare me like that." After a medical examination, Fei Fei and Mimi learned that the little fox had simply reverted to its original form due to exhaustion and a defensive instinct. It would return to human form after sufficient rest. The two girls were curiously observing the small fox when suddenly its eyes opened. Fei Fei jumped back in fright. Seeing the fox awake, the timid Fei Fei thought to offer a quick greeting and then excuse herself. But then the fox patted the space in front of it, beckoning Fei Fei closer. Fei Fei wasn't sure what the little fox wanted, so she tiptoed over cautiously. But before she could sit down, the small fox glowed brightly, transforming into a completely naked, stunning woman. Even though they were both women, Fei Fei blushed, quickly grabbing a nearby pillow to cover herself. The fox, naturally alluring and on a mission of her own, spoke of being dominated. Though slightly bewildered, she offered Fei Fei a choice, urging her to select what suited her best. She then thanked Fei Fei for helping her, but her next words left Fei Fei utterly stunned. The beautiful fox confessed to having so many husbands that she was quite exhausted. She added that she occasionally sought refuge like this. Even Fei Fei, in her innocence, understood the implications of these words. Realizing the fox's exhaustion stemmed from such exertion, Fei Fei's face flushed crimson. Blushing, she thought, who could understand the joys of the ancient King Zhou? Fei Fei was lost in thought when the fox, still in her red-haired, beautiful human form, reached out and touched Fei Fei's hair, beginning to tease her. "You're so beautiful," she purred, "and I adore your shy demeanor. Can I see you cry out in ecstasy?" As she spoke, she began to tug at Fei Fei's veil. Who could resist such advances from a fox, especially one so beautiful and partially nude? Fei Fei's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat, and her face was flushed with nervous excitement. She felt as if her very soul was about to be stolen away. Her mind raced, desperately searching for an escape. But just as the fox tore away her veil, she noticed the wound on Fei Fei's neck. Seeing the fresh bandage, she paused, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Then, she noticed something else. Just behind Fei-Fei's bandage, a faint floral mark was visible. The mark pulsed with a strange energy, hinting at a transformative power Fei-Fei didn't yet understand. Fei-Fei hurried to a mirror and, indeed, saw the flower. But then, she fell into deep thought. Could this be a sign? She wondered. Is it a sign that the day of my complete transformation is drawing near? It should have been a joyous occasion, but Fei-Fei couldn't bring herself to feel happy. She even felt a pang of fear. This mark has lasted for such a long time, she mused. The beautiful woman, seeing that Fei-Fei hadn't emerged, called out to her. Fei-Fei, startled from her reverie by the woman's voice, quickly composed herself and hurried out. Seeing Fei-Fei emerge, the ever-attentive Mimi immediately stepped forward to adjust her scarf. Fei-Fei was deeply touched. Such a thoughtful maid, she thought. My ancestors' graves must be smoking with pride. Having already lingered for a while, Fei-Fei prepared to leave with Mimi. But the fox, seeing this, quickly pleaded with her to stay. Don't just leave me here like this, she cried. What if I faint again? Coming from the lips of such a beauty, her words held a certain power. Fei-Fei was immediately persuaded. She hadn't realized the fox's spells were so potent. But for Yashi's gift, Fei-Fei resolutely told the fox she would go and fetch help. But I don't want you to leave, the fox purred. And compared to Grace's scent, yours is much more enticing. You smell delicious. Hearing this, Fei-Fei recoiled slightly, a touch of fear rising within her. But the thought of the fox having 5 husbands already infuriated her. Glaring at the fox, she shouted for Yashi, declaring her loyalty to him. The fox found Fei-Fei's display endearing and continued to tease her. The two of them were on the verge of a physical altercation when Yashi's angry voice boomed from outside the door. They paused their quarrel, and Mimi hurried to see what the commotion was about. As Mimi opened the door, a lion burst into the room, its eyes blazing with fury and its body radiating a powerful pheromone. No wonder it had been able to subdue Yashi. Even the experienced Mimi was taken aback. Yet, the fox wasn't afraid. Instead, she seemed a thrill ran through her. It appeared she had her sights set on the lion. Meanwhile, our timid Fei-Fei, upon seeing such a large lion enter, was utterly terrified. Her mind went blank. It never occurred to her that the lion could be Luan. Seeing the lion look her way, Fei-Fei's spirit practically fled her body. Without giving the lion a chance to speak, she bolted. The ensuing chase unfolded down the hallway. Fei-Fei was in the lead, Mimi, and resting hot on her heels. Last came the lion. Unaware of the situation, Yuan assumed Master Rabbit and the others were having a race and cheered for Master Rabbit. Unbeknownst to him, Fei-Fei was running for her life, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, in the room where the cake was kept, Yashi, Mrs. Valens, and a few others were gathered, staring at the rabbit figurine on the cake. Yashi, assuming Fei-Fei had placed it there, began to preen. Honestly, Fei-Fei, he thought, so eager now, she should at least wait until I've dealt with the information plasticity forest crisis, he mused, a melancholic air settling over him. Fei-Fei, desperate to accompany him to Bear Ridge, had been clinging to him relentlessly. And now this. Yashi worried he wouldn't be able to resist taking her with him. If only he knew it was Evelyn's doing. If Yashi knew the truth behind the current situation, he'd likely be too embarrassed to show his face. Meanwhile, Evelyn stood behind him, beaming, anticipating his praise. Instead, she was met with disapproval. The doll's eyes aren't sharp enough, Yashi critiqued. Too docile. Not like Fei-Fei at all. Evelyn felt as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe Yashi disliked it. Then, she overheard Mrs. Valens and Old Man Li Lian expressing their own dissatisfaction with the rabbit figurine. Despair washed over her. Her heart sank as Mrs. Valens and Old Man Li Lian continued to point out flaws. Evelyn began to tremble, terrified they would ask who made the rabbit. Frantically, she searched for someone to blame. Lord Allen, who had arrived with her, found their obsession with the rabbit rather peculiar. He wondered if the Grace family had some sort of hereditary condition. Ever since his son, Lion, had gone off, Resting had been on edge, constantly scanning for any sign of a lion. He wanted to know what was happening so he could take appropriate action. He was caught off guard when Lord Allen suddenly asked about Lion. Panic seized him. If Lord Allen found out what Lion was up to, he'd likely have an apoplectic fit. So, he quickly fabricated an excuse to appease the old man. Evelyn, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, racked her brain for an escape route. Just then, Ewan entered, inadvertently providing her with an opportunity. Ewan had something to report, but he was hesitant to tell Yashi directly. He pulled Evelyn aside and whispered, "An hour ago, Master Rabbit found Lady Ella of the Fox clan unconscious and brought her to the infirmary. But Lady Ella seems to have taken a liking to Master Rabbit. They're now having a race with the lion and a few others." He told Evelyn first, because he didn't want Yashi to find out. He wanted Evelyn to confirm the situation and devise a plan. No sooner had Ewan finished speaking than Evelyn called him back, presenting a dramatically embellished version of events. Master Rabbit and Lady Fox are together. They're running away. Ewan was dumbfounded. Was this what he just said? Something felt terribly wrong. Old Man Li Lian was aghast. What? We haven't even sorted out the last incident, and now this. Yashi crushed his glass in his hand, but then, remembering the fox was female, he relaxed. If he's with the fox, then it's fine. Seeing this, Evelyn quickly explained, "No, she ran off with the lion." Yashi instantly crushed the bottom of the wine glass in her hand. Her face darkened as she snarled. With who? The lion. The group, including Luan, had followed Fei Fei to the greenhouse. But Fei Fei, overcome with fear, locked them all out, entering the greenhouse alone. Outside, Mimi, a little uncomfortable with Luan's naked lion form, offered to fetch him some clothes so he could shift back. Luan agreed, and Mimi hurried off to find some clothing. Luan had shifted into his lion form because he felt embarrassed to approach Fei Fei in his human form. He hadn't expected that Fei Fei, despite living in the Black Panther tribe for so long, would still be afraid of large animals. He stood outside, troubled. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Luan looked up. Fei Fei was coming out, but she still seemed afraid. She crouched trembling behind the glass wall of the greenhouse. Her hands cradled her head as she whispered reassurances to herself. "This lion is Luan. Don't be afraid." After some time, Fei Fei finally overcame her fear. She asked Luan why he was following her. Luan had no real reason. He simply wanted to be near Fei Fei. He had been smitten with her the first time he saw her in her gown. Fei Fei, of course, was unaware of this. Later, when she danced the elf dance, it was Luan who stayed by her side, though he never had a chance to speak to her properly. He wanted to tell her all of this, but the words wouldn't come. After all, it was only when separated by the glass wall that he could face her. Seeing Luan's sudden dejection, Fei Fei wondered what was wrong. Was he sick? She quickly asked him, for it was only when Luan was ill that she showed him any concern. Luan considered lying, but he was terrible at it. He was afraid Fei Fei would see through him, so he remained silent. He thought, since his sister was already positioned as the heir, then he, born in Lunmanios, had no right to be greedy or pursue what he desired. Besides, he still didn't know how to gain Fei Fei's trust. Seeing the lion hadn't responded, Fei Fei tapped on the glass to get his attention. Just then, a rustling came from the nearby bushes. Luan turned to see a female panther, clothes dangling from her mouth, panting as she ran towards them. It was Mimi. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she had shifted into her panther form to speed up her errand. This was the first time Fei Fei and the others had seen Mimi in her true form. Curiosity piqued, they all stared. Luan had only shifted hoping to perform a mating dance. But Mimi's swift return made him suddenly embarrassed. Luan slightly lifted his front paw towards Mimi. Ash and Bara, the other two panthers, stared wide-eyed. Fei Fei, not being a beast person, wouldn't understand, but the other beast people knew exactly what the lion was about to do. The three panthers quickly shook their heads, signaling him to stop. But Luan didn't care. He remembered his sister's words. Moping wouldn't solve anything. He straightened up, determined to perform his mating dance. Seeing everyone looking at him, he thought, this is my chance to show them why I'm here. Fei Fei, completely clueless, stared blankly. The lion stood tall, striking a graceful pose, and with a dramatic flourish, prepared to begin. However, perhaps the scene was too beautiful. The author didn't draw it, only showing the lion bathed in moonlight, naked. The lion radiated light, his body emitting a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the night. Even the guards in the distance were drawn by the radiant light. The lion's captivating dance led two onlookers to mistakenly believe a circus had been brought in for the evening's entertainment, assuming it was simply an ordinary lion. However, As they drew closer, they realized it was a beast man. Astonishment washed over them. They couldn't believe a beast man would engage in such embarrassing behavior. Meanwhile, after much struggle, someone had finally managed to remove all the glass shards Yashi had been stuck with, only for Old Man Li Lian to start up again. In just a few minutes, Old Man Li Lian had been bombarded with so much gossip about Fei Fei that he snapped his cane in two. Seeing this, Lord Alan adopted a sly demeanor and began to taunt Li Lian. Knowing Li Lian's fondness for the rabbit, he started joking. That rabbit wouldn't have run off with our Lun, would it? In truth, the lion was indeed Lun. Unbeknownst to them, however, it was the lion chasing after the rabbit. Despite Lord Alan's repeated taunts, Li Lian remained unresponsive. His mind was completely preoccupied with the rabbit tribe. He couldn't understand why Fei Fei was acquainted with so many people. Could polyandry be a common practice within the rabbit tribe? Lord Alan was taken aback by Li Lian's conjecture. How had the conversation suddenly veered towards polyandry? Although unsure of the specifics, he shared what he knew. Whether it's polyandry or polygyny, both are permissible within the rabbit tribe. Hearing this, Li Lian flew into a rage. He threw his cane to the ground with a clang and stormed towards the cake. Lord Alan, thinking he had taken the joke too far, panicked and rushed to apologize. But Li Lian didn't stop. He marched straight to the cake. With trembling hands, he picked up the rabbit figurine from the cake. Then, gnashing his teeth, he yelled at the figurine, You heartbreaker of the highest order." His shout echoed, reaching everyone present, both on the ground and in the sky. The figurine, if it could have, would have expressed its utter bewilderment. Who have I offended? Meanwhile, having finished his dance, the lion sought praise from the onlookers. But the dance had been so mesmerizing, Fei Fei couldn't find the words. After his performance, the lion went to change his clothes. Suddenly, Fei Fei remembered that Yashi's birthday was fast approaching, and she hadn't prepared a gift yet. She hurried off to get ready. Fei Fei had been pondering Yashi's gift for a long time. She had been preparing for so long now, and she needed Mimi's help too. It was bound to be a truly extravagant gift. But then they saw Fei Fei run to the flower stall and start picking out flowers. Mimi and the others were speechless. Surely, it couldn't just be a simple bouquet of flowers? Fei Fei's gift was indeed flowers, but it wasn't just a simple bouquet. Fei Fei had other things she wanted to say to Yashi. Fei Fei wondered whether she should just rush up and hug Yashi, or offer a few words of praise and gratitude. Or perhaps she should just show Yashi the back of her neck and tell her she was almost ready to transform. Fei Fei couldn't decide what to do. Just then, Luan, having changed into his fitted attire, came running over. Seeing the flowers in Fei Fei's hands, Luan knew what Fei Fei was planning. He crouched down, preparing to teach her how to arrange them. Ash and Bara were instantly annoyed, ready to intervene, but they hesitated. I was being so serious, Fei Fei thought, but I didn't expect Fei Fei to be so distracted. Her attention is completely focused on you. She just wants to know why Luan transformed into a lion. But Luan just offered a simple, dismissive explanation. Fei Fei pointed to her own chest, lost in thought. Luan noticed Fei Fei's hesitation and then shyly spoke his mind. Indeed, he said as Fei Fei had thought, it wasn't some strange beast. This lion is actually in love with a rabbit. Fei Fei was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Then she remembered. The moment the words left her mouth, Fei Fei instantly regretted asking. Her face flushed crimson. She was afraid of what Luan would say, unsure of how to react, dreading the awkwardness that was sure to follow. Luan, too, knew that confessing would create an uncomfortable atmosphere. So, instead of answering directly, he posed a question to Fei Fei. I confessed my feelings before Black Panther did, right? Seeing Fei Fei's silence, Luan understood. So, I guess correctly then, it's just like him, unable to express a proper confession. A strained smile touched Luan's lips as he continued, his words laced with a heartbreaking vulnerability. Your first were all meant to be mine. Just because he found you first, I lost any chance of having time with you, Fei Fei. With this, Fei Fei finally understood the depth of Luan's feelings for her. But her heart already belonged to Yashi. So, to avoid leading Luan on, Fei Fei prepared to tell him the truth. Before she could speak, Luan interrupted, You don't have to say it. I already know. That's why, in a moment of impulsiveness, I planned to steal you away to the lion's territory. Fei Fei was terrified, her fur practically standing on end. But that was only Luan's initial thought. He had long since changed his mind. He gently placed the flower crown he had woven onto Fei Fei's head. She had finally found her place within the Black Panther tribe, and Luan didn't want to ruin that for her. Furthermore, Lord Allen was now inquiring about the rumors surrounding Lun. To avoid further complications, Lun decided to leave after the banquet. He likely wouldn't return to Grace Field anytime soon. Fei Fei felt that this was all her fault, unsure of what to say, her spirits sinking. Now that the outcome was clear, Lun's heart ached, but he didn't want Fei Fei to feel burdened. So, he feigned lightheartedness, belittling himself to lighten the mood and mask his inner turmoil. To further alleviate the awkwardness, Lun continued to downplay himself. I plan to keep these feelings at the level of simple fondness, as long as I can resist coming to see you. And I have no interest in fighting against life's setbacks. With my boring personality, who could stand me anyway? Luan was merely trying to ease the tension. Fei Fei, oblivious to Luan's intentions, nodded in agreement, leaving him both amused and exasperated. But the atmosphere had relaxed. The time had come. What needed to be said had been said. Luan prepared to leave, but before he did, he wanted to make one last attempt. He told Fei Fei, "If you ever tire of this place, come to the lion's territory. You'll always be welcome there." However, if Fei Fei went to the lion's territory, she wouldn't be able to leave. Fei Fei knew Luan had always been genuinely kind to her. Now that he was leaving, she didn't know how to repay his kindness. So, she called out to him and offered him what she considered the most beautiful flower. She sincerely thanked him. In the lion's territory, giving a flower crown signified wishing the recipient happiness. Lun had thought it best to leave things as they were, but seeing the flower Fei Fei offered, he silently accepted it and made a wish that Fei Fei would successfully transform into her human form. Then, he turned and left. Watching Luan's receding figure, Fei Fei felt a strange, indescribable emotion welling up within her. Memories of their past interactions flooded her mind. His initial arrogance when they first met, his ferocity when she disrupted his ambush, and finally, his gentle pursuit. Fei Fei sighed. If we were just ordinary friends, we wouldn't be parting ways like this without a word. Both their hearts ached. Perhaps it was a sense of unfulfilled longing, or perhaps regret. While Fei Fei and Luan were baring their hearts in the greenhouse, Yashi, riding a horse, was heading towards the greenhouse. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the imposing figure of the Shao family head approaching on a black horse, were filled with excitement. They hurriedly bowed to Yashi, marveling at what an auspicious day it was. First, they saw the lion's territory, with its captivating dancing lions. Then, to their utter astonishment, they witnessed their own young master, Yashi, riding a magnificent black horse. If word of this got out, it would surely be the envy of everyone. But Yashi couldn't care less what they thought right now. He immediately asked the two guards where Fei Fei was and if she was alone. The two guards had just witnessed a rather private moment. They dared not tell Yashi the truth, that Miss Rabbit, Fei Fei, was with Luan. After all, the entire household knew that the head of the Shao family, Yashi, was smitten with Miss Rabbit. They feared offending Yashi with any careless words. But before they could figure out how to answer, Luan emerged from the greenhouse, announcing that Fei Fei was with him. He kept smoothing his hair, deliberately showing off the flower Fei Fei had given him, hoping Yashi would notice. Yashi, unaware that the flower was a gift from Fei Fei, simply thought it clashed horribly with Luan's outfit. He sneered at the sight. Luan just chuckled at Yashi's mockery and casually mentioned that Fei Fei had given it to him. At this, Yashi's expression darkened. Fury etched on his face. He drew his sword, ready to strike Lin down. He wanted Luan to see it as his last sight before meeting his end. However, it was already evening, and only now did Yashi remember to look for Fei Fei. Luan thought Yashi should have at least offered a polite greeting. Not only was he late, but he also drew his sword, utterly disrespectful. Every encounter between Yashi and Luan was like a lit fuse. Faced with Luan's questioning, Yashi bristled with anger. He pointed his sword at Luan and declared, "If I kill the one who arrived first, then I won't be late." The two guards were speechless. What kind of logic was that? And more importantly, he seemed to be missing the point entirely. Yashi continued, "If I can't stop Fei Fei from being fickle, then I can at least make her fickle choices disappear." The guards were horrified. This kind of behavior would surely make a lot of enemies. They tried to reason with their impulsive master, but Yashi ignored them, continuing his nonsensical rant. "Fei Fei can only kick one person's, but in her lifetime, and that person is me." This declaration was like a bolt from the blue. leaving the two guards utterly mortified. They silently pleaded for their master to show some restraint. He was the head of the Shao family, the face of the entire Black Panther tribe. How could he utter such words? Lin, unwilling to listen to any more of this nonsense, interrupted. Now's not the time for this. Aren't you curious who Fei Fei is with right now? Yashi's interest was piqued. Oh, and who is she with? A flicker of unease crossed his face. He dismounted his horse and headed towards the greenhouse. But before entering, he was reminded of the question he had asked Lin earlier. At the time, Lin hadn't told him the truth. Now that it was out in the open, Yashi still felt a pang of annoyance. He hadn't wanted to admit that Luan had seen Fei Fei first, but Yashi already knew. He informed Luan that he wasn't the first to see Fei Fei today. Seeing Yashi's smugness, Luan couldn't help but retort. He implied that Fei Fei's first time didn't really matter. As he spoke, Yashi relaxed his aggressive stance, warning Luan not to provoke him further. He hadn't expected Yashi to be so dense. The point, apparently, was lost on him. Luan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and composed himself. Seeing Yashi approaching, Mamie quickly ushered her two subordinates away. Yashi's attention was solely focused on Fei Fei. He had no time for anything else. He entered the greenhouse, his eyes scanning for her. He spotted her crouching alone by the flower beds, and confusion clouded his features. Hadn't that blasted lion said Fei Fei was with someone else? He then realized that Luan had lied to escape. Yashi strode towards Fei Fei. Mamie, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wisely led her two panthers away. Watching Fei Fei immersed in the sea of flowers, Yashi felt a pang of melancholy. He couldn't understand how Fei Fei could seemingly move on so effortlessly, even in Fadi. He mused that it would be better to turn her into a small rabbit and tuck her safely into his pocket. That way, no one else could see her. Just then, Fei Fei sensed someone behind her and turned around. Yashi, already harboring a slight annoyance, frowned when he saw Fei Fei acting as if nothing was amiss. He feigned anger, hoping to startle her. However, Fei Fei, in her endearing naivete, completely missed the point. She didn't understand what was wrong with Yashi at all. Thinking it was some new game, she mimicked his frown, exaggerating it with playful enthusiasm. Yashi, initially irritated, burst out laughing. He softened immediately, then teased her, saying her frown was terribly ugly. Unbeknownst to him, Fei Fei's performance was deliberate. It was Yashi's birthday, and she didn't want him spending the day with a furrowed brow. Seeing that Yashi was no longer frowning, Fei Fei stopped her imitation. She then offered him the bouquet she had just picked, sincerely wishing him a happy birthday. Yashi, who should have been sulking, understood her intention, and his annoyance melted away. Coupled with Fei Fei's radiant, irresistible smile, Yashi was utterly captivated. He couldn't help but blush. Whatever words came from Yibulin's mouth seemed twisted. Now, everyone believed Fei Fei had moved on to someone new and rushed out to find her. Yashi, naturally, was the most anxious. Forgetting he was a Black Panther, he galloped on horseback. He feared something terrible would happen if he was even a moment late. Lord Allen, however, was the angriest. He was incredibly fond of Fei Fei and had poured his heart into teaching her, practically considering her his own granddaughter. He had been mistaken several times about Fei Fei's supposed infidelity, and this time he refused to tolerate it any longer. He took Mrs. Valence with him to find Fei Fei, intending to give her a proper lecture and remind her of the Grace family rules. Lord Allen talked incessantly along the way, praising Fei Fei's virtues one moment and criticizing her behavior the next, a classic case of double standards. Soon, they arrived at the greenhouse. Lord Allen, bristling with indignation, was ready to launch into a tirade. But the moment they stepped inside, they were dumbfounded. Fei Fei and Yashi were sitting side by side on the floor, leaning against each other, chatting and laughing. The scene was utterly sweet. It was nothing like what Yibulin had described. Discreetly, they turned and walked back out. Without a word, they retreated in perfect synchronization. Now it was Fei Fei and Yashi's turn to be bewildered. The whole encounter lasted less than 10 seconds. Even a delivery driver wouldn't have been that quick. Yet, somehow, Yashi sensed something was amiss. He then questioned Fei Fei, asking if she had danced for his mother. It was a random guess. Unexpectedly, Fei Fei fell right into the trap and admitted it. Yashi thought, "Oh, Fei Fei, you've danced for so many people, but not for me." He immediately sulked, pouting and stamping his feet. He left Fei Fei to guess the reason for his displeasure. Seeing Yashi's anger, Fei Fei became anxious, unsure how to explain herself. She tried to appease him, quickly offering him the bouquet she had picked. She hoped it would soothe his anger. Yashi, however, had already stopped being angry the moment he realized Fei Fei had come to prepare a birthday gift for him. He was simply teasing her. Who would have thought Yashi's offhand comment about the ugliness of Fei Fei's hand-picked flowers would spark such a reaction? Fei Fei was instantly offended. She began playfully pummeling Yashi with her fists, intent on retrieving the bouquet. And it was during this playful struggle for the flowers that Yashi inadvertently placed the flower crown previously perched atop Fei Fei's head onto his own. He rather liked the look. He voiced his approval, a simple compliment. Fei Fei, misinterpreting his words, assumed he desired the crown for himself. Thinking he wanted it as a gift, she quickly moved to protect it, telling Yashi it wasn't for him. Yashi, of course, already knew this. He also suspected that the crown was a gift from Lun. The possessive nature of a man in love is a powerful force. Naturally, he wasn't pleased with Fei Fei wearing Luan's gift, especially on his own birthday. Seeing Yashi's subtle displeasure, Fei Fei considered discarding the crown altogether. But the thought that it was a symbol of Luan's goodwill left her momentarily unsure of what to do. Finally, noticing Fei Fei's predicament, Yashi teased her, playfully calling her a fickle heart, hoping to distract her. As expected, Fei Fei immediately bristled at the accusation. The previous awkwardness vanished as they tumbled into a playful scuffle. After their light-hearted tussle, Fei Fei's expression shifted, becoming serious and resolute. She had silently resolved to confess her feelings to Yashi, to express her desire to accompany him to Bear Ridge. However, before she could utter a word, Yashi, his mind filled with playful mischief, began to loosen his tie, revealing a glimpse of his more roguish nature. Slowly advancing towards Fei Fei, he asked with a suggestive smirk, "Do you want me to take it all off?" Fei Fei, flustered by his boldness, blushed crimson, scolding him for his shamelessness. Yashi, however, had completely misinterpreted her reaction. He had mistaken her closeness and soft breaths for a subtle invitation, leading to his provocative question. Yashi, already deeply devoted to Fei Fei, wanted the world to know she was his. He gently pushed aside her hair, revealing the faint mark on her neck, a memento of their earlier intimacy. With a playful glint in his eyes, he suggested she return the favor, leaving a similar mark on him. His words became increasingly suggestive. While Fei Fei was initially flustered by his forwardness, she was ultimately moved by the depth of his affection. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling her resolve, she suddenly lunged forward, pinning him beneath her. Gazing into his eyes, her own filled with love, she told him to be silent, lest his words distract her from her purpose. She instructed him to simply listen. It was his birthday, after all. She began by wishing him a happy birthday. But as she attempted to voice the emotions swirling within her, words failed her. 1,000 sentiments crowded her heart, leaving her speechless. In the end, Fei Fei chose to let her actions speak for themselves. Slowly, she leaned in, capturing his lips in a deep, heartfelt kiss. It was a kiss that spoke volumes, a testament to her burgeoning love for him. Yashi was completely taken aback by her unexpected boldness. For a moment, he was frozen, as if held captive by an unseen force. As he regained his composure, a playful sense of defiance stirred within him. Swiftly, he reversed their positions, pinning her beneath him. Before Fei Fei could react, he leaned down, his kisses falling upon her like a sudden storm. Their lips met in a fiery embrace, a passionate exchange that transcended mere reciprocation. It was a silent declaration, a promise of something more. This declared that the adventure about to unfold between them would be a wondrous journey, interwoven with sweetness and unknown challenges. Under Fei Fei's enthusiastic advances, Yashi finally relented and agreed to take him along to explore Bear Ridge. However, the mischievous Yashi still wanted to tease Fei Fei. He deliberately tried to frighten him, saying that weak orcs would be scared out of their wits if they made eye contact with a bear, and playing dead in front of a bear would be pointless. He attempted to use this to dissuade Fei Fei, but Fei Fei was resolute and unmoved. Instead, he began his own moment of boasting. He confidently bragged to Yashi about how he had once defeated the mighty Bala. As for dealing with a bear, he claimed he could take one down with a single punch, assuring Yashi he had nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yashi readily agreed to take Fei-Fei to Bear Ridge. Fei-Fei mistakenly believed his bold words had moved Yashi. Little did he know that Yashi actually wanted to use this opportunity to keep Fei-Fei by his side, preventing him from straying again. Upon learning the reason, Fei-Fei was a little angry. But in order to prevent Yashi from changing his mind, he chose to go along with his wishes. Afterwards, Fei-Fei began to daydream about his journey with Yashi. He imagined walking through the desert during the day, carrying a water bottle and wearing sun protective clothing with Yashi. Perhaps they could even ride camels and experience the vastness of the desert. And at night, the two of them would sit in the desert, gazing up at the starry sky, enjoying the tranquility and romance. Seeing Fei-Fei so excited, Yashi felt a pang of jealousy, mistakenly thinking that Fei-Fei loved bears more than black panthers. Seeing this, Fei-Fei smiled slightly, moved closer to Yashi's face, and gently pressed a kiss on his lips, softly telling him that he still loved black panthers the most. Yashi couldn't miss this rare opportunity. He deeply returned the kiss. The two lingered, lost in the moment. Afterwards, Yashi affectionately told Fei-Fei that he was already his, and it was time for Fei-Fei to leave his mark on him, to become his everything. Fei-Fei, as a young man newly in love, was a little shy and didn't immediately agree. To appease Yashi, he proposed a series of conditions. As long as Yashi could fulfill them, he would agree to his request. These conditions included not biting his ears, not teasing him with carrots in front of the window, and not casually placing him on a dinner plate. Yashi hadn't expected it to be so simple and readily agreed. However, just at that moment, his pheromone symptoms suddenly flared up. As Lord Yashi's personal mount, Ashi was the first to keenly detect the change in Lord Yashi's pheromones. However, because the Fadi Manor was full of guests that evening, Ashi had to be placed in Yibulin's room along with Bala. And at this moment, Yibulin was immersed in the joy of documenting the story of Lord Yashi and Fei-Fei, fantasizing about how to win the favor of the Rabbit Lord in the future. He was completely oblivious to Ashi's unusual behavior, thinking he just wanted to go for a walk. Yibulin was just about to approach and soothe Ashi, but he never expected to be smacked hard in the face by Ashi's suddenly swishing tail. Before Yibulin could recover, Ashi was already looking aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. This scene left both Bala and Yibulin stunned. After all, in the Black Panther family, warriors generally didn't cry. Seeing Ashi wronged, how could Bala stand idly by? He lunged at Yibulin to avenge his brother. Witnessing the two panthers' unusual behavior, Yibulin sensed something might be wrong. He hurriedly got up to change his clothes, but time was of the essence, and Ashi and Bala weren't about to let him waste time on such trivial matters. Any covering would do. They dragged Yibulin out of the room, but once outside, Yibulin became hesitant, unwilling to move. He was afraid that barging into Lord Yashi's bedroom at this hour would get them all beheaded. So they tried to reason with the two leopards, suggesting they file a report before barging in. But Ashi and Bala were frantic, caring little for protocol, only for reaching their destination quickly. But Yibulin held them fast, preventing their advance. Frustrated, the two leopards began to negotiate a new tactic. Yibulin would go alone. Finally, the two leopards reached an agreement. They slowly backed away, forcing Yibulin against the wall. A flicker of panic crossed his face. He was about to speak when the two leopards' tails began to swish, delivering a series of sharp slaps across his cheeks. They were trying to make him let go. But Yibulin, ever dutiful, refused to release them, determined to prevent their reckless dash. He endured the whipping tails. Just then, having completed his errand, returned and was about to report to Lord Yashi. Yibulin, seeing Lewin, felt a surge of relief. He quickly called out to him, hoping he would intervene and restrain the two leopards. Lewin knew that allowing the Black Panthers to burst into Lord Yashi's bedroom would surely displease their lord, especially since he himself had just endured a punishment. He was about to reprimand the two leopards, but he saw the desperate anxiety in their eyes, and a seed of doubt took root. Recalling Lord Yashi's earlier request and instructions, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without a word, he took flight, soaring towards Lord Yashi's chambers, leaving a bewildered Yibulin alone and confused.